Do you want to make games in Unreal 5? Welcome! This is the right place. We are UNF Games, and our goal is to share our knowledge with you, so eventually you can create your own games. In this video, we will be making everything that you have seen thus far. Yes! Everything! We are 3 Unreal authorized instructors, and we will be covering the programming, the VFX, and the environment in this first-person RPG game. But don't feel too overwhelmed yet. You got this! To make things easier, we are giving the project files of each big section for free. So if you don't want to learn any of the sections, feel free to skip to the one that catches your interest. Check the description below for the links. This video is catered to beginners, but even seasoned users will be able to get value from it. If you have never touched Unreal Engine before, you can still use this tutorial, but we recommend you watch one of our starter tutorials so you get used to the tool before getting your hands dirty. Because this video will cover the complete development of the game, make sure you use the chapters feature, and we recommend to leave a comment saving your progress. You are only a video away of having your own game. The path is challenging, but we are confident that you can do it. In the first part of the video, we will focus on the gameplay of the game. We will use blueprints to create the game flow that will allow us to win the game. For the combat, we will create a health system. We will also animate the attacks inside the editor and use the animation blueprints to piece everything together. We will add the health bar user interfaces using Unreal Motion graphics, and add enemies using blackboards and behavior trees.
On the second part of this video, we will create effects for our attacks, hits and spells. I will show you how to make effects trail along your sword by using Niagara scripts, and also how to properly set up a Niagara system so slashing or spell trails are optimized and work properly. We will also learn how to make convincing refraction materials and how to do small touches to make our refraction look more natural, while also having smooth transitions. Learning how to add our effect to blueprints is also really important, so we will learn how to add them and make sure they are working properly and when we need it. But not only that, we will also learn how to make screen effects for when the enemy hits us, spell projectiles, and more.
On part 3, we will start creating the game. We will do that by creating our level using landscapes. I will show you how to use landscape tools, how to use materials, how to add displacement, how to do all those nice fancy stuff to make our level look nice. Not only that, but you will also learn how to optimize your levels and how to decorate big worlds using different techniques in Unreal Engine 5. Then we will take a look at the post-process volume, how to decorate our environment, how to add lighting, and all that fancy stuff. Last but not least, we will start using the UI. We will change how the UI looks. We will use Photoshop, we will use materials, and we will change the UI so that we can have a decent looking user interface.
Learn to create an action game in Unreal Engine 5. Start the first lesson for free at unfgames.com.
Let's start our project by launching the Unreal Engine version that you want to use. In my case, I'm using 5.3.1. Here I'm selecting Games, Blank Project, and leave everything by default. The name will be ARPG FPS. Let's click on Create, and let's just wait a little bit. With the project created, I will want to import some stuff that I will use and I will find useful along the way. So here, let's go to Add. Let's go to Add Feature or Content Pack, and let's select the first person. It's an FPS after all, so, well, it's more of a first-person camera, more than a shooter, but let's just call it like that. Okay, so I have my first-person assets. This is good. Now let's go to the Unreal Engine Marketplace. So just open your Epic Games launcher and go to the Marketplace tab. Here what I'm looking for are free assets that Epic Games already gives you. So the first one is the mannequins. So let me type mannequin. And there should be, am I typing it right? Mannequin. Let's just type it, and there should be a free asset. No, it's not this one, it's this one. Mannequin packs. This mannequins pack, let's just open it. If you don't have it, you can uh, add it to your library, and then you can add it to the project. And let's search our project. Here it is, ARPG FPS. It will say that it's already there. Just click on yes. Okay, so this is the first one. Now, the other one, I want the weapons of one of the templates that Epic Games already gave us, which is from Infinity Blade. So let's type Infinity Blade, and here should be Infinity Blade weapons. These are the ones that I want. Let's add it to the project. If you don't have it, you can first add it to your library, and then you can add it to your project. So where is it? ARPG FPS. Let's add to the project. Okay, and that's it. That's pretty much all the assets that I will want to add for now. So we can create the functionality of ending the game and the functionality of the combat. So this is the simple setup for now for the project. And we'll continue with creating more mechanics. So what I want to do is create the mechanics that the character can do and that the game will use in order to progress. So the way I'm gonna do this is I'm gonna focus a lot in the character, in the controls, and in the camera. After I have that, probably the combat will also be dealt with. And that way, whenever either Mao or Guille takes over, they can create a level that we can traverse. But I want to create the way that we can finish the level. That is through probably just picking loot. For example, oh, let's find one of these blades in the map. I don't know, let's go to weapons. Here I'll just add a filter. Let's just select either a skeletal mesh or a static mesh. One of them, okay, it was a skeletal mesh. So we can see all the weapons inside this folder. Otherwise, we will need to add, just click on every folder and see what is what, right? So we can just go to weapons and create this filter. So let's say that the main objective of our game is reaching to the end of the level where one of these weapons will be used as a reward. Maybe it could be this one. And also it would be a good way to add the mechanic of changing weapon. Or just, I mean, could be a dungeon crawler where you need to go through certain parts of the map, beat some enemies, and then you get a new weapon. Something like that. I mean, it's a little game that we're creating, but I'm trying to show off the mechanics that you can probably find in this type of genre. So let's jump into it. So the first thing that I want to do is create the goal, as I was saying. And for this type of projects and probably the next games, little games that we will create, I want to tackle them as if they were a whole game. So I'm not going to take that many shortcuts just for little things. Okay, so we will try to use the framework and how one is supposed to be using the framework, right? So with that being said, let's begin. So I'm creating a game. The first thing that I will create or use or change is the game mode. So let's create one. Let me just remove this filter. If you don't like it, you can just right click and remove the filter. Let's create a folder for our files. This will be, usually this folder will be the same name of our project. So a RPG FPS, something like this. Then I'll create a new folder called framework. And inside it, I will put anything that has to do with the gameplay framework. What I was telling you about a minute ago is creating a game mode that you can create easily by clicking on Blueprint class. By the way, just right click, add a new Blueprint class, and here let's choose the game mode base. A game mode is a class where usually you will want to create all the logic that drives the different states of the game. By states of the game, I mean when does the game start, when does it end, when is it in progress, stuff like that. So here, let's just create like GM. Let's just change the name to GM for game mode. And because we are only going to have one game mode, I'll just call it the same as the project. So ARPG FPS. And you may be wondering, if you have never used a game mode, why would I need more than one? Well, sometimes it's the same game, but the rules of winning change. For example, if you have a shooter, the main mechanics of shooting an enemy and killing the enemy remains the same, but sometimes you win for the number of kills that you did on the match, or maybe there are objectives that give you points. That could be another game mode. Or another game mode could be just survival. The last one standing wins. So there could be a lot of game modes for the same game. In my case, there's only one, so I'm just creating only one. Let's just save it and let's open it. In this game mode, you will find that it's very similar to a normal blueprint. It has a viewport, which really doesn't make much sense because a game mode usually will not have a representation like a static mesh or a skeletal mesh, something like that. It won't have it. But you still have it because it's a blueprint. We have a construction script and an event graph. In the event graph, we will most likely be creating the win conditions, lose conditions, and a lot of stuff like that. But also, if you go here to the class defaults at your right, you will find that there are certain classes, and these are the default classes. Default classes means that they are the classes that are going to be used whenever this game mode is being used. What do I mean by this? Here in the default pawn class, right now is the default pawn. If I press play, we usually will use the default pawn, which is just a camera. A camera that can move around, and with WASD you can move. With Q and E you can go upwards, and it has a lot of this stuff by default. We don't want that. We want to use a character. For now, just to test if I can win the game, because that's the first thing that I want to create, what I need to do is use the first person class, the first person character class that was imported whenever we were added, oh, this wasn't it, added that feature. Okay, so let's use this first person character. In our game mode, let's go to the default pawn and let's search for it. Here it is, blueprint first person character. Let's save and compile. Now, if we press play, we're still not seeing the first person character. Now, why is that? It's because this level is not using the game mode. Now, we can have each level select its own game mode. We can go here. We can project world override, select game mode, and here we can choose our game mode. And now if we press play, we should be able to be using the first person character, which we are. If I press spacebar, I jump. And if I press Shift F1 and click on an attach, I will be able to see the arms of my first person character, right? So it is using the game mode because it has created the character. Now, I'm using it only for this level. If I were to create another level, let's say file, new level, a new open world level, or a basic one, maybe. Let's not save this. I press play. And now if I press spacebar, I'm not jumping. I'm using the default pawn. I will need to again override the game mode by level, which you can do it here. You can also do it in Windows, World Settings, and in World Settings you can find the game mode override here. But if you want to use the same game mode for all your levels, which in my case I do, I want to set it here in the project settings. Game mode, pawn. Well, here you can see the default game mode that is being used, which are the classes that it uses by default. Here, select game mode base class. We will select our first person game mode. And now, in this level, even though the game mode has not been overridden, if I press play and I jump, press spacebar, I'll see my hands moving around. And I cannot freely fly in the air. You can also access this type of change through Edit, Project Settings, Maps and Modes, and here is the default game mode. So that's the first thing that I wanted to do, probably because I usually get a lot of questions about stuff not working, and it's probably because you're not setting up the game mode correctly. So just remember, in our case, we're setting here project settings, game mode, and select game mode base class is the first person game mode. And you can see that we're using it because here we have the edit blueprint first person game mode. The first thing we're gonna add is how to win the game. Because it's a condition that affects the game state, it should be inside our game mode. Here in the game mode, I'm going to create a custom event and I'll call it win the game. Inside of it, I'll put a print string just to know that something is happening. And the text will say you won the game. Now let's test that this is working correctly. Let's save and compile. Let's go back to the level, and here let's click on this button. Let's go to open level blueprint, and from here I'm just gonna wait with the delay node 2 seconds. Now I need to access the game mode that it's being used. So to access it, from any blueprint, we can choose get game mode. And from here, I need to select the specific game mode that has the functionality that I want. In my case, it's the win game functionality, and it's inside the GM ARPG FPS game mode. So let's just do a cast to GM ARPG. And from here, let's call the win game. Now, after 2 seconds, if I'm using the correct game mode, a text, if I double click this, I can see what's happening inside it. So a text should say you won the game. So let's test it and let's see if you catch where I put a little error. Because when I press play and wait the 2 seconds, nothing is happening. This means that we are not using the correct game mode. If I want to know why this is failing, I can add a print string here, and I can connect the game mode, connect it like this, so it's converted to a string, and the so-called conversion is only using the get display name. So it's actually giving me the name of the game mode that is being used. So if we press play, after 2 seconds, I'll know which game mode is being used. And it's using the game mode that comes with the first person character, which is the same game mode that I set up here. Game mode, edit, blueprint first person game mode. That's the little error that I added, and I added it because I usually get a lot of questions regarding something with the game mode not working. So that's a way that you can debug and see if the game mode is actually working or not, if you're using the correct one or not. So let's just fix this. Edit, let's just click here, select, and now we will select our true game mode here. Now if I press play, after 2 seconds, I should read you won the game and also the name of the game mode, which we can see in the output log. Let's just go to the end. Here we can see the name of the game mode and the text you won the game. Perfect. Now we know that this works. For now, I'll just delete it because I don't want to win just by waiting 2 seconds, right? That doesn't seem like a good idea. Okay, so I'll close this. And now I know that the win game condition, or well, the win game custom event works. To win the game, I actually want that type of chest, or not even a chest, just an object that I can get near to it and press a button and get it. And when I do that, I can win the game. So first I need my reward. Again, I'll add the filter. Skeletal mesh. And let's say that the reward is a baguette. That's the reward. Okay, so I will use this reward. I need to create a blueprint that will hold the... Let me just remove the filter. Go back to my folder. A blueprint that will hold all the logic behind the way of winning after getting near the reward and pressing a button. So for now, let's just create a new folder. I can call it game elements. Inside it, I will create a blueprint. It's an actor because it will be a blueprint that I will put inside my level. And it will be called blueprint reward. Here, just in case, I'll go to class settings, description, and type whenever you pick up this reward, the level ends. In parentheses, you win. I'm adding this just in case our good buddy Mao or our good buddy Guille doesn't know what does this reward does. Now you can hover on top of it and you know exactly what this blueprint does. So I'll just add the baguette. Let's search for it. And now in the blueprint, I'll call the content drawer with control space and I can just drag and drop it. Here's the reward. It's a baguette. So let's compile. Let's go to the untitled. We can go to our game elements and just drag and drop our reward. And there we have it. Our blueprint that is the reward. And just so this is not clipping, because I don't really like it, let's go to the reward and just move it a little bit to the top. Let's save and compile, and now our baguette should be just like this. If I want the baguette to rotate, we can add some rotation component, rotating movement. Click on it. It already has a rotation rate. Let's save, compile. And if we press, let's just simulate, so I don't need to get near it to see it. Well, this X5 is killing me. And that's so much. Let's just leave it like that. So there we have our baguette, our rotating baguette that will be our reward. So that's pretty great, but now we need to add some interaction, some blueprint communications, because between blueprints, there will be some communication in order for me to tell our reward that I'm picking it up. Right, so the way I'm gonna do this is I need to know if I'm inside the range of the reward. So let's click on the default scene root, add, and let's just bring an sphere collision. This sphere collision, let me just put it here and then increase the radius. Something like this. Yeah, that's pretty much it. 120. Let's check the collisions just so I know that it's gonna work with my pawn, which will be my character. So here, instead of overlap all dynamic, I just need to overlap only pawn. Let's compile. Well, save and compile. I will close this baguette and let's go back to the map. Now, I need to show a message, right? Whenever I'm near it to show the reward. So here in the reward, default scene root, add a text. And this will be a quick way of doing it, right? I'm gonna put it here. The text will be press F to get reward. And I want it to be in the center. And I always want to face my character. Otherwise, you'll have something like this, where I'm gonna place on selected viewport. Now it's saying press F to get reward like this, right? It looks funny, but that's not what I want to do. Here in the event graph, on the tick, I'm gonna drag and drop from the text renderer, just like this. And here I'm gonna set the world rotation. Now to get the rotation that I need, I want the text to face my camera, my player. So here I can drag from this pin, the rotation pin, look, find look at rotation. The start will be my player, and the target, or no, the start should be this blueprint, right? Yeah, so I'll get the text renderer, and I'll get its world location. Get world location of this component. Just like this. And the target should be my character. So I know that I can get the character very easily if I just do this, get player character, just like that, and from here get actor location, something like this. If I'll save and compile, I'll press play, and you will see that now it's looking towards me. And I don't know why I can't move. Oh, maybe because in my game mode, first person character seems like everything's good. Let's open our our character, which I should probably create another one so this works correctly. Enhanced input. Okay. It seems that my game mode, my last game mode, is using this controller, and inside the controller is this important piece of functionality that adds the mapping, right? So let's just not get um, too uh, too far ahead right now, because I already know that this is working, because the text is like this. When I connect this, now it's looking towards the camera, right? But this shouldn't always be the case, because this text renderer should be invisible. So let's click here. Let's go to the visible. Let's remove it. Press play. You won't see the text, and you shouldn't be able to see the text unless you're near it. So here, when you overlap this, then you should be able to see the text. And if I'm not able to see the text, I shouldn't need to add this code. So let's add a validation here. If text renderer, whoops, I just wanted to copy this. If it is visible, so get visible. If it's true, then I do want to run this code. If it isn't, then it doesn't matter. You won't be able to see it. Now, here in the viewport, whenever this collision component, this sphere collision, we can right click, add event on component begin overlap. Whenever you begin to overlap it, this text render will change its visibility. So set visibility to true. And whenever we finish overlapping it on component end overlap, it will be the same, but the new visibility will be false. So with this, I won't be able to see the text unless I'm near it. Yeah. Now with the reward working, I do want to have a character that can move around. So what I'm gonna do is copy and paste this blueprint first person character. First person, here we can just add a folder called characters. Let's just drag and drop it to the folder and copy here. This will be my blueprint ARPG first person character. There it is. This is the one that I want to use in my game mode. Whenever the game starts, I want to use this character. So in my game mode, I'll go to the class settings, to the class defaults, and here I will select the new ARPG first person character. Perfect. File, save, everything. Now, in the I can close this actually, the game mode. In the ARPG first person character, we already have this movement stuff, but if we press play, we won't be able to move around, right? So we need to add these inputs. I mean, the inputs are already added, the functionality behind the inputs, but not the mappings. What I mean by this is using the enhanced input system, and we have a video on it if you want to delve deeper. But for the inputs to work, you need the actions like jumping, looking, moving around, shooting, and this action needs to be in a input mapping context. For example, here in the default mapping context, here I'm adding the actions and mapping a key to those actions. Spacebar is jump, movement, WASD. So you can see what I mean by this. What I'm lacking in my ARPG first person character is adding the mappings. So again, we can go to the first person folder, blueprints, first person player controller, and just copy and paste this part. Let's go to our character and let's just have it here. Now, I'm just putting it here because I'm doing it very quickly. If I need a controller class, like in this case, I will create one. But I won't create a controller class just for this part of the code. But if we manage to need it, for sure I will create one. But in our case, for now, we don't. So I'll just be closing everything, even the blueprint first person character, because I only need my blueprint ARPG first person. Let's save, compile. Now that the mapping has been assigned, we can play the game. And now we should be able to move around, and we are not able to move around. What's happening now? Okay, so this is the ARPG. Oh, and here, because I'm doing it inside the character class and not inside the controller class, I here need to get the controller. And from the controller, I need to cast it to a player controller. And from the player controller, I can get finally the enhanced input player subsystem. And now with control, I'm going to move the pins here. Remove this. And the player controller is a controller that is used by player, not by AI. So that's why you will have the enhanced input local player subsystem there, because the AI really don't need this. Right, so let's press play. And now I should be able to move around. And when I get near this baguette, press F to get the reward. Just like that. And I think it's too small of a radius, so let's increase it a little bit, maybe 250. Now we're cooking. Excellent. So now I need to add some interaction, right? Because, well, I'm inside the radius of interaction, but I can't do much with it. So what I'm gonna do is go to my player, and here I need to add first an interaction key. So here in the IMC default, the mappings, I need something that will serve as an interaction key. So here I can either create it, or let's just do it the appropriate way. Let's go here to my ARPG FPS characters, and now let's just create a new folder called input. Inside an input, let me create a mapping, and it should be an input mapping context input mapping context, interaction. Here I will create a new mapping. I need an action, so let's create one. I can't create one, or does it creates automatically? Or it seems like it's not letting me create. Oh, it did create. Excuse me. And instead of none, I'll just click here, input action. Let's go to my ARPG, which I could. Let me just change the color so I can find it more easily. Okay. Again, input action, ARPG, input. My input action will be called input action. I could call it get reward, pick up reward, or I could just call it interaction. With gameplay elements, or yes, interaction. It should be fine. This interaction will be with the letter F, and let's just leave it like this. Again, if you want to learn more about the enhanced input system, we have a video that where I do a deep dive on the subject. So let's save. Yeah, that's pretty much it. So the same way that we added a mapping context, we can add one on top of it. So let me just copy this. And in the reward, we already had here in the sphere, if I right click, add event, existing events, we can search the begin overlap. So if the other actor is a pawn, which, I mean, it will be a little bit of a redundancy, because right now my sphere only collides with pawns. But if I want to just double check it, other actor cast 2. Let's not use a pawn because I know it's a pawn. Let's just choose a character, because a character is a type of pawn, but not every pawn is a character. I'm double clicking my wires so I can rearrange them like this. And if it is a character, I want that character to receive this, this enhanced input action mapping, this mapping context. So from the character, I'll get the controller. From the controller, I'll get the player controller. I mean, I'm casting that controller to a player controller, and because it's a character, probably I'll know that probably has a controller. And if it's a player, it for sure will have a player controller. And here, instead of adding the mapping context, default, I'll add the interaction. The weapons one gets added with the first person folder, so let's not worry too much about it. Right, so here I have the mapping context. And now, if I end the overlap, I need to do something very similar. Other actor, if the other actor is a character, then we check if it's a player. If it's a player, we get the enhanced input, and instead of adding a mapping, we will remove a mapping context. And the one that we will remove is the interaction one. Now, this type of logic will work, and it's the type of logic that you will see in a quick tutorial. But if you have more than one interaction, then you will be removing your interaction key, even though you can still interact with other objects, right? So I'm just putting this here because this is probably what you are used to seeing, but I want to transform it to something that can be used in a real game. So what would be the best approach to do it? Well, inside my character, this is the character that will keep track of the objects that we can interact with, right? So I will create a new function. Well, a new event in my case. Custom event add interactable object in range. Here, this custom event, what it will do is add in a list all the interactable objects that are in the same range. Right. For sure, we will only be able to interact with one of them, with the first one that we collide with. But in the case where we remove some of them, then we can still interact with more than one object. Okay, so we will have the add, and we will also, oops, I pressed F1, it was F2, remove interactable object. Let's save and compile. Our reward no longer needs to worry about this stuff. I mean, let me just rewind. No, yeah, it's good. Let's redo this thing. No longer needs to worry. It just needs to tell our character cast2, and I can no longer use the character. I need to use this specific one, the ARPG first person character. So here, I just need to add an interactable object in range. And from here, I need to remove one. Interactable object. Now I need to specify which interactable object I need to remove or to add. So let's save and compile. And in my blueprint, let me close this interaction and this one. In my blueprint, here I need to add an input. The interruptible object is just an actor, could be any actor. Object reference, and here I will add this same one, actor. This will be object to remove, and this will be object to add. Let's compile, save and compile. In rewards, now I have the object to add. The object to add is the same object, which is this reward. So you can type this, or you can type self. It's the same thing. So now I don't need to worry too much about pressing F here, adding the ability to press F or not, right? And here I just need to create a list of objects. This is in my character. I need to create a list of objects that I can interact with. So I need a new variable. I will call it objects to interact with. This will be an actor. And it will not only be an actor, right? Let me just compile. Oh, I'm kind of losing my voice because I'm a little bit sick, but let's see what happens. So instead of it being just an actor, here in variable type details, I will set it as an array because I need a list. So I'm just getting it. And when I'm adding an object, let's just add. and I only want to add an object once. So I'm just going to do add unique, just in case we trigger the add interactable object with the same object more than once, which we shouldn't, but just in case, I'm gonna use the add unique one. And in removing, again, gonna get it, going to remove item, and I'm going to send the object to remove, just like this. So this can give me a way of just adding objects in a unique way and removing them very easily. And after adding an object, I will see what's the size of this array, of this list of actors. So I'm just copying and pasting with Ctrl C and Ctrl V. I'm just gonna ask for the length. The length is the number of items there are inside this array. So if there is more than 0, I'm gonna use a branch node or an if node. If there are more than 0, then I'm going to add and let me just copy and paste this part. I'm going to add the new mapping context, the interaction one. And when I remove an item and the length is 0, then it means that I don't have any object to interact with. So whenever it's 0, then I will remove the mapping context. Just like this. Interaction. Let me just dock to the sidebar so you can see all the nodes. And they're pretty similar, but this type of logic will be a lot easier to build on top of, because now I have this reward, which is an interactable type of object, at least for my purposes, and I could add more, and the objects just need to call this part, and oh, I'm adding it as an interactable object. And whenever I press the interaction, which now that I notice I have forgot to add that part, let's add it very quickly. Right click. It was an input action interaction. And I'm gonna get the first object to interact with. Get. Well, let's just check. Let's check that it's not empty. So we can type empty. Is empty, is not empty. So if it is not empty, then I can get the first element, the element 0. And from here, I can call an interaction, which in the case of the reward should be, I haven't created one, but it should be some kind of action. And because I will never know which kind of interaction I will be dealing with, it's a good idea to create an interface. And this is where things gets a little bit not weird, but more structured. Let's call it like this. Let me create a folder, interfaces. Right click on it, blueprint here, and here, where was it actually? Blueprint class, function, blueprint interface. Blueprint interface, This is the interaction interface. Inside of it will be interact with object. Let's save, compile. And this is pretty much it. Let's just close it. And now in our character, with this object to interact with, I just want to send the message that I'm going to interact with this object. So here, interact with object, and we will send that message. Now, the object needs to understand the message. So we need to go back to the object. Let me save and compile here. Reward. And in order for my reward to understand the message, here in class settings, I need to implement that interface. So here, implemented interface, add, and let's search for my blueprint interaction, BPI interaction. Now that we have implemented it, we will see it here, and we will also see this new category, interfaces. Interact with object, we can right click on it, implement event. And now, every time we interact with this object, I'm just getting the reward, which I didn't create yet. Probably I should have created it something like this. Get reward, and the get reward is just getting the game mode. This is code that you will probably already recognize. We will cast to my game mode. We will win the game. Just like this. And after this, we can destroy this object. Destroy actor, self. Win the game. Just like this. So whenever we interact with this object, which means that our character is using the trigger input action, is triggering this input action, we have an object, that object gets interacted with, and if it happens to be a reward, then we win the game. We just need to call get reward. And this makes it so easy to interact with any type of object, because the object only needs to go to class settings, implement the interaction interface, and then we can put whatever we want here. Well, whenever we add more objects to interact with, you will see the benefits. So let's just test it. Let's go. Press play. We will get near it. We should be able to press F now. We press F, you won the game, and the reward gets destroyed. So we actually won the game. That's exactly how you can tell our player that, hey, you won the game. We can later maybe change it for a nice and clean UI, saying that, oh, you managed to get the reward and you won the game. But for now, it is working, and that's all that we needed, really. We can get to polishing a little bit later. And yeah, we have just created a full-fledged interaction system, actually, if you just think about it. Anything that you will want to do, you can do it now. And if, for example, you were interacting with a fountain of life, and you will need to get or to know who sent the interaction signal, that we probably will create later on, but if you just wanted to add more stuff now, you can do it. You just need to modify this interact with object interface function. Just double click on it. Here, interact with object. You can add some inputs and outputs. So yeah, as an input, you can add the player that send the interaction, so you know who to send the health to or the money to. So hopefully this gives you a little bit of ideas on how to extend this type of system. But with this done, we can finally proceed to the combat. So I'm just gonna close everything and remove this, just in case I need to open this project again. I don't need to find where I left it. So yeah, before continuing, I wanted to clear some doubts, especially when working with blueprints and communicating between these blueprints. Let me open my folder where I have the game elements, the reward, and also the character. And you can notice this is a new day because it takes a little bit longer to open the stuff. So that's why I'll pause the video and I will open this reward and I'll open the character we have worked on. Okay, perfect. This is the character we have worked on. I have already opened it here. And you will see that I used two types of blueprint communication. One is through interfaces, and the other one here is through a cast. So here I'm getting the class that I need, and I'm telling it, oh, treat it as this class. And if it's true, if the cast is successful, it means that it was that class, right? So we can access whatever it's inside the class. Now, I do the same here for the character. So I'm just asking, oh, this actor, is it the character I'm looking for? And if it is, through this cast, I can add this interactable object. Now, you could, here, instead of using interfaces, do some casting. We could just cast this to the reward. Cast to reward. And from here, we could call the same functionality, which is get reward, I believe. Get reward. Something like this. And it would have been fine. But the thing is that whenever I need to interact with another object, I would need to cast it to that object and then get the functionality that I need. So if I had 3 or maybe 5 types of interactable object, then I will need 5 casts. So an interface just gets rid of that problem, of that issue. Not only that, is that in optimization, from an optimization angle, here to load this class into the game, you need to load everything that depends on this class, or everything that this class depends of, excuse me. So for example, if I wanted to load this class, first I need to load this skeletal mesh. And first I would need to load, well, the textures. So first I will need all the textures, then those get loaded, then the skeletal mesh, those get loaded, and finally I can load this class. So for me to use this class, I can see the dependencies. If I go to, was it asset? And I can't find it right away because I'm so used to doing the shortcut. I think it's here in asset. Reference viewer. This is the shortcut that I use. Here at the middle, we have the class. At the left side, we have everything that needs, or everything that relies on this class being loaded in order for it to work. And in the other side, this is all the classes that I need to load in order for, for me to use this class. So to use it, I need to load the animation blueprint, the skeletal mesh, these inputs, and the weapon component, blueprint interactions, etc. Everything that it's inside this, right? And in my reward, you will see that I need to load this class. Now, why do I need to load this class? Because inside the reward, I'm using a cast. So for this class overall to be able to load, I need to first load the first person character, my ARPG first person character, because there will be code that makes a reference to it. So doing a cast makes it so you need to load the other class. The other class becomes a dependency. So if I used a class here, let me just Control C or Control, I don't remember. Where did I put this? Okay, I can do it again. I can just cast to the reward. And as soon as I add a cast here and save and compile and open again with Alt-Shift-R, you will see that inside the dependencies of my first person character, now it has been added the reward. And this is what is called a circular dependency. Because in order for this class to be loaded, I need to load this class, the reward. But in order for the reward to get loaded, I need to load the ARPG first person character. I mean, the engine won't crash. The engine knows how to handle these dependencies. But for optimizing, you will have two tightly knit classes. So this means that even if in my level I do not have a reward, the reward is still being loaded into memory because my character, which probably I will use for all my game, it will use the same class of the character. So, I mean, it's okay. But every time I use this character, well, the reward will be loaded. And right now my reward is super lightweight, but this reward could make references to a heavier asset. So I would be loading stuff that I don't need, actually. So in this case, that's why using an interface in my character, which will always be loaded, because my game mode always load this character, is a better option of between just using a cast and be done with it. That's why I immediately am using interfaces instead of casting inside my character. And in the reward, I really don't care if I cast or not. Why? Because let's open the reference viewer with Alt-Shift-R. Because this reward, oh, and I haven't saved and compiled to get rid of that circular dependency. Okay, now I need to save and compile this. Or is there another cast somewhere here? Well, we already solved this issue. But for the reward, I really don't care if this cast loads my first person character because, as I told you before, this first person character will always get loaded because my game mode uses this character. So it's fine to use casts. It's not that you always need to avoid casting. Casting is okay. When you're casting the game mode, I mean, the game mode will always be loaded, right? If it's the same, well, you need to be very careful if you have more than one game mode, but usually it's the same. So it's okay if you cast the, I believe we did it here in the reward. If we do something like this, get game mode and cast it to our game mode, it's okay. The game mode is already loaded. No worries. And here, the 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 casting also is okay if you are casting to a class that will always be loaded, like the game mode. Or if you're casting to another type of character that will be always be using on all your levels, then it's fine, right? That's why I'm casting here is okay, and casting here is okay. And that will get rid of a lot of issues that you may have later on having this type of mentality whenever you're developing new mechanics or new game elements. Yeah, otherwise you probably, so it may have happened to you already that you load your start screen, your main menu, and a lot of stuff gets loaded, and it's because of dependencies like that. Yeah, so let me close everything. I just wanted to give that explanation because it's not something that you get to match off whenever you are following a YouTube tutorial, but it's important for you to know. Now let's enter to the combat part of our game, right? So we already have a player. Let's press play, and it will take a little bit because it's the first play of the day, at least for me. So now we have this character. This character can jump. It has some arms, right? So what I want is to have a button that can make our arms show up like in a pose, a fighting pose, right? So we should have a resting pose like right now where I don't see my hands, and also a fighting pose where I should be able to see my hand, one holding a sword and the other holding a spell or something like that. So let me just press escape. So first, let's go back to our ARPG first person character. And we will have different states for my character. So whenever we are just idle, this is fine. But I want to know if I'm in combat or I'm in a combat stance. So if I only have one state, like you're either in combat or you're not, then I can just create a new boolean and call it is in combat. Just like this. For now, I'm going to ignore this has rifle. I don't even know if I'm using it anymore. Yeah, I'm not using it. I will just delete it. Okay, so we have this is in combat. Perfect. Now, by default, should be false. That's okay. And I need a button to enter combat, right? So what I'm gonna do is create an input action and create, I can use even my mapping. I have this input mapping context interaction, and I was using my first person input mapping default. So what I'm gonna do, I could just leave it here, but I'm just going to copy and paste it to my main folder. Copy here, and this will be my default. Could be even ARPG default. And now I just need to remember that here I need to change the input mapping context to the new one. Okay, this is my ARPG first person character class. It's so later on I can delete the first person folder here. Okay, so inside this input mapping context, I will add a new mapping and I will add a new input action. Input here, it will be called input action toggle combat. So this will be a dedicated button just to enter combat or not. Now, just for an easier user experience, whenever we press attack, we will enter combat immediately. But it's also, in this type of games, it's good to have a button to lower your weapons, right? Okay, especially if it's an RPG, like you can sell the idea that, oh, if you are talking with your weapons out, it's a hostile conversation. But if you are talking with your weapons down, then it's a normal conversation. Okay, so my input action will be, could be tab. Yeah, tab is fine. Let's save it. And now let's add the input inside my character. So inside my character, I will just add the input action, excuse me, not a custom event, input action, toggle combat. And when it's triggered, I just need to change the value of the combat. So I'm just dragging and dropping with control to get and with alt being hold to set. So I want this value to be the other one. So we just negate the value. If this is false, we negate it, it becomes true. So now I'm in combat. And if we are in combat, gets negated, and now it becomes false and I'm out of combat. Just like that. So let's compile. And for now, you will see that everything looks exactly the same. Like I press tab, nothing happens. It's fine. Because if I just print the string, I know that my value is changing. Now I'm in combat, I'm out of combat, in combat. And you can see if I hold the value, it's changing immediately. And I only want to press the button to toggle it. I don't want it to get activated a lot of times. And the same way for the interaction. I only want to interact once with the object. So I'm gonna go inside the toggle combat and I'm going to add a trigger. And this trigger is just not by default is hold. So whenever you hold the key, this gets triggered. But I just want to press it. So this gets, once I press it, gets triggered once. And I'm gonna do the same for the interaction before I forget, because it seems I already forgot to add it. So triggers, pressed. Let's save it. And now let's press play. Now, whenever I hold my tab, it only triggers once. Now this is a toggle. Now that I think it more about it, this interaction, yeah, let's just leave it like this. Maybe we later on can add a hold type of interaction. But for now, I'm not thinking too much about this. So let's just leave it like this, like with a trigger modifier of press. And just to have a little bit more order, let's create a new folder here. Let's call it actions. And let's put our actions inside of here. Move here. I don't want to copy those. And whenever you're moving stuff that are referenced somewhere, it's a good idea to go to the folder, which is the input, right click on, let's just fix up the redirectors. I always do this whenever I'm moving stuff from one place to another, just to keep our project clean. Let's save everything. And now, let me just delete this. Now we have a combat state, but I want to reflect it with an animation. So that's what we're going to do next. So let's add some animations. You'll see in our first person folder, animations, just don't open this one, this walk forward for some reason crashes my engine. I already have some animations for my hands, but you will see that the most important ones are using a rifle. And this is an ARPG that will be using a sword and maybe a spell. So this doesn't really help me. I will need to create some animations for this. And it means that this animation blueprint also doesn't really help me. So let's just click on the first person mesh so we can see the animation blueprint. This is the animation blueprint that we are going to change. So let's create one. I would copy and paste this, but in the future, Unreal may change it, so it will make this tutorial a little bit outdated if they change this. And then I would need to answer a lot of questions about it. So let's just not worry too much about it. So let's go to the characters. Let's create a folder for my main character. Let's just move this here. I have moved something, so again, I'll fix up. Oh, what did I do? No. Let's just right click and fix up the redirectors. Let's not click on migrate. And here I will right click animation blueprint. I will select the arms. This is the mannequin. Create. Or even better. No, this is fine. This is fine. Let's continue like this. Animation blueprint. And let's call it the same. ARPG. I'm always thinking of other ways to do the same thing, even though I have practiced like doing it another way. Well, a certain way that it will work, but I at the same time, it's like, oh, maybe I could do this in a different way. So that's why I'm sometimes I'm second guessing myself, but let's just stick to the script. So let's create this animation blueprint for the hands, and let's use it. Now you will see that for some reason this is looking okay. For now, let's just leave it like this. Let's add an animation. Let's open this. Here we have the animation graph, and this is the event graph. I want to know if my character will be in combat or not. But for now, in my animation graph, I just want to play the ideal animation, which is this one. Just like this. Yeah, so that's why my character was rotated this way, it seems. It was the animation that rotated. Okay, so I have my idle animation. Right. So I need a combat animation. And I need to create it. Now, inside Unreal, there is a way to animate and create animations. And that's what we're going to learn right now. First, let's open a map, a basic one, a new level, because this one sometimes takes a little bit of time to load. Okay, so this is fine. Now, let's, here in characters, main character, I will create a new sequence, add level sequence. Let's go to character. This level sequence will be main, let's call it sequence or level sequence. Main character animations. Let's save. Okay, so now we have a sequence. What I'm gonna do here is add a track, and let's call it a shot track. This shot track, let me add shots, which are actually sequences. So I will insert a shot here, and I will put it here. This will be my shot, and I will put as template for animation, maybe anim template. Yeah, let's call it like this. Save. Inside this shot, I can double click and I will enter that sequence. You will see that here is my main character animes, and here I have my anim template. And I'm calling it like this because I'm going to later on copy and paste this template to create animations. Okay, so remember that we added our mannequins. Did we? Oh, here it is. Control rig, characters, mannequin. Let's go to rigs and let's search for the mannequin body. This one. This is the one that I'm going to use to create animations. So remember, right now we are inside the level sequence main character animes and inside the anim template, and I'm going to drag and drop it to my level. It will take a little bit to load, but now inside my sequence anim template, I have this mannequin, and I'm gonna select it, gonna press F so I can focus it, and now if I hold Alt and left click, I can rotate around it very easily. Now, if I leave this sequence, and I can leave it just by closing this, you will find this mannequin in my level, and that's not exactly what I want. Let me open my sequence again. Let me go to characters, main character. Here are my animations, and I could create probably a better folder for that. I double click the sequence anim template. I should be able to have, if I click on the mannequin body in control rig, again, this rig stuff, these controls that I can modify the body. Okay, so here in the control rig mannequin body, in the largest one, I'm gonna right click and I'm gonna make it so it's a spawnable. Making it a spawnable means that if I leave this sequence, and let me just save the sequence, if I leave it, it's not there. It will only appear when I enter the sequence. And this is the level sequence. I can open the level sequence, and when I'm playing this anim template, you will see that you will find very easy. So this animation template is going to be used just for the purpose of copying it and pasting it, and then we can create our own animation. That's the purpose of it. So I'm just going to reduce the animation time to 30 seconds. Well, 30 frames. Right now we're animated at 30 frames per second. You can change it here if you don't like that frame rate, but it's very common to animate on this. Maybe if on 24 also works. Okay, so I will save everything. And you will see that this is playing more than it should be. So let's go back to the anim. And it's because this shot has been increased. So I really don't need it. I don't even need the shot, actually. Okay, so let's create our first animation. Let's go and yeah, let me pause the video so I can keep a better track of the parts I'm recording. Okay, so let's create our first animation. As I told you before, I'm gonna be using this template, so let me create a folder for the animations, and from this anim template, I'm gonna drag and drop it here and copy it. This will be my combat idol, so let's just call it sequence main character combat idol. Just like this. And now, let's go back to my sequencer. This is the level sequence main character animes. Let's add the shot. Let's add the main character combat idol. I will put it at the start. Okay, so let's double click on it and let's click on this CR mannequin button. These are the control rig controls that the asset that we imported, which is the normal mannequin, is using. So for now, I will create poses for the animations, and later on we can try to animate them. And probably, more than likely, I will animate one, and then I will tell you this is how you can animate it, and then I will animate them outside the video. Otherwise, it will be an animation video, and that's not what we're doing. I'm just want to give you the tools to create animations inside Unreal. Okay, so we don't really need to bother about the the body. Let me put Control C. And because we're going to move a lot of stuff here, let me just remove the snapping for the translation and the snapping for the rotation. I only want to animate the arms. Okay, so let's go to the first frame. And there are two ways of animating. One is through FK, which is forward kinematics. This means that here I can get the shoulder. I can press E to activate the rotation widget and start moving stuff around. And usually you will want to use the local space, not the world space. So I will click on the world, and now you will see that the gizmo changes to the rotation of my arm. So this is a way of animating. But probably if you're holding stuff and you want your hand to be in a specific position, like you want to control stuff by moving and not exactly have this type of constraints, like the shoulder constraints, you will want to use the inverse kinematics, the IK. So let's go to here, Anime Outliner, and let's search for the where is it? Oh, and I want to reset this movement. Let me just Control C everything. There it is. There it is. Okay. Here in the Anime Outliner, can I search? I'll search. Should be FK IK switch. Oh, here it is. Arm left FK IK switch. If you want to use it, just click here. And you will see that in the left, it changed for this square, and now wherever I move my hand, the other parts of the body will try to accommodate for it. Perfect. So that's good. And I want it for the arms, and I want it for the this one, the right arm. There you go. Now we're animating with IK, the inverse kinematics. Right. So now let's save the sequence. And let's start animating. So let's create a basic pose. We want our player to hold the sword with the right arm. So let's select this box. Let's, yeah, when you're using IK, you want to use the world coordinates, so this is fine. I will try to position it somewhere like this. And here I want to rotate my hand so it's not looking weird. So yeah, probably like this. Now, if I were to put myself as the camera, you will probably need to make this a little bit higher. Something like this, maybe. Or you will see that sword, maybe like this. Okay? So whenever I have the position that I want to use, I need to create a key, a starting key that will hold this information. So right now I have the hand RIK control. So just by clicking here, I will add a new key. I can also press the enter key. So if I press enter, you will see that now there's a key here. There's a little dot there. Then I don't. Can you see the dot? If I move it around, there's the dot. I'm gonna press Ctrl S so it returns to the start position. Right. So you can do this type of keying, which is actually the normal way of doing it, because it could get you into a little bit of trouble the other way. The other way is clicking on here, create a key when channels or property changes. So if I click on this and I, for example, I go 10 frames in the future and I move this, now I don't needed to create a key. It created automatically. And you will see that now I have animation, right? So you can use whatever you want. You can create a new key, or you can just click on here. The benefit of not using the auto key is that you can test positions. And if you didn't like it, you just need to change your frame and then everything goes back to normal. But if you really did like the position, well, just press enter and now you have the key and now you have the animation again. Those are a little bit of sequencer tips. And if you have been animating before, then for sure this is very similar to how other animation software works. Now, so this is working correctly. I want to close the hands, so I'm going to click on this control. And I'm going to change the widget to rotation. By clicking here or by clicking E, both is okay. So I'm going to rotate it like this. And press enter. I'm still in the frame 0, so I'll press enter. And now I should have the key. So if I change the frame, then everything stays as normal. I will do the same for the other controls, the other fingers. Doesn't need to be perfect. Remember, I'm pressing enter there. Pressing enter again. And this is the last one. And I'm pressing enter again. So now I have something like it's holding something. That's good enough. I need to change the thumb. So the thumb is a little bit special, doesn't have that control because it can move in more than one rotation. But what I want to do is rotate it like this, rotate it like this, and give it a little bit of rotation here. Now it's looking like it's holding something. So with this selected, enter, with this selected, enter again, and with this control selected, enter again. So we have the first position. Now if we move this around, it won't change. Now again, I will put myself in the position of the head, or I mean, I don't know exactly if this is the head or not, but for now, I'm just gonna guess that this is the head. And just so I don't need to position myself again here, I'm gonna create a bookmark. So here, I'm going to search bookmark and set bookmark, and this will be the bookmark 1. Could be 2 because already exists the bookmark 1 already exists, but I'll just overwrite it. So with Control 1, or by doing that, you can set bookmarks. And if you want to jump to the bookmark, you can just press 1 or the number you used. Yeah, pretty good, right? So this seems like a good enough pose. Maybe I can make the fingers curl a little bit more. Yeah, that looks good. And here we'll search that control. Curl, middle curl. Yeah, let's curl it a little bit more. Enter, ring curl. Enter again. And the pink curl. Let me just get a little bit more close. There we go. And enter again. Okay, perfect. Now we have this hand. Let's get the other one. The other one, again, I'm only doing poses right now. We can later on animate a little idle, but for now, that's not what I need. I'm going to return to this and to this view. So again, this will be the hand that will be able to do spells. So something like this. Let's press enter to key it, and let me fix a little bit of the elbows. With this, we can change the elbow rotation, and usually something like this will be better. And I need to key it. I can't forget to key it. And the same here. A little bit more natural. That I know you won't be able to see it, but I will know that my elbows are wrong if I just leave it like this. And maybe this I can get it a little bit more upwards. Something like that. And let's press enter. Now I have a position, excuse me, a pose that I can use as an animation. And I want to use it as an animation. This animation is lasting 30 seconds. I think it's more than enough. Excuse me, it's lasting 1 second because 30 frames per second, and here there are 30 frames, is 1 second. 1 second of an idle animation is good enough. So let's make it an animation. Let's go back here in the sequencer. Let's select our mannequin body and let's click on it, right click on it, excuse me, and let's go and create a linked animation sequence. Let's select our folder, characters, main character, animations, and this will be an animation sequence or just animation. This is my character, main character, idle. Just like this, I will export the animation. I can leave everything here the same. And now there's an animation sequence asset created. Let's open the main character idle, and now you can see the sequence. Now you will tell me, oh, this is using all the body, and we don't need all the body. Okay, so if here we can change it to preview mesh, you will be able to change it to maybe, oh, you want to use the female version, you can use the queen version, right? But because, and let me save this, because my character, my arms, let's search for them. First person arms, character, mesh, arms, let's double click on it. Because my arms has the same skeleton, and we can check the skeleton here, it has bones that are not being used, like for example the calves or the the actual the actual how do you say it, the actual body. I can use this mesh with the other animation without retargeting anything because the bone structure is exactly the same. And this is only because it's exactly the same. Otherwise, we would need to retarget everything to these new arms. Right. So what I'm gonna do is here in the mannequin arms, let's just right click, let's skeleton, assign skeleton. And we will choose the mannequin one. This one, mannequin. You will see that the bones are exactly the same. They have the same name, the same position, rotation, and everything. So I'll just click accept. I will save. And now, if I go to my animation, this is the main character idle, I can now change the preview mesh with only the arms. And you will see that it is the same. Now this means that in my animation blueprint, let's go to my animation blueprint and let's not forget to save our animations here, the sequence that has our animation, the S main character combat idle. Let's go to main character, let's open the animation blueprint, and instead of the idle, just to test for now, I will use the animation that I have, and it seems that there will be a lot of changes that I need to do. Like for example, maybe creating this again. Apply to asset. Yeah, I still don't have my other animations. Let me see if I can force it just by... Yeah, skeletons are not compatible. Okay, so I created this animation blueprint with the other skeleton. So that won't work. Let's create another one. Or can I change the skeleton? Assign a skeleton. Yeah, this is the mannequin, not the mannequin arms. Accept. Okay, now I have my animations. Go to the anim graph and let's compile. Okay, it seems like it worked. Let's go to my ARPG and I'm gonna get rid of this this rotation that I have, or maybe I will need to rotate my character now that I think about it. So let's just rotate it 90 degrees. And for this one, I do need my grid back. So let's just my snapping back, excuse me. Let's compile and let's test it. I will exit the sequence. So now I don't have anything on my level and I will press play. So I'm not seeing anything. Let me press Shift F1 and see and detach it. So I have my animations here. Okay, so I need to make them a little bit more visible. So let me just put this here. And maybe in 0, 0 could be fine. Let's play. And now I have them. I mean, they're a little bit too in my face. So let me just move them a little bit forward. 20. 20 sounds like a good number. I'll add my snapping again. Yeah, so this doesn't work for me. It was too much. So maybe 15. And you need to check. Still 10. I think 10 will be good. 10 is perfect. So now I have my character and yeah, I can see exactly how my animation is working. Okay, so I want to link the animation to the combat, but before doing that, I want to fix a little bit of the animations. This hand is a little bit too in the air, and this one also, so I need to position them a little bit to the side. So how can I change them? Well, it's very easy. Let's enter the level sequence. Let's enter my combat animation. Here I will go back to my position, and well, let's click on the control rig. I will position this a little bit. I need to remove my snapping again. A little bit down. A little bit to the side. Let's key it. Enter. And this one, a little bit here. And enter. Now, remember that when we created the animation, we right click on here and created a linked animation sequence? Well, it is still linked. So whenever I save it, my animation also gets saved. So if I get out of this sequencer and play, you will see that the animation changed immediately. So this hand, I will move it a little bit to the right, and that will be the last animation change that I will do. Let's open it again. Let's click on the controls. Let's go back to my bookmark, and this I will move it to the side. Enter to key it, and let's press S to save. So I don't want to save the level, so let's not press S. Let's just click on here to save the sequence. And saving that sequence also save my linked animation. Now it's looking good. So with that animation, I can now reflect the combat state. Let's go back, and I don't want to use this idle because this idle was rotated. I want to use this one, the idle, which should be the same. Oh, but it's also rotated. Oh, it's rotated in the same direction of my idle. That's perfect. Okay, so I want to change between these two poses. When it is in idle, and the other one when I'm not. So the way I'm going to do this, let's just do it quickly, and then we can go into locomotion, different locomotion states with state machines. But if you have never touched an animation blueprint, I don't want to overwhelm you too fast. I'll overwhelm you eventually. So I need to change between these two. So the way we can do this is through a node called, was it switch? Blend poses. That's how it's called. Blend. And I will blend the poses by bool. The boolean that I will use is the combat one. So if we're in combat, we will use the main character. And if we're not, well, the main character idle, it should be combat idle actually. Yeah, it's okay. And if we're not, I'll just use the idle. Now, this will mean that I need to get the combat value. This is combat, is in combat value from somewhere, right? So I need to go to my event graph. And in the event graph, what I'm gonna do is create, oh, not this one, is create a new variable that will hold that information. First, I need access to the blueprint that is using this animation blueprint. I can get it through this node that is grayed out, the try get bound owner. And I wanted to get that value whenever this animation blueprint starts. So here in functions, I will override the begin play. Could be begin play, maybe it's probably better to use the initialize animation. Yeah, I don't remember if the normal animation blueprint here use the initialized or use the begin play. It's using the begin play. Let's use the begin play. I mean, if it's good enough for Epic Games, then it's good enough for me. So let's use the begin play. And let's use this try get bound owner. I'm just copying and pasting it. I will cast it to my character. And this I will promote as a variable. Let me just rename it like this. With this, I have a variable that has access to anything that my first person character has. In my case, I want the is in combat. So I'm gonna get it. Let's just check if this is valid. And I should check this also here. Because otherwise I will get some errors if for whatever reason this animation blueprint doesn't have a bound owner. Maybe it's being destroyed, and when something is getting destroyed, the variables, you really don't know if they're valid or not. So it's a good idea to have this checked. Right, so if this is valid, it's more, usually it's 99.9% that it will be valid. If it is, I want to get my first person character, which is the same as this one, but just casted. And I want to get is in combat. And now I want to change it and promote it to a variable. Now, these variables are not the same. Oh, come on, I just want to move this. Okay. These are not the same. this variable exists inside the first person character blueprint, and this one exists only inside the animation blueprint. Just take that into consideration. Now, this event blueprint update animation is almost like a tick event. It runs every time my animation blueprint wants to update the animation. It's not exactly every frame. Sometimes it is, but there are cases where it is. Okay, so now I have the value is in combat, so I can go back to the anim graph and connect it like this. Let's save and compile. And now we can test it here. In this tab, the anim preview, we have the edit preview or edit defaults. We don't need to edit the default. It's fine that is in combat is false. So let's just edit preview. If in edit preview, I change is in combat, you will see that it immediately changes to the other position. And you can change how fast it's the transition is here in the blend time. If you want it a little bit more slower, or well, excuse me, if you want slower, I think you need to put this 0.5. Yeah, I mean, it's a small animation, so you won't be able to see that clearly. But you can change the linearity here. Also, you can change the play rate of this. Play rate 0.5 should be a slower animation. Oh, I didn't compile. Excuse me. Yeah, it's a little bit slower. And let's just leave it at 1. And yeah, the player executes the animation inside of here, which actually my main character is just a pose, so you really won't be able to see anything. Okay, so this is fine. Let's just test it. You start. Oh, and I can see that in the idle. I didn't know that. And if I press my tab, now I can see what's happening. Okay, so we have an access none error. Set is in combat. And it seems that this update animation happened before I could get the actual value. So I will also need to put a little gate here. It's valid. And I wanted the other one like this. Perfect. Compile, save. Now we shouldn't be able to get the error. But this that's bugging a lot. So how can we fix it? I mean, we could create our own animation. Maybe just put it here at 5. Let's see if we can still see this. We can. If I put it at 0, did we still? Are we still seeing it? A little bit. But the combat now is very... Yeah, I mean, let's just put it at -5 and change the animation. I mean, it also depends. Yeah, -5, and I will bring my arms forward a lot. I think that's the way. I'm selecting my level sequence, open level sequence. Again, let's go to 1. And here, let's select this. I'm only going to bring them forward. Press enter to key, and here also forward. and enter. Let's save it. Let's go out of the animation sequence, and right now I'm in idle, tap, and now it's disabled. I mean, for sure, if I just oh, it doesn't look too weird actually. It's fine. It's actually pretty fine. It's good. I like it. Now we have connected our animations with our combat. And later on, you can add some idleness to it. I mean, you're free to do whatever you want. But I need to keep forward with the tutorial because we haven't really gotten exactly to the combat part. At least we have the combat state, but we still need to do a little bit more of implementation. We need to add combat animations. So let's just do it. And I don't know why I need to save everything here, so let's just save everything except the level. Now, this, where's my main character? Let's open my sequence again. And probably I could save this as an animation map, so I don't need to redo my bookmark. Yeah, let's save the map. Characters, main character, animations. No, main character. I'll just call it level or map, animation map, main character, animation map, something like that. So I don't need to recreate this map later on. Okay, so let's open the level sequence. I have my combat idle here. And in this case, I'm going to duplicate. Come on. Can I could? Okay, I cannot. So let's just leave it like that. It's gonna kill me a little bit, but let's just leave it like that. Let's go to animations. And here, in the main character combat idle, let's just duplicate this. Control D. This will be a sword attack. And I double click it and I open it, and I didn't want to open it. So let's go back to my level sequence main character. And I wanted to add a new shot here when this idle ended. No, here. Plus shot anim character combat idle. This one. Oh, no, not this one. Where is the sword attack? This one. Now I have it. Yeah, and something that you can add here is a camera track to put, and whenever you want to know what the camera is looking at, I mean, it's the same thing as adding a bookmark, but it can work in different levels. I'll just leave it like this. Now, just remember, get inside the correct sequence. So for this animation, I'm using as a starting point the idle animation. That's why I just duplicate this. So let me click on the control rig. Let me here select this. I mean, I just pressed enter just to have a starting point, and I need to animate an attack. So let's just put my final position of the attack. I want this attack to be half a second, and the final position of the attack will be here. Let's just move my camera a little bit. and I want my attack to go to this side and rotate a little bit, something like this. So here will be my final position of the attack. I'll press enter. Hopefully all the rotations were saved. And I need to go back to my other location. So what I can do is, yeah, we can copy and paste the location of this, I believe. But there are a lot of can I copy and paste this? Where is it? Yeah, no, I will not be able to copy and paste that. So yeah, I can redo the location. I forgot that first. Let's go to the end, to the 0029, and let's select this and press enter. That way, whenever I move something here, like this, and enter, I can return to there. Yeah, just like that. So yeah, my location was going to be something like this, I believe. Here. I'm gonna press 1 to go back to my camera. Yeah, that's good enough. And let me select the control, press enter. Now I should have this movement. If I press spacebar, you will see the animation. And you can make it loop, no looping, or loop. Yeah, that's a kind of shitty animation, right? By just having this, what I wanted to have is an end position and a return to the normal position. Here, I can add a little bit of motion, like let me add a little bit of wind up, and let me press enter. I'll press 1 to go back here, and now I have this. Now we can still tweak a little bit, either by moving this here, or by messing around with the curves. And this is an important part of animation. You can really change a lot by just keying the main poses. Like from here, I want this to be here, and then, and I should add a lot more of rotation actually. Something like that. Yeah, something like this. So this part, I can probably get a lot better. I can do a lot better with the curves. What I just wanted first is to get a good end position, because the trajectory that my sword will follow is here. And actually, I should really animate with a sword in hand, because right now I think my sword won't be hitting anything. Yeah, I think it won't hit anything. So let's add a sword. Let me just click here, and after adding the sword, I will talk about the curves. I won't forget, don't worry. But it seems I skip a step. Let's just select the body. So we are still in the sequence. Let's go back to my Infinity Blade weapons. Let's activate the filter. And I believe I was going to use, where is it? There was a hero blade somewhere. Yeah, this one. This one, was it? Yeah, that doesn't look too hero-y. One of these were this one. The SK Blade Hero 11. Perfect. This is the one that I want. So the 11, I'll just drag and drop it here. I will click here, and I need to add it to my sequence. So I'll just add track, actor to sequence, add the actor that currently I'm selecting. And again, I will make it unspawnable. So whenever this is not being used, also it disappears. Now this blade, I want to attach it to my character. So I need to add, I believe, a track, attach, and here these animes, combat idol, this sequence. Here it is, mannequin body, and I will select the hand. Now I should probably, and that's another thing I forgot to do, there is already a weapon R, and I don't know where that went. Okay, so it's here because this blade already has a location, a transform. So let me just reset the blade transformation. Come on, where's the blade? Details. Let's just put it back to 0. Now it's in the hand. And you will see that this hand is, this weapon socket is not really in the place where I need it to be. So it's a good idea for you to create your own socket. So let me just delete this attach. Delete. My weapon is there with the coordinate 0, 0, 0. That's perfect. Let's go to my mannequin, skeletal asset, mesh assets. Let's double click it. Let's go to the skeleton. Let's go to my right hand. And let's create a socket here. Right click it, add socket. This will be my hand R sword. And just so I don't forget, left also should have its own socket. Hand left, right click, add socket, and this will be the, come on, hand L. Could be sword, but the L one will be magic. The magic socket. If I needed a sword in the other one, you could create another socket and then you should be able to use it. So now we have sockets for our skeleton. And now, let me just go back to the first frame. Blade, let's add the attached track, this sequence, mannequin body, and let's search for the hand R sword. And you see that it's not fitting correctly, right? So let's just fix it. Again, I will select the body, double click it. Let's go back to the skeleton. Let's go back to the hand R sword. And this socket, I can move around. I can even right click on it, add a preview asset, and search my sword. My hero 11, I believe it was this one. And I can make it fit. Usually by making it fit here, it's very, very similar to where you want it to be. Something like this. Let's save it. And if we minimize this, you will see that my sword is now in the correct location. maybe it's too out. I need to make it fit a little bit better with the fingers. And you can just put it here and move it a little bit to this side. Come on. A little bit to that side. Something like that. And now it's fitting pretty good. Pretty good. A good fit. So let's save here the asset. The other socket, we will fix it whenever we need it. For now, this is okay. And now you will see how my attack actually looks like with a sword. So now you see that we really need to fix a lot of stuff. Let me open this back again. Let's go back to my first person look. And let's click on my control. Let's click on the last frame. Oh, no, the last frame is fine. It's returning to where it is. This one. This frame should be like in charge of doing the hit. Yeah, and actually I need to rotate my sword. One usually do not hold a sword like this. You want to you want to face the edge to the enemies, not to the sides. So again, I need to fix the rotation of my socket. This one. I add the snapping so it's easier. 90 degrees should do the trick. And I remove the snap. Save everything, and now I'm holding it. Kind of weird, actually. I need to rotate it a little bit. Come on. I'm sorry, I'm being so perfectionist with it, but it really grinds a little bit of my gears. Now it's good. Now it's good. Let's save. Close this. And now let's see how it's looking. Yeah. I mean, it's an attacker, right? But does it have range? I don't think it has. Yeah, it has no range, actually. Yeah, so that needs to change, because this sword needs to go all the way forward, something like this. And in order for this to happen, I need to go like this. Press enter to save it. Yeah, and maybe my hand should be a little bit forward also. Whoops. Like this. Like that. Yeah, so now I'm hitting something. Enter. Yeah, now I'm for sure I'm hitting something. Yeah. And how does it look from the first person angle? Kind of weird. So from here, it would be a good idea that my sword ends rotated like this. Enter. And from here, instead of going like this, I need to go like this. Let's press enter. Let's see how it's looking right now. Yeah, now it looks more like a slash, right? It was too much for me. Yeah, you will see that a little bit of this gets broken, but we can fix that actually just by moving this part. Or maybe no. Well, for sure we can fix it if we make this go forward a little bit. Let's try it. Yeah, let's try it. With this, enter. At the end, also enter. We have the 2. And here we will make it go a little bit forward. Yeah, now the thing is that I don't want to see it with my camera. Yeah, you will see the shoulder. But at least this part doesn't look that weird. Yeah, let's test it with the actual character. Let's go to the animation, and we can go to the animation graph and just... Oh, we don't have an animation created yet. Let's create that animation. Let me save this with this button, otherwise it's not getting saved. And now let's go here. Okay. Oof, I duplicate this. Hopefully this didn't mess with my other animation. Let me check. Did it mess with the idle animation? It did mess with the idle animation. That's not what I wanted to. Okay, so that's one of the issues of uh, the linked animation. Now, not everything's lost, and this can happen to you as well. I forgot totally about this. Let's open my combat idle, and the combat idle is still the same. So if here I go to open linked animation sequence, and I save this, I should be able to get back my normal animation. Perfect. Now let's go back to my other sword attack. Until I don't save it, it's not gonna affect my idle animation. So I need to first, after duplicating, right click here and create a new one. Otherwise it's staying linked to the other one. So yeah. Let's create a new one. Characters, main character, animations, and this should be animation, main character, sword attack, sport animation. Now we have another animation. Let's save this, and this shouldn't affect my... let's remove the filter. Let's go to the animations. This shouldn't affect my idle, and I should be able to have another one here. Now I don't know why it's not playing the actual animation. Save again. Oh, let's click on right click, open linked animation sequence. Ah, there it is. And there we have it. There we have our sword slash. Now, I did wanted to talk about the curves, and I will talk about them very, very quickly, because this have been like 20 minutes doing the animation thing, right? So this animation works. Yeah, we can test it here. We can add the sword attack here and make it loop. Compile, save, and then we can press play and we can see how the animation looks like. Yeah, it seems like the shoulder is not affecting us that much, so that's good. Let me just remove this, and and make everything back to normal. Okay, so the curves. Let's go back to this part and press 1 and here. What I was talking about the curves is that they can help you and change the motion without having to add keys. So let me select this control and let's select the curves. This is the curve editor. So here we can scrap a lot of our hand IK. And here we can see what's exactly moving around. This curve is the rotation pitch. This is the rotation roll, location X, and we can pin stuff so we don't lose them. Or we can unpin them. Or we can just select. So for locations like these, translations, we can mess around with the curves. So if my curve is doing something like this for the X, we could rotate the tangents, and this can give another feeling to our animation, even though the keys are the same. But you will see now that my X is now going, it's a little bit too extreme now. Yeah, but the curves can help a lot, especially because you don't really need to use the normal tangent. You can do a linear one, and now it's motions that are very what's the word? The word is harsh, and I needed to pause the video to remember the word. This type of linear type of curve will make the movement more harsh. Sometimes you want it. If this was a robot, for sure, everything will be linear. But in my case, and if it's constant, you will see that the translation is immediate. Yeah, you can see how it works. In my case, auto is more than enough. I want a smooth movement. But yeah, you can play around with the curves. They are really useful, and they are especially useful if you're doing something like a walk or a running cycle. Okay, so this will be the animation part for the attack. Maybe we can do another one for the left side attack. Should be a little bit more easier. Just need to move the hand forward and backwards. But if I'm taking too long, probably I'll just animate that on the side and use that animation later. Or maybe I could give you the animations and be done with it. Now we have the animation. Now it's a matter of, well, using the animation and making damage with the animation. So let's just tackle this problem in different steps. The easiest one is just to play the animation. But to play the animation, I need to attack. So here, I need input action. Let's create a new one. Input action. I can call it sword attack, but probably you will want to call it right hand attack. Again, this one, yeah, I mean, you could hold the value and you can still attack. It should be fine, right? Don't remember how Skyrim handled this, but just in case, let's just tap pressed, so you can only do it once. And then you need to press again and you will attack again. Perfect. Now in my mappings, I will have, well, I can use this one and add it here. But just in case I later on add a way of, oh, you can grab this sword and equip it immediately and now you can attack. Just in case I do that, which I don't think I will, but just in case, I will add an input mapping context combat. Here I will add the right hand attack. And this will be the right mouse button. And probably this should be combat, right hand combat. And I will duplicate this for left hand combat. Because, I mean, I'm thinking a lot in the future where I can have stuff only for the left hand and only for the right hand. So again, I need to duplicate this, the right hand, call it left. And this left hand combat, this should be left hand. And the input should be the left mouse button. For now, I'll just add these two immediately because you already should start with a weapon. So event graph here, add mapping context. And yeah, let's just duplicate both. One will be the left and one will be the right. And I know I said one and chose the other, but yeah. Let me dock this to the side. I do need to connect the target. Save, compile, and now we have the left hand attack and the right hand attack. I will create those input actions. Input action, left hand, put it here. Input action, right hand, and put it here. This one. Perfect. So when you attack, I want to send the attack to my animation blueprint, right? So let's just do that. The way I'm gonna do that actually is through an interface. And there are a lot of benefits of doing it like this and not just creating a state, especially because we're gonna mix and match animations so we can attack with maybe both hands. Or maybe we wouldn't want to do that, but I'll just leave it open as a possibility. So I'm gonna use attack montages to be able to do the attack animation. Okay, so I need to tell my animation blueprint that I want to attack. I need here, where is my interfaces folder, a new interface where I will put everything regarding to the combat. Where is it? Blueprint interface. This will be the combat interface. Inside of it, attack. Or send right attack, right hand attack. And I will add another one for send left hand attack. Just like this. Probably in the future, if I want my player to be able to use magic on both hands, probably I will have like, oh, send right hand attack, and here as an input, I will have to tell it what kind of attack is it. But for now, I'm assuming that the right hand attack is a sword attack and the left hand attack is a magic attack. That's enough. So here in my first person character, my ARPG first person character, what I'm gonna do is get the animation blueprint. I'm gonna get the mesh, and I'm gonna get the anim instance. This is the animation blueprint that gets created when this character gets created. And here I'm just gonna call send right, whoops, right hand attack, just like this. So this animation blueprint needs to interpret the signal. So let's go to the animation blueprint. Let me save and compile. And here I will need to go to the class settings, implement the interface, the combat one, and now I will get interface here, send right hand attack, implement event, and this will play what did I say? Animation montage. Anim montage. So here montage play, and we need a montage to play. I want this animation, this attack animation that I cannot find for the life of me, should be in character animation, this one, to be an animation montage. What is an animation montage? Well, we can discover it. Right click on it, and it's not an animation modifier, retarget, no, create animation montage. And this is, instead of A of animation, this will be an animation montage, and it's the same name. Let's open it. And a montage is a type of asset that where we can set up sections of the animations, and we can also mix and match more animations like this. So if you had a complicated type of, let's add the idle so we see something different. So if you needed to mix and match animations to create a bigger one, you can do it here. And also you can make a montage play from a specific point by creating sections. So if the section A1 here right now is playing, I could make it start here in this section, and I can create different sections. I can remove the link, and now I have two sections. So by default, this montage will play only this part, but whenever I tell it to, it can play the other section independently, right? So I really don't need this part of the animation montage, so let me just delete. I just need the sword attack. And the also added behavior of the animation montage is these slots. The slots are very useful to tell, for example, oh, I want my character to keep playing the normal animation for every part of the body except for maybe the right arm. So I will create a slot, new slot. There are already some here. So let's slot name. Can I create a new slot? Add new slot, full body, upper body. Can I get an upper body? No. This is not what I need. Let me just delete this slot. I wanted to change. Yeah, let's go to the slot manager and add a slot. There we go. The slot name will be right arm. Just like this. And now I will change this slot. Slot name, right arm. Let me just save it, and we should be able to see the animation. Right? Let me close it and open it again. There we go. We have the right arm slot, and we have the animation that I want to play only in the right arm. So far, so good. Let's just close this. Here, in the montage play, I need to put my sword attack. Compile, and now, let's compile. Why am I always in combat? I don't. Oh, my preview is always in there. Okay. Okay, so we have added the send right hand attack. Here, my input sends the hand attack. So let's test it. And we will see that nothing happens. Even if I go press tab and go into combat, nothing happens. Also, I said, I think at the start that I was gonna add ease of access feature. I mean, if I'm attacking and I'm not in combat, let's add a sequence here so we don't mix too much of the stuff. So and I'm adding a branch node just by pressing B and clicking, and B for branch. So if I'm in combat and the combat is not in the true value, so not, just do this sign so we can get at the actual value, not. So if we are not in combat, I want to make the combat true. So if this is false, I make the combat true. Because if I'm pressing attack, like I don't want my player to, oh, if I want to attack, first I want to press the tab button and then you can attack. No, it's immediately, you press the attack button, then you're already in combat. So this makes it so you're immediately in combat. Okay, perfect. So we are, we see that it works, the right hand attack, but I'm not attacking. So what's happening? The animation montage here is using this slot for the right arm, but we are not using that slot in the animation graph. We need to add slot, and right now it's a default slot. We need to put the right arm slot, just like this. And now we can see the attack. Because now that slot is being taken in consideration. Now the thing about this is that right now, I'm actually not taking in account the part of the skeleton that I only want to reproduce the animation on. But let's not worry about that just yet, because it will make sense to add that whenever I have a left arm animation, right? So yeah, let's just know that, yeah, we have an attack. Now, I don't want this to happen. So, because it looks very funny and very similar to an action that you probably do in your spare time. So, in order for that not to happen, I just need to check if a montage is playing. So, is montage playing? Target, we can leave the montage so we can check any type of montage. So, I can select the sword attack, so we don't do the same sword attack multiple times. So if the montage is not playing, and this is the exclamation point, if we are not playing the montage, then we play the montage. This will get rid of our other funny action. So if we spam the button, then we can see the attack like this. It's still looking a bit funny, okay? But it's just, I mean, come on. I just animated that in 15 minutes, I believe. So yeah, let's just give the round of applause for us implementing the animation. So we have the animations to attack, but we do not have a sword in our hand. So it's time to give the sword to our card. Now, there are a lot of ways that you can approach this issue. The way I'm gonna do it is I'm gonna create an actor, and I'm going here to create a new folder called weapons. In my case, this will be sword. And I'm going to create an actor, a blueprint actor called sword, just like this. This will be the base sword, and then you will be able to change a lot of stuff here. But for now, let's just have this. And let me close this animation montage and save everything. Okay. So I'm going to create a sword, and then I'm gonna give this actor to my player. The player will only interact with the sword, just telling it to make it collide with stuff, but it's not really going to do much else. Like sometimes you can create the sword inside of the character and give it to the character here, but in our case we may want to change different swords during the game, so you will need to change everything inside this character. And then if you create another character that needs to have the same behavior, then I mean it can get very very difficult to change stuff if you do not have a proper planning. So I'm just building it in a more modular stuff, so then later on it's easier to change stuff without having to remake all the code inside the game. So that's why I'm creating an actor that will hold the sword. The sword will be an skeletal mesh, and this skeletal mesh will be not the baguette, but the hero sword, hero 11. The hero sword, well, I mean, I will just leave it like this, actually, because the socket is already mapped to the location, the normal pivot point location of my sword, so I don't want to mess around too much with it. Now, the sword, I'm going to remove its collision, because I'm not going to use, and there's already no collision here, I'm not going to use the collision of the sword because, I mean, it works, but it's not that reliable. If you wanted to use a collision, here you can just block or overlap all dynamic, and then whenever this sword on component begin overlap, you can add damage to whatever you overlap. That's one way to do it. The other way to do it is through a line trace, or well, a capsule trace, where you just, how do I draw on top of this? Okay, so a capsule trace where you start here, and let me increase this. You trace a sphere here, and then you trace it all the way upward here. So in a frame, you will have something like this. And whenever this gets collided with, you add the damage. This also works, but again, this is also not that reliable. Why? Because if this sword in the next frame was a very fast hit, and in the next frame the sword comes something like this, then there is all this space, because I'm gonna trace the first frame here, and the second frame I'm gonna trace it like this. There is all this space that wasn't taken in consideration. So what I'm gonna do is save the position of the first frame. In the second frame, I will trace from 3 points. I mean, you could add more, but I'm just gonna add 3 points. Should be more than enough. And those three points will be something like this. Let me just delete what I traced before. Okay, so I'm going to save the previous location of the sword and the new location of the sword. And I'm going to do a capsule trace here. Or not capsule trace, excuse me, a sphere trace. So I'm going to trace like this. I'm going to do this for the bottom, the tip, and the middle part of the sword. So every frame I will have something like this. That way I'm covering wherever my sword is going to, wherever my sword was in front of, and whatever is in the middle. This is another type of approach, another of the usual approach. The usual approach will be like having uh, hitbox zones, like for example, in front of my character that I do not have here. How could I show it? Like this, like this. In front of my character, I would create hit zones. And let me just again. Here it is. I would create hit zones, for example, oh, this part in front of my character, this part on the front, and just like this. And whenever my sword happens to be in this part, I activate this hit zone. Then it moves to this part, then activate this hit zone. And if it moves to this one, I activate this one and deactivate the other ones. This would be like the super reliable way to do hits. In my case, I really don't need that super reliable way, so I'm just doing it like I explained it to you before. So that's what I'm going to do. And inside the sword, I will have that kind of logic, right? So I need this sword to be able to be active and also to be able to be deactivated, right? So because there may be a lot of stuff that may be activated or deactivated, I'm going to use the interface interaction and I'm going to create activate object and deactivate object. And just in case, I'll add functionality because there exists a term of activation inside the engine and it's not the same as what we're talking about. So yeah, so it's super clear. Activate object functionality and deactivate whoops, object functionality. Save and compile. And now in the sort, I will implement that. Implement interface. The interaction interface. Now I have this interface, activate object, implement event, and deactivate object, implement event. It's pretty good. Let's go back to my character and give this character the actor. We could get it from the ground. I just don't want to do that, like too much of that implementation. I mean, let's just start with the sword and be done with it. So to do that, I will have an actor variable, excuse me. This will be a sword. Could be also a weapon, but let's just sword. I don't think I will implement hammers or stuff like that. Sword reference. And that's pretty much it. And here in the event graph, whenever we begin the game, I will not only give the controls to my player, but I will also give it a sword. And I'm doing it like this, so later on, if you want to add the capability to pick up a sword, it will be a lot easier. Otherwise, I mean, I could just add here a child actor, and this child actor, I set it up as a sword. And then there it is, right? I mean, super easy, but then you need to do a lot more stuff if you want to change that child actor. So yeah, I'm not doing it like that because of what I just said. So here in begin play sequence, just so I don't need to mess around with this code, I can just do something like this. And here, I'm going to spawn a sword. So spawn actor from class. This will be the sword. Let me put everything here to the button. There we go. So we are just spawning a sword. The spawn transform, I really don't care, so I'll just split it. It's fine here. And now I'm going to attach it to the first person mesh. So here I'm gonna get it, attach, and attach actor to component, because this is an actor that I just spawned and the first person mesh is a component. The socket name is very important. Remember, we created a socket for the sword. If you don't remember the name, let's just go to the first person mesh. Let's go to the skeleton, which should be this one. And here I will find my hand art sword. So I can just right click and copy the name. Does this work? I thought there was one that says copy name. Let's see if it works. And this is my first person name. Paste. Nope. It copied the whole socket. So let's just rename the socket and copy the name from there. Rename socket. Control C. Now it's copied. And now I can paste it here. There we go. So whenever you want to grab a sword, this is the way that you do it. I mean, I'm spawning it, but you could get the reference to a sword that already exists in the map, and then you just attach it. In location, snap to target, rotation, snap to target, and rule, we can keep it relative. Let's compile, save. Oh, and this sword, I do want to save it, save a reference to it so we can access it later. So that's why this sword reference exists here. So let's set it like this. And we have something like this. I mean, if you don't want this to cross, you can just break this link, connect it like this. It's the same. Save, compile, play. Oh, I'm still in the sequencer. Let me. Okay, so combat. I have my sword. And now I can see what's happening with this sword. Oh, pretty good. Pretty good. But let's not forget that we want to activate or deactivate the sword so we can do some damage to something. I don't know what, but to something. Okay, so let's do that now. I will go to the sword, and inside the sword, we will do everything that we need to do in order for us to activate some kind of hitbox. And then we will be able to deactivate. Just so we know that it's working, I'm just going to activate the sword immediately. Activate object functionality. Target will be self. So if I put here some kind of text, we should be able to see it on our project. There it is. Right. That's pretty good. So because the tracing functionality will be done in a way that we already explained, right? We need a starting point and then an ending point. What I'm gonna do is have a way of letting the sword know when we want to use those points. Points that we we don't have right now, but we will see how we can make them. Right, so it could be as simple as just creating a variable, and this could be should do trace, or should do damage. That's probably better. Or should do collision, or is activated. Just so it's super understandable, I'm gonna call it should do tracing or trace for damage. I mean, it's better to have a bigger name if it's going to make it a lot clearer later on to know exactly why or what does this variable do, or what's the value that is holding. So in this case, I'm just gonna set it. And by now, I probably already have set it, but set this before. And you can get by holding Control, and you can set by holding Alt and then releasing the variable. Otherwise, you get this. I'm not sure if I mentioned that or not, but okay. Activate, you should do the tracing for damage, and deactivation, you should stop doing the tracing for damage. Depending on how accurate you want to be whenever you're doing this attack, you can either use that tick, or you can use a timer. And this timer could run maybe every 0.1, 0.2. In my case, you will probably want to do this every tick. Usually, this is not exactly the case. Maybe if the motion is slower, but I don't know if I'm gonna deal with slow motions always. So might as well do it on the tick. So on the tick, I want to know if I need to do the tracing. So let's just drag and drop on top of the condition. So now if this is true, which it will become true whenever this begin plays, but for now, we're assuming that this will be true. We're going to start the line, or well, not line tracing. In our case, it will be a sphere trace. Could also be a line trace if you are sure that you don't need like the width of the object. Usually line tracing works well with bullets. Usually, not always, but usually. In my case, I just want a sphere trace. Right. So what I'm gonna do is from here, from the true value, let's get a sphere trace. And here it is. A sphere trace by, well, we have a lot of options. Channel, profile, components for objects. So what I'm gonna do for now, objects could work really well for this. And you will see that we have a sphere trace and multi-sphere trace. The main difference is that the sphere trace will only detect the first object. In my case, if I use for objects, it will detect the first actor, let's call it, because it's something on the level that collides with this trace. A multi-sphere trace, and let me just click on here, just so you can see the difference. A multi-sphere trace, and let's choose for objects, will do the same thing, but it will let you know all the actors that have already, well, all the actors that have already collided on the path of this trace. So if we had, let's say, let me add just a cube shape here, something like this. If we create a sphere collision, well, a sphere trace from here to here, it will collide with this actor, but it will disregard this one. But if it is a multi-sphere trace, then it will return this actor and also this one. All the actors that are in the path will get returned. And that's what I need. Because sometimes you won't always get the first actor. I mean, sometimes the first actor is not the only ones that you want to do damage to. If these were bullets, I mean, and the bullet doesn't go through, it's not a piercing bullet, then for sure you can just use this one. I think that's a better example actually. Okay, so let's just use the multi-sphere because our sword, maybe later on, we will have an slash that will go horizontally, and there we will see a lot of more examples of multi-hits, right? So yeah, multi-sphere trace for objects. And this node, let me just move this a little bit to here. This node receives a start and an end. These are the points that I was referring to whenever I did that drawing, that horrible drawing, but I hope that at least it was helpful to understand how we're gonna do this. The radius is the sphere radius that will collide. This usually will depend a lot on the sword, right? So might as well just convert it to a variable radius. Trace sphere should be called sphere trace radius. Let's compile. We can click here, or we can use just, was it F7? Yes, F7. And now it will give me an error, but let's just not mind it yet. Sphere trace radius for now. Let's just put 20. Draw debug type. I know I'm skipping a few steps, but draw debug type. This will be. Let's just put it for one frame because it's in the tick. So otherwise, we're gonna get a lot of results. And now here it's giving me an error because the object type spin, it's required. I mean, we already have information for the start and the end, which is the wrong information, right? But it's not going to not let the node run correctly. But the object types, it will. So here, I'm just going to drag and drop from here. And we can click on, well, I don't really need to promote it to a variable. So let's just click and type make. We're going to make an array that will connect to this type of variable. And now in this array, I can define which object types can I collide with. And I want to use the world dynamic, and I want to use the pawn. These are object types that are defined inside the, I believe it was project settings, collision, and here you have the object channels. By default, you have these presets, and usually an object type of the type world static is something that will not move at all, usually like walls. World dynamic is stuff that will move around. And I mean, if there are walls that can be destroyed, means that they're not static, right? So it's also dynamic. So maybe I can break stuff like barrels, crates, walls. Most of that stuff will be world dynamic, and pawns are usually characters roaming around. Anything that can be controlled either by a player or an AI. So I also want to hit those type of objects. So that's why my array is like this. Now we can compile again. I'm gonna press F7. Now I shouldn't have a problem, right? But let's save and let's press play. Even though I have my sword here, I mean, nothing's happening. I mean, I can't see this, but that's because the starting point and the end point is in the 0, 0 coordinate, where it is exactly where my character is starting. I need to define the points where my character will swing the sword around, and then I need to define the points on top of the sword. There are multiple ways of doing this. We could just create a scene component here, like this. Scene component to get a point. This scene, I'm gonna attach it. I'm just dragging and dropping on top of the skeletal mesh. I'm attaching it to the mesh because if I move my scene, then if I move the skeletal mesh, the scene will move with it. Otherwise, I will move the sword around and maybe it won't get that movement. Now, this is really not needed because I'm actually moving this default scene root, but it's very useful to know, well, not to know, but to set up these points like this, because then I can add some animation if I need it inside this blueprint. Like for example, oh, I need my sword to pop up. Let's say this sword is on the map and it's hovering around, then I could make the animation come here, and this scene component will also follow the movement. So that's why I'm setting up like this. I mean, it's not mandatory, but that's why I'm doing it like this. This will be the base sword location. And I will use this location. I'm gonna put it a little bit upwards to create the start and end point. So I'm gonna finish that, then I'm gonna talk a little bit, super quickly, about another approach that you could take. So the start point and the end point. Let's get the scene component, and just taking consideration that this node takes world coordinates. That's why 0, 0 wasn't actually the 0, 0 inside this blueprint. It was the 0, 0 inside the whole map, which is the world. So I need to get the world coordinates of this component. So let's get world. Let's get the world location, but not of the skeletal mesh. I want the world location from the current selected component, which is a scene component. So I have one location and two inputs. One is the start and one is the end. Now, if I'm getting the current location, it should be the actual current location, right? So this will be my end point. And as I said before, I was gonna save the location of the sword, in this case, this base sword location, and use it to compare it to use the save location as a start and then use the current location as an end. That's what I wanted to say. So this will be a saved location. So I need to promote this to a variable. This will be previous base location. sort base location. Something like this. There it goes. Now, I have not set up this previous sort location, so if I just compile, this is 0, 0, 0. And if I press play, you'll see that the start point will be 0 and the end point will be my current base location. And I should be able to see it something like this. Now I'm seeing that maybe 20 is too big. So we can start messing around with the radius. Now we can press play. And that looks a little bit, yeah, good enough. Right, so I need to change the previous sort base location. So every time that that I check this, I want to save the previous location. So after checking this, I should just set the previous sort location and just save it like this. So after I use the information of my location, of my save location, I will update it to the current one. So whenever I get to the tick, which executes every frame, then I'm getting the last value and then the new one. So now I'm getting both locations. And depending on how fast the movement is, I will be able to see the collisions, right? And I can also check if the positioning is good. Yeah, I mean, that's the zone that should do damage, so I believe it's good enough. There's just a problem. And I don't think I would be able to see it unless I press play. Where are the... Okay, it's forward here. So some point around here. Let me just drag and drop something, whatever, a cube, and copy this location. You can just click, right click, copy, or shift and right mouse. So I copy that. And instead of using 0, I'm gonna paste information here. Because this is actually what's happening, but we can really see it. When we start, I mean, it's one frame, so probably you won't be able to see it. Let me just remove this. The first frame is doing this check. So that's not something that I would like to do, right? So this is not good for me because it can introduce some bugs later on, especially if you didn't realize that the first frame you're doing a trace towards the last location that this value has. So whenever we activate this object, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna copy and paste this code. I'm gonna update the previous sort location to the current one. So the first frame of checking the collision will be, well, checking at the same location. So yeah, I mean, not gonna be that great, but the next frame, now I'm setting up the previous location, and with the previous location, now the next frames will work correctly, and we will avoid any type of bugs. Otherwise, whenever you activate the sort, if your previous location is pointing to the 0, 0, I mean, here it's fine, but let's say you are here and there's an enemy here, so there will be one frame where you are hitting some enemy out of nowhere that is not really even near you. So yeah, we are avoiding those type of bugs right from the start. So we have this here. And now we have a way of tracing some kind of damage, right? From here, it's a matter of creating new points. This is the base sword location. We can duplicate this with Control D. Move this around here. If you need more points, you can duplicate them, move them here. I'm only gonna create 3, and probably as a rule, I will make like most of the swords use just 3. And yeah. But just in case you want to add more, I will make it so it's very, very simple to add more than 3 points. And yeah, 5 points, 7 points, 10 points, whatever, without duplicating much of the code. But I do need a start point and an end one. So instead of base sword, base sword and tip sword, tip location, and this will be this sword base location. Yeah, taking consideration that English is not my first language, so sometimes I read whatever I call my variables or components, and it's like, oh, this should be backwards. Okay, so I have the base location and I have the tip location. What I want to create is a variable that will be the number of points, of collision points, that I want to use in this sword. So number of collision points. Now I want always to have more than 1, 2 or more. That's the minimum, because I have a sword tip and a sword base. So this number of collision points, I'm gonna make it into an integer, because I don't want 2.5 collision points. Let me compile. And now here I will put, could be 2. In my case, I will just put 3. And here, the slider range will be starting at 2. And probably, if you have more than maybe 10, it will get a lot intensive. So I will put 10 here. This creates a slider that goes from 2 to 10. 3 will be the default value. But if I put 20 here, you can still do it. So I'm gonna clamp the value here, value range, also from 2 to 10. And now if I try to put, I don't know, 30, it will be clamped to 10. Now 3 was the value that I wanted. So that's the value that I will use. Now, we have the number of points that I want to use. We have the base location and the tip location. Now, with these locations, what I need to do, and probably it would be a good idea to draw this, but it's very simple actually. You get 2 points, you get a line, right? And between these points, you just need to know, oh, you want 3, then you have the first one, and just divide it, you get the middle point, and you don't need to divide it from there, you just get the last location, and that's pretty much it. So that's the way that I can avoid needing to create and duplicate this multiple times. I mean, I was only planning to make 3 locations, but this will mean that, well, you need 3 of these values and then duplicate these 3 times. But what I'm gonna do is generate those points procedurally, right? And yeah, I just wanted to show you how it's done for 1 point, just so it's easier to understand later the actual code of having multiple points. So we want to do something multiple times, we need to use the for node. Here, I'm going to right click and type for loop. And I want this one for loop. We have the number of times that we want to execute this loop body. Now, the first index usually in programming is 0. Just take this in consideration. The first item inside an array is the 0 index one. So if we have 3, then we can just put here 2. And this means I'm executing the first item, which is the 0 one, the second one, which is the index 1, and the last one, which is the index 2. So I want to execute this, the number of collision points that I will have. If I just connect it like this, I'm executing it, in my case, 4 times, because I need to take in consideration that 0. So I need to subtract this. And I will subtract it by 1. There it goes. Now I'm executing it the actual number of times that I need. So this is 3. It will execute 3 times. Right. What do I want to do multiple times? Well, I want to create this sphere trace. So let's just copy and paste this. I'm going to pin this docket so I have a little bit more space. Right, so this is executing multiple times. I want to know the actual, what can I reuse from here, right? So here, this is for trace radius. This I can reuse. Object types, these are the same. I will draw the debug for each one of them just so I know that it's working. And now I need to define which are my starting points and my endpoints. And the way that we're gonna get these points, well, remember that the endpoint is the actual location. Well, it's actually pretty simple. Let's just get my 2 points. Well, my start and my end. I'm gonna replace this one, or well, maybe this one with the end. No, not like this. Tip. Can I not replace this? Okay. Let's just do it like this. So we have get world location, sort base location, and get world location from the sort tip location. And we're gonna use a node called lerp. What a lerp is, and choose lerp vector, is a linear interpolation. A linear interpolation is very simple to understand, actually. Depending on the alpha that you give to this node, it will return a value. If the alpha is 0, it's gonna choose the A value, so the sort base location. If the alpha is 1, it's gonna choose the sort tip location. Pretty simple, right? But if you put it 0.1, excuse me, 0.5, it's gonna choose a value in the middle. 0.1, which will be actually 10% of the journey between the sort base location and the tip location. And we can use this to our advantage because the first time that we run the loop, the first index is 0. So if I choose the 0%, which will be 0, of these 2 values, it's actually going to give me the sort base location. Now, just remember that the last index is the number of collision points minus 1, so, and we're using the 0 actually. We just need to get the index, divide it, and divide it by the total amount. When it runs the first time, it's 0 divided 3 minus 1 is 2, so 0 divided by 2 is 0. So we get the world location of the base location. The next index will be 1. 1 divided by 2, well, it's 0.5, which is the middle. And now we will get a middle point between these two locations. And well, 2 divided by 2 is 1, we get the last location. And that's how it's gonna work. Now, what you need to take in consideration is the way values work inside Unreal. Variables have different colors. Integers are, well, whole numbers. Floats have decimals. Red booleans, well, true or false. And in this case, this shade of green, could you call this green? I don't know. I'm not an artist. So let's just say it's like a type of bluish green, right? This is a whole number. So if we divide 1 divided by 2, 0.5 is not a whole number, but we do need the whole number. So we need to change this result to a Boolean one. If you just connect it like this, you are receiving the value that you already got here, which is not going to be a decimal value. It's going to approximate it to either 0 or 1, because those are whole numbers. And then you're going to convert it to a float, and if it's 0 or 1, it's just going to add a comma and 0, 0, and that's it. So this is not going to work. You need to right-click on top of this value, and then you will get the float. Single precision is enough. Now you will see, and I can use my hold my Alt key to zoom more. No, was it Control key? There it is. Now you will see that the actual color is the same one as what my lerp node is asking for. So I'm just going to connect it like this. The end location will be these values, because remember that our current locations are the end locations. And now I'm gonna replace the execution wire so we can see what's happening here, right? Let's just save and compile. Let's go back to our map and press play. Now you will see, well, you can only see one unless I'm moving. But if I just press Shift F1 and detach it, we see the 3 points that our collision will use. We can even add more collision points if we click on our variable detail panel, and then, I don't know, maybe 7. Let's press play now. And now, again, Shift F1, detach. You will see the 7 points. Okay, let me go a little bit farther so it's easier to see. You will see the 7 points on my sword added very, very easy. You don't always need 7 points, but it will depend on your weapon. And you can play around the values that you have here. Let me just put 3. Why do I say this? Because, okay, you have 3. You saw that maybe 3 were not enough. Yeah, but we can play around with the radius. We can make it maybe 15 or maybe 20. Yeah, 15 is more than enough. I think so. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, sometimes you will require it, sometimes you won't. Now we have the points. We just now need to save the previous location of these points. And those radius, I believe, they were too big for me. So 13. for now, I will leave it like this. Right, so let's make a little bit of space for the new part of the code. Well, of our script more than code. Right. We need the locations the same way that we set up our previous sort-based location, and we need to do something very similar with it. And, well, because there will be multiple points, we need to create an array. We cannot just duplicate this and use this because remember that we have a number of collision points, and maybe the game designer decides, oh, I need 10 collision points, but you really don't know. So we do need an array that will help us in this case. So just so I don't end up with changing variables that already exist, I'm gonna create a new variable. I'm gonna call it previous sort locations because it will be an array. This will be a vector. I'll go to the details panel and I'm gonna change this type. Instead of a single variable, it will be an array of variables of this one. So an array is basically, I mean, if a variable is like a box that holds a value, an array is just a list of boxes. And inside each box, there's a value. And I type sort wrong, of course. So again, whenever we activate the sort, I really don't need this anymore. So I'm just going to move it around. Not gonna delete it just yet. But I do need my previous sort locations. So I'm gonna get this. I want to set everything to the current sort location, right? But the thing is that right now my array, if I compile and I see the default value, it has 0 elements. So we can add elements here. But again, like I told you before, we really don't know how many elements we need. So we need to create them here whenever the sword needs to start doing damage. So yeah, previous sword locations, we're gonna add items. Just like this. Yeah. And we need to create the amount of items, or well, locations as we need. So again, I'm going to do a for loop. This one. And I need the same number of collision points -1. So I have it here. Let's just copy and paste this. Whoops. So if I have 3, it's gonna run 3 times. If I have 7, it's gonna run 7 times. And I'm just going to add the location. What location am I gonna add here? Well, it will depend on the sort base location or tip location. So might as well get the same code that we have here. Yeah, I can copy and paste this actually. Let's just copy and paste this. There we go. And these are the locations that I'm going to add. Now, we have to have something in consideration. Every time this gets activated, it's going to add the points again. So the first activation, oh, I don't have any elements, so it's fine. Just add the location. But the next time, it's gonna add stuff again. And the next time, again, so the first time, if we have 3 here, oh, 3 elements. Second time this gets activated, oh, this will be 6, and then 9, and so on and so forth. And that's not exactly what we need. So we either clear our current elements here when this gets activated, or here when it gets deactivated. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna clear it here in the activation. Why? Because in case our usually our game designer, I'm not gonna lie, or artists, which really don't have any type of they shouldn't touch anything here, right? Or maybe animators also can make this mistake. If people forget to deactivate this object and activate it again, it's the same issue, right? So if I ask for an activation multiple times, this is gonna get created multiple times. And I don't really want to check here, oh, is this activated or not? It's a lot more work, so I'll just get this previous source location and clear all the values, removes all the content. So I'm gonna clear this every time my sword gets activated. We tell it to do the damage, we clear the locations that we saved before, and we create the new locations. Pretty good. Now I'm gonna use these locations, previous sword locations, get previous sword locations, and I'm gonna get a copy of the value of the index that I need. If this is 0, I'm gonna get the first item inside this array. Again, if this is 1, the middle one, if this is 2, the end one, considering if we are using the number of collision points, the value 3. So let's do it like this. And now I need to try to get this a little bit more readable. This is just a reroute node. I'm just double clicking on the pins, well, on the wires, and we can get those. Yeah, looking a lot nicer. We can select this and press Q, and this will straighten the wires. And yeah, Q, just in case my pronunciation is not good, alignment, straighten connection, Q. Perfect. And now we need to save the variable, the locations inside my variables, my array. So how do we do this? Well, the same way we did this, just a little bit different. We are gonna get my array, get it, and I'm gonna set array element. If you just set this array like this, you're actually changing the current array with another one, because this is the input of another one, and that's not what we need. We just need to change the elements inside it. So inside this array, we need to get the index. The index is this one. I don't think I will be able to not cross this wire. Yeah, something like this could be good. Yeah. And let's press Q and move it like this. Okay. We are setting the index, the correct index, and we need the new value of this element. So let's just use this one. This one, yeah, let's just leave it like this. No worries. I mean, we can do a little bit of cleaning. Something like this, maybe. There we go. Little bit cleaner. So yeah, that's how we're gonna do it. Oh, and size to fit. If you put an index that is outside the current elements, it will create one. So yeah, it expands if the index is greater. We really don't need that. We can't exceed the index because, well, we have defined the number of times we want to run this. So let's just compile, save, let's test it, and there we have it. Now let's just, there it is. There it is. That's pretty cool. Now, let me just delete the previous code so we really don't mess too much of our stuff here. Connect it like this. Compile, save, and I'm gonna click here on, was it on file? It's in edit. Edit, delete unused variables. So we find, well, it found that the previous sort base location is not being used. Let's just delete it. Compile and save. And that's how now we can just create a lot of collisions, or well, a lot of points, and it will follow my movement as expected. Yeah. Let me just return it to 3 because 8 is too much. That, and yeah, it's should be kind of obvious, but the greater the amount of collision points you add, then the greater in the processing power this requires. Just take that in consideration for your testing. So finally, we have the collision set up. Now we just need to do something with the results. Every time this collides, this node is going to return all the hits that happen, right? So what I can do is save these hits. Now let's put this here, and I'm gonna do a sequence just so I can do more stuff with my collision, and I will put the updating of the sort locations to the second part of the sequence. A sequence is very simple to understand. First, it runs the first pin, and then it runs the second. Okay, so I want to know if this hit with something. So if it hits, then, well, I'm gonna create the condition, right? Branch, this is true if there was a hit, otherwise it's false. So if this hits, I want to know with who did it hit. So the out hits, I'm gonna save them somewhere. So for each hit, and this is kind of dangerous, and let me explain why. Because I'm running this a number of times, and inside this loop, I'm running another loop. I'm not gonna worry too much about it because I know that the maximum number of times I'm running this is 10. And the objects probably maybe 10, 20 at the most in one hit. Come on. Yeah, so for sure it's not gonna make that much impact, but people get super scared whenever you see a for each loop or a for loop inside another for loop. And it gets a lot worse if there are 3 loops inside of one another. In my case, like the items mostly are limited, so yeah, it's not a big issue. Okay, so for each hit that this got, I'm gonna save it to another array. So here I'm gonna promote it to a variable. This will be hits, or yeah, objects hit. Yeah, it could be like this. I'm going to delete it because I want this to become an array. So details, detail panel, array, great. Now I'm going to compile. I'm going to get it. And here I'm gonna add unique. Why? Because I don't want to hit the same thing multiple times, especially if I have multiple points that can hit the same thing. So here, I'm just going to add this like that. Now let's save, compile, press play. And if you see correctly, there are at the first point, we have that is green. Green means collision. But on the tip, I'm not seeing that green means that it didn't actually collide with anything, which was the expected behavior. Because remember that I removed this skeletal mesh collision. This collision is no collision. So something that is very interesting to me is knowing with what have I collided. So I'm gonna create a key here. Just type debug key, key, and something. Maybe T is good enough, right? If I press T, I want to print the number of objects hit. But I don't want the number, I want the name. So for each object hit, for each loop, this type of looping allows me to just loop for the number of objects inside the array. So it's a lot easier than just using numbers here. So for each object hit, I want to get that display name. Okay, so this is a hit result. That's something that I forgot to mention. A hit result is a structure. A structure is a group of different variables. And you can see it very easily if you just right click on here and split the struct pin. You will see all the variables that this struct pin has. This structure has booleans to know if there was a blocking hit, initial overlap, and a lot more stuff. I mean, I don't need everything here, so I'm gonna recombine this struct pin. And from here, I'm gonna break the hit result, because the break, as you saw, lets me decide exactly which one do I want, which in this case, I want the hit actor. From the hit actor, I'm gonna get the display name. And from the display name, I'm gonna connect it to the print string. And now I can click here again in the arrow, and you will see that the node gets a little bit more small. A lot more smaller compared to the whole list, right? So whenever I press T, I will be able to see all the object that has been hit. Let's press play. Let's press T. And T is not showing me anything. Why is it not showing me anything? Because this sword doesn't actually receive any type of input. So that's my bad. That's actually my bad. So I'm just going to print this on the, yeah, let's print it on the tick. Now, don't put it inside this for loop. Put it after it completed. And this print string, instead of the duration of 2, come on, instead of the duration of 2, just put 0. This is done so the text doesn't overflow your screen, right? This is what I mean. If I put 1 or 2 or whatever that is not 0, let me save and compile and play. You will see that it's being overflow with information, but if this is 0, this only happens because I'm printing in the tick. And now I can see Can I see? Completed. Should do. Yeah, so there are multiple collisions with the ARPE first person character, which I was hoping that this add unique work. Oh, okay. So it's adding a lot of elements here because the collision structure is unique. So yeah, this was my mistake. What I meant to do here is, remember I wanted to get the actor information. Well, objects hit should be, actually, let me create a new variable so I don't need to worry too much. It should be actors hit. These are the actors on inside the map. This will be an actor. Just the actor object reference. It's already an array. If it isn't, then remember here, details panel array. And here, I'm gonna get the actors hit. Gonna add unique. Now, this is the one that I need. And in the array element, gonna do what I did before, break the element and connect the hit actor to this. Let me just delete this, connect it like this, click on this little arrow. Okay, and now we're adding actors. And actors do have a unique name, because there cannot be an actor in the level with the same name, otherwise Unreal won't know what to do. So now add unique will work. Here, I really don't need the objects hit, so I can delete this. I can get the actors hit. I can use the for each. And I'm sorry that I made that mistake, but now it's very useful as an example of doing the same thing but wrongly. So yeah, make sure that you're following the instructions. So now we have this display name with duration 0. Let's press play, and now we will have the actor that it has been hit. The way this is going to work is that I do not want to hit actors that have already been hit. So here in your multisphere trace for object, you will see that there's an actors to ignore. So let's just plug our actor hit variable, well, array, here. And now we won't be able to add the same actor multiple times, which it's something that I already did here, right? But yeah, it's a lot better to also add it here, because if I'm ignoring actors, it means that this won't get returned true. So I'm saving some code here. It's a little optimization that you can do. Right, so actors to ignore, actors hit. And I don't want to hit the same action in a motion, right? If I do an attack, I only want to hit an actor once for that attack. So every time I activate my sword, I'm gonna tell it to do the tracing. I'm gonna tell it to also clean the actors hit. So clear. So this way, any actor that is that was hit before can be hit again if I'm attacking a second time. And then everything should work correctly. Yeah. Now, there's an issue that I'm gonna cover, but first, let's test if we can actually hit some actors. Yeah, I can get near the squares. What squares? The cubes. Can I hit these cubes? Oh, I cannot hit the cubes. Yeah, okay. Why can't I hit the cubes? Because these cubes are stuff that won't move actually. I'm just going to override the collision presets and set this up as a pawn. And with collisions, you need to understand that there is really not a correlation between, oh, this moves around, so it will be changed to a dynamic kind of actor. No, you need to set them. So now this has been set as a pawn, and I should be able to hit it. Yeah, so now if you see my print string, there it goes, cube 2, ARPG first person character. And if I hit again, oh, it's not, okay. Every time I hit, this sword should be activated again. So that will remove the cube 2 from my list. And then, well, a lot of stuff can happen. For now, what I want to do is, I can get rid of my print string. But whenever this completes, I want to add damage to all the actors that have been hit. Now, this is very very important. Where do I add the damage? If I add it here, every tick after this completes, I'm gonna add damage to actors that are here. And that's not exactly what I want. I want to add the damage once, not always. So I would probably add the actor, add the damage here. So this is the index. Whenever you add a unique, you get an index, and you get the index none if the item is already present, right? So let me just print to know exactly what's happening here. And I'm going to remove this so I can see this code executing multiple times. -1. -1 means that this was not getting executed. And we can see the nodes firing. If we just click here, blueprint sword spawn, we can see that it's getting fired continuously. And if we add here, then you can see that this fires only once. Could you see it? Yeah, fires only once, and then now I'm ignoring the actors hit it. But that's why here I would get 0, which means the index that was added. Okay, so good. I'm gonna check if this is, for whatever reason, which it shouldn't enter here if you can't add it, right? It shouldn't, but just in case, if this is different, come on, not equal to -1, or better yet, if it's greater than 0, excuse me, greater or equal than 0, means that you received an index whenever you add this item. Then if this happens, then for sure this actor is going to receive some damage. The way you apply damage is just typing apply damage. You can choose to apply generic damage, you can choose point damage, whatever you need. In my case, I'm gonna do point damage. Just in case later on I want to add some effect on a specific point. So yeah, I'm gonna add point damage, but you can just use apply damage and just receive the damage. We need the damage. It's a good idea to create a variable because this is the base sword. If we create a child blueprint from this sword, then we could change the base damage of this sword. So I'm gonna rename it as sword base damage. Now, if this is a value other than 0, the apply damage will work. If this is 0, then it won't apply any type of damage. And this will be, for now, 10 damage. We need the hit from direction the hit came from. And this will be the collision. Here we have the hit. Well, if we open it more, we don't only have the information of the hit action, we have the location, we have the impact point, and we have the trace start and end. So the start is the hit from direction. Now, it's not exactly true. So to get the direction, we need 2 points. Now that I think about it, I thought it was the location, not the direction. I read it wrong. So to get the direction, we need 2 points, like this one and this one. And we need to get just like, oh, where is this pointing towards? So with 2 points, we can get it very easily. Just type get direction, get unit direction. That's cool. From the start to the end. Now that's the direction. Excuse me, I really thought that it said location. Been a while since I used the point damage. Okay, so it has a direction. I want the hit info. Well, the hit info is this one. Event instigator is the controller that was responsible for causing the damage. In this case, if you need information of the player who shot the weapon, or the player, in my case, that is holding the sword, I really don't need it. The damage causer is the actor that caused the damage. Example given, the grenade that exploded. This will be self. And the damage type, well, I could create classes for slashing damage, or bludgeoning damage, or piercing damage, whatever you want, but I really don't need it. So now I'm gonna close this like that and arrange it a little bit. And let's select these two, Q, and there we go. Right, so now, this hit info is should be here. Well, after doing this, which is just me and my talk. After doing this, now we are applying some damage to objects. And if you see what happens now, I mean, hopefully you don't get that much disappointed. Okay, I hit it. Nothing happens. But I have applied damage to this cube. And this cube, all the actors have this damage support inside of them. So if I needed to do something whenever this cube received damage, let's just do it quick and dirty. In the level blueprint, with my cube selected, right click, you can create a reference to it, you can add an event to it, and in the type game damage on take any damage, this will work. On take point damage, this will also work, but this won't, because it's a radial damage. It's a different type of damage. It's usually for explosions, right? Bombs, grenades, etc. So I can get the point damage, and I can print a string. Let's say it says ouch, and it will be the color red, something like that. So let's compile. I'll minimize this. Let's play from here, and now whenever I touch it, ouch. It's still in my list of damaged actor, of hit actor, so it's only happening once. So yeah, that's how we're going to do damage to the enemies, through this. And inside the enemies, and let me just where is my I'm opening this with Control Tab. this is the level blueprint. Let me just delete this. So I cut myself mid sentence. Okay, so that's the way that we're going to apply damage inside the enemies. There will be an event that we can use that, like, on receive damage on damaged. So now we can, well, I can remove these cubes. There's another one, I believe. I can remove these cubes. My sword's working correctly because whenever I deactivate this, I'm just turning off this bool value, which means that nothing after this will get executed. Yeah, and I should also delete this activate object functionality because I don't always want to do damage with the sword. Yeah, now the sword won't do any damage unless it's activated. So the next step will be only activating the sword whenever we are in a motion, in a attack animation or something like this. The way we're going to activate the sword is through the animations. And that's why I didn't close this. So here we had the send right hand attack, montage is playing, play montage. Right, that's pretty good and dandy, but I want to know whenever the actual hit happened, right? So let me open this animation montage. Let's double click it. And inside here, there are ways that we can define when should our sword get activated. And it's through notifies, animation notifies. We're going to create a new one. So I will pause wherever I need my activation to happen. Probably either here or here. So I'm gonna choose here. Right click on the track and a notify. We have add notify, but we also can add notified states. And this is very different from the notify because a notify is a point in time, montage notify, while the states, montage notify windows in this case, are windows of time. So this gets executed one time. This lets you know, oh, I started, and whenever I get here, I finish. So this is the one that I need. And it should start here. And it should end when it's returning here. The name of this notify, right now it's none. We can see it in the details panel. I'm gonna call it weapon, because maybe later on it will be a maze and it will use the same animation. I don't know. Weapon could be shoot damage or weapon activated or activation. And that's pretty much it, what we need to do here in our animation montage. So I'm gonna save it and I'm gonna close it. I'm gonna go to the animation blueprint. I believe that the sword is working correctly, so I can close it. Perfect. And here, I need to change this node because this node doesn't offer me information about the notifies that are inside the montage. So let's just right click, montage, play, and there will be one that is called play montage, which is a macro. You will see the difference because a macro has more pins, more execution pins. One for, well, starting the execution, one when it continues, when the montage is completed, so when the animation ends, when it blends out, interrupted, and the ones that I need is begin, notify, and notify end. So I'm going to replace This is the main character sword attack. The sword, the in skeletal mesh component. Let me see. Do I need to fill it? Let's compile. It doesn't seem that I need to fill it. So let's just delete the other one. Let's see if this works. Okay, it's not working, so I do need to specify the skeletal mesh component. Let's not get too worry about it. Very simple to get. We already have this information. Get ARPG first person character, and from here get skeletal mesh. And get the skeletal mesh asset should be the first person mesh, I believe. And I can connect it like this, or I can connect it. Okay, I cannot connect it with this, but this is the one that I wanted, first person mesh. If we see first person camera, first person mesh. This mesh that right now is not set up is whenever you have a third person camera and you want the other players not to see the arms but to see this mesh. So I have not deleted, and well, it's part of the class because of that. But the one that I want is the first person mesh, because this is the one that is playing the animation. So now the animation gets played. But my montage has those notifies, right? So I should be able to know when the attack started and when the attack ends. And let's see. Attack starts. Oh, and I don't have an attack end? Come on. Oh, I didn't connect it. Okay, now we can test it. There it goes. Now I know when the attack starts and when the attack ends. So it's just a matter of connecting it to my character, and my character sending the activation notice to my sword that I don't remember if I create. Okay, I didn't. Yeah, I didn't create. So what I'm gonna do is very, very simple. From here, you can either do two things. The easy way out is, oh, I already know how to get the first person mesh, so I don't need this. I only need the person character. From here, I can get the sword reference, and from here, I can tell it to activate, and is my activate object functionality. You can call it here like this. It would be better if you send it as a message. So activate, activate this one. Activate object functionality message. This is the one that you will want to use. It's kind of the same, but not really. So the other one is making a reference to the exact functionality. This one is making a reference to the interface. So it's better than the interface handles everything. Okay, so this should work. Should send the actual activation. Right now it's not active. If I attack, now it's active, and I'm not telling it to deactivate this. But I mean, this is the quick way because it's very, very easy to come on, to implement. That's the word that the word that I'm looking for. But let's say this sword reference, oh, I changed my weapon to a mace or to a hammer. Now it's not gonna work. So we could create something. Probably should be the thing that I do, like a function inside my character to get the current weapon. Get current weapon. This way, we can set up different references to different weapons, and depending on a value of the current equipped weapon, we would be able to return that weapon. So as a return pin, this will be the current weapon. This should be an actor because the weapon will exist inside the level, so it's an actor. And in this case, I'm just going to connect this sword reference. Later on, maybe we can come back if in a stream, maybe I add more weapons. It would be a lot more easier to just change the code here instead of entering again, and let me save and compile. Entering again here inside the animation blueprint and changing the references here. So from the first person character, I'm gonna ask to get the current weapon. And this, I mean, I can connect it like this and it's gonna work. See, now it's activated. But whenever you have a functionality, or well, a specific case, a function that is only getting values or information, is actually not doing any changes to the variables involved, it's a good idea to, let's just click on the function, to convert it to a pure function. I don't know if it has, okay, that's the only tooltip it has. A pure function is a function that returns values, that doesn't change any information inside of it. Like this one. I'm only getting the value of the source reference. I'm not in any part of this setting this source reference. So it's very useful to just convert it to a pure function. Why? Because, well, now instead of being a function like this one, well, like this one that needs an input executable wire, we can just get it like this. And I will want to do the same thing. Or I can just use this and call the deactivate object functionality message. Now I want this to get deactivated on notify end and also on interrupted. Because if I cut this montage, I stop it before it ends, then I also want to deactivate this sword. Yeah. So let's save, compile, and now let's test it. Now you will only see it activated. I don't know if you see it actually, but you will only see it activated when I defined it in the animation montage. Okay, so you will be able to see it more easily if you press the tilde key in your keyboard or whatever you have mapped as a console command, or just click here on enter console command and just type slow-mo. 0.5 will be half the speed, so now you should be able to see it maybe a little bit more. There you go. You can see the activations now. And let's just return. Does it return? Oh, it returns automatically. Perfect. Yeah, great. So now we see that it is working correctly. And let's test it with the cube, like before. This again, I need to change the collision preset. This will be a pawn because that's things that we want to hit. And whenever I hit this, oh, I'm not printing any message, right? Let's go back to the. Let's do the same setup because I really liked it. Open level blueprint, select your cube, right click, add event, game, damage, on any damage. I'll use it here just so you know that it works. Print heated. I'm going to create a variable here, variable times heated. I'm just doing it very quickly. I just want to show you, like, you don't really need to do this part. And the times heated, after you print well, you need to add the time, how many times you heat it. So let's just type plus plus. And I want to add, yeah, it's append heated space this amount of times space times. There you go, very quick and dirty. If I press play, I'm not hitting it. If I hit it, hit it 1 times, hit it 2 times. And now I can know how many times I'm actually hitting this cube. So it's working correctly. Whoa. So yeah, let's clean everything. Control tab. Where is the level blueprint of my animation map? Open level blueprint. I will delete this code. Will delete the cube because remember, this is the animation map. I don't know why I'm testing mechanics here. I mean, I was already here. And in the sword, I don't know if I explained that shortcut. It's Control P. Control P. Open asset. You can search any type of asset you want or need. You can use the name or the type. I mean, I just type sword, and there it is, my sword. Here, the debug, I'm going to promote it to a variable, just so it's easy to debug later. So draw debug type, that's good. And I'm going to open the eye on all the things that any game designer should be able to touch. So draw debug type, yes. Sword base damage, yes. Actor heated, no, because it's been set up by the script. Objects heated, I believe I'm not using them anymore, so maybe I can do edit, delete, and use variables. There it is, delete. You can just press delete here and it will work. Previous sword location also gets updated automatically. Number of collision points, these do get updated or should change depending on the dev, on the test that you want to use. Sphere trace radius also, and this one should do tracing for damage also. Should be open to the public. And it would be a good idea to here create a category like weapon, and you can create subcategories like sword, right? So this could be the weapon category. Sword base damage could be weapon, and I need the straight line. This is weapon, this is sword. And you will see that now inside weapon you have a subcategory called sword. I mean, I don't really need a subcategory now that I think about it. Yes, weapon. It's good enough. And now you can drag and drop on top of weapon the ones that I was telling you about. Yep. And the draw debug will be none because I don't really need to see my weapon activation. Yeah. Because I know that it's working. But if something breaks, then I can change this and again see, it is being activated. So what's happening? Right. Now this has been cleaned up. Save. I'm going to close this one. Do I need to close this one? Yeah, I think so. I believe I'm going to work on the enemies now. And yeah. Yeah, later on I will add the left attack. I mean, let's just get an enemy working so we can play around some combat, right? So yeah, I will leave this open just in case. So let's create an enemy that we can hit. To do that, let me just create a new level, a new basic one. So I'm not messing around in that animation level. So here we have it. What I'm gonna do is create a new character, right? Because this character, this first person character, I mean, it is useful to us, but I'm not gonna see the first person perspective of our enemy. So we don't really have much use for it. So what I'm gonna do is, let's go to characters. We have a main character. We could create a new enemy character. Yeah, let's do it. And this will be a base class for any type of enemies. Unless they are like too different, like, oh, they are not bipeds. So here I'll just create enemy. Inside of it, blueprint class. And inside of it, I'm gonna use a card. Now I could use a pawn and then have like things like health and everything here, but I really don't want to create a structure where everything is based on one class. And you will see why later on. But let's just create a character. Having like that type of structure can limit you in a lot of ways, and making a reference to the base class like makes you have a reference to most of the enemies sometimes if you are not very careful. So that's one of the things I'm taking in consideration. This enemy, I'm gonna call it blueprint. I'm gonna call it base enemy. And for now, it's just going to be this, just a capsule with the mesh, with the character movement component so it can move around. And well, if you have never seen this before, it has a lot of functionality here that you can tweak around. It's a good idea to check it. I believe I have done some videos on it, especially for the jumping stuff, but there's a lot more you can do with it. Okay, so that will be my base enemy. Pretty simple, right? And I'm not sure. Well, yeah, we should be able to add a mesh here just to test some stuff. For sure, I should have the mannequins because I added the mannequin pack. This with an A. Mannequin arms, money. I'll just use money simple. And now we should be able to see our mannequin. Gonna put it maybe here. And you need to respect or follow the direction that the character is giving us. In this case, it's looking, this arrow is giving me the direction of the character, so I'm going to, and let me enable the grid. I'm going to rotate it -90, so it's looking towards where it should be looking. Right, so now I should have an enemy, a base enemy that uses, well, our mannequin. So if I press play, and well, it always takes a little bit more time whenever you open the project for the first time. This is a new day. I'm recording in a new day, so that's why things like this happening. And there we have it. There we have the enemy. And every time I load an asset, you will have something like this. So there we have it. Right? Now, the way that I'm going to just test if this is working correctly is by going to the base enemy. I mean, I'm testing if the collision is working correctly. And in the base enemy, I'm going to search for the damage. Right, so we can either right click and search for the event. I don't know why my computer is so laggy, but it's just one of those days. So here, like I said, you can just right click and you will be able to find it. Or you can override a function here and look for the damage. And here's point damage, radial damage, and just regular damage should be somewhere. Any damage, here it is. So I just need the point damage because that's the kind of damage that we are adding to our character. What I want to do now is just make it fall down to the floor, right? So whenever I do some damage, let's say we instantly kill it. I'm just going to get the mesh. If I can get the mesh, holy moly. And right now it doesn't have a collision presets character mesh. So I'm going to disable the collision of our capsule component. So set collision enabled. No collision. And I want to do this only if I have done some damage. I just added an if or a branch. So if this is greater than 0, then I want to remove the collision of the capsule component, change the collision of the mesh, set collision profile name. And I'm just using it like this so I can change the profiles very easily. And you will see that the one I'm looking for is physics actor. And I need to double check the name, otherwise it won't work. And then I'm going to set, was it gravity? Set enable gravity. No, I don't think it was set simulate physics. That's the one I'm looking for. I can delete this because it's already connected to this one. And I'm gonna press on true for simulate. So what does this does? Whenever I hit it and I apply damage to this enemy, damage that is greater than 0, and right now my sword has 10 damage, I'm going to disable the collisions of my capsule component, which is good, because if I kill something, I don't want to collide with that capsule component. This is the capsule component. This mesh doesn't have collision, actually. Only some overlaps, but right now it's not colliding because you already have a capsule collision, so this mesh doesn't really need it. Unless there are specific cases where you do need it, maybe you're firing a gun and you need to know in which part did it collide it with, then you would need to enable some types of collisions there. But for my case, I only want to hit this and it's more than enough. And when I remove this, then I want to simulate this so it can touch the ground. So that's why I do need to change the collision profile name to an actor that will respond to this type of physics. And after that, I'm enabling the physics. So let's see. So much explication and not so much testing. Let's see if it's working, right? Oh, I didn't hit it. Okay, I hit it. There it is. You saw that there was a spike there. Hopefully it won't happen anymore. There it is. So now we are enabling the collisions for this character. And stuff is happening, right? Yeah. For sure, I don't know if I want to interact with the dead characters like this, because sometimes it can push you out of the map or send you flying. So usually you will want to, oh, I collided with this, then I remove the collision with the with the with the character overall. Otherwise you can get some freaky bugs. Right, so this is working. I'm adding some damage and it's doing something. So at least we know this is correct. But we're assuming that we are one-shotting every character, every enemy. And that's not right. There needs to be some health involved, right? So after the health points are completely empty, then the character should die in that case, right? Now, we have a little bit of an issue because every enemy will be derived from this class, or most of them, unless they are too different. But most of the enemies will have a health. That's true. But also my main character should have this health. So how can we solve this? Because if we just add a health variable here and add all the functionality, so whenever it gets hit, then I receive the damage, and whenever our health is 0, then I trigger like a death type of event. Okay, I can do it here, but then I also need it in my first person character, which is the character that my player will use, right? So it will be double the work. And if we add a new class, then we will need to copy and paste a lot of code, right? So one solution is creating a common base class. So, okay, you have base enemy. This is my first person class. I could create a new blueprint here, blueprint class, and call it maybe base character or base unit or whatever. And then go to my base enemy, go to the class settings, parent class, and then we can change the parent class to the new class that I create. And I need to make sure that the base class that I create is of the character class. So there's no much difference on the already added components. Okay, but that adds a lot of maintenance in the future. Why? Because everything that I add in that other base class means that every character will get it. And if it's an enemy, or well, if it's a first person character, excuse me, I'm going to probably add some abilities here, some specific code for some situations that the enemy won't have, right? Because what a player can do is vastly different to what an enemy can do. And I could start like, oh, this feature will go in the base class, this feature will go in the first person, but for sure there will be enemies, maybe ranged enemies, that don't need the logic of a melee enemy, right? So, I mean, you need to design this for sure in a piece of paper or in a graph somewhere in your computer, document, right? So it's a lot easier or simpler to think about if you think about this kind of logics in a modular type of way. And thinking in a modular type of way means that you are only programming stuff in certain modules, and those modules can be reused. So A great example of modules or modular stuff is the components. Because this component, this first-person camera, is just a camera component. As you can see, this base enemy doesn't have it. So it means that, oh, I didn't need to create a camera from scratch. Everything related to this camera is contained in a component, which is a type of modular component. And it's modular because I can mix and match these. Let's call it, they're components, but it's kind of like modules. And these modules, oh, I need it here also. Oh, we can add a camera also here. And it's not interrupting with any of the current existing code. And if I delete it, then unless I made a reference to it here, I won't have any issue. So we can create our own component, especially for things that, well, can be repeated or reused in the future. In my case, would be the health and everything related to the state of the character. Because a character or a unit, I mean, we can even abstract it even more. Because, oh, you want to add a crate or a box that you can hit and it has certain durability, we can call it health and we can reuse whatever we create here. A death state will be like the same as, oh, this crate just broke. Is kind of death. So yeah, let's do that. Let's create a component. And because mostly I will use it in the characters, I could put it here in the characters. If I plan to use it overall in anything that needs health, I could put it in game elements. Or maybe I could even put it in the framework because it could be used for a lot of stuff actually. So what I'm thinking is, yeah, let's just do it for the characters only, and then we can see if we can reuse it for other stuff. So I'm going to create a new folder called global, and it's going to be used for all the characters, right? That's why it's global. Here I'm going to search for blueprint. Yeah, blueprint class is the same thing as the top one, right? Here in blueprint, we will have an actor component and a scene component. What we need is an actor component. As it says, it's a reusable component that can be added to any actor. The difference with a scene component is that the scene component lets you manipulate the location inside the blueprint, and we really don't need that if we're gonna be changing the health. So actor component, blueprint, and we could call it character stats or character state or character info. Let's call it character info. Whatever makes sense to you. So let's double click it. Here I'm going to add my variable for the health. And float. And we do need a maximum health. Did I type that correctly? That's perfect. Okay, so by default, probably maximum health would be 100. Whenever, yeah, for default, whenever you use this, the maximum health will be 100. Let's save and compile. Right. So it's a good idea to manipulate these variables through functions and not directly. What do I mean by this? Let's say I want to add it to my base enemy. Let's go to add. Let's search for my, oh, and excuse me, this BP could be blueprint component, just so it's a little bit different. And let me just right click on the global and fix up any type of redirectors, because I don't know if some redirector got created or not. Okay, so let's use it again. Blueprint component. Now I can find it super easily. Character info. You will find, oh, let's compile and save. Or usually you want to save and compile, not the other way around. Okay, so character info. We have the health. We have the max health, right? So what do I mean by using functions to manipulate variables inside? Well, if you wanted to change the value inside this component, you can get the component set health and you can change it, right? But it's not a good idea. You can use it, but it's not recommended because if later on you change the names, I mean, the names will more than likely get autocorrected and it will be an automatic process. But if you change the variable completely, let's say that, oh, this health is not working. We're gonna call it hit points, but I'm not deleting the health variable because it has some uses other than the hit points, right? Like you change terms, but you also need both variables. Something like that. Like I know it doesn't make much sense, right? But development could be a lot chaotic, and you really need to be ready for any type of change that, especially if you're working with game designers, this stuff can happen overnight. They get a great, brilliant idea and things need to change, right? So if you do it like this, then everywhere where you make this type of setup, where you set the variable directly, you need to find it and change it. But the alternative is if in your component you created a function and this function set the health. It's called the same, right? And maybe it will do the same. Gonna set the health here and connect it like this. So this will be the new health. And now in the base enemy, you just call, oh, it's already compiled. Okay, otherwise it won't be able to find it. Set health. This one, call function, the function that I just created, not the variable, that direct way of changing the variable. Set health. Now we can change the health. And if, oh, now the game design team needs to use this variable called hit points, we can just change it here. And everywhere that use this function, well, doesn't matter. I'm just calling a function. I really don't know what's inside of it, but I know that it will change the health. I don't know how it will do it, but it will do it, right? This way of programming will help you and will save you a lot of headaches. And it's great because, okay, I want to set the health, but I don't want this health to be greater than the max health. So we can get the max health and we can change the limits. So we can clamp it and we can clamp to a float, and the minimum value is 0 because I don't want my character to have minus 100 hit points or health, and the maximum value is the health, right? That's pretty good. Now what happens if I want to start my game with my character? Let's save this here and let me just delete it. What happens when I want to start the game I need to take in consideration that this character info is getting the default values inside the component that I just created. And the default values right now, if I go to class defaults, is the health starts at 0 and the max health starts at 100. Right. So this means that this enemy has 0 health. And this is not exactly what you want. You can either change the default value here, or you can just change it in your base enemy. Now, I'm gonna change it in my base enemy, and I want to always refill the health. So I'm going to create a function, and this will be refill health. Just like this functionality just calls the set health, and it will add the max health like this. Okay, and refilling the health means that I'm going to set the health to the max health and everything's fine. And in the base enemy, in the begin play, I'm gonna get the component and I'm going to refill the health. Just like this. I'm going to do the exact same thing in the first person character while I'm explaining why I'm doing it like this. Okay, so it's pretty straightforward actually. What would happen if we have multiple levels and every time, or if you didn't know, every time you enter a level, your character gets created again. So if I want to save the value of the health, then I will need a way of saving that value and assigning it to my character. If I always start at the 100%, like I put here 100. Oh, here. I put here 100. One, I don't know if the max health is actually 100. So for sure, I'll need to set it up again, right? And two, well, I'm just creating a space just so I can remember later on that I need to load this type of value, the health value. If I need to, well, if I want to have something remember the health. If I don't want that, it's going to work just the same because, well, I'm just refilling, and here I'm going to add a new sequence pin. Gonna get my component. I'm gonna refill the health. So this will make it so depending on the max health of my character, we could change the max health here, and this will make it so you're immediately going to the max health, right? And yeah, as oh come on, English is failing me today. As I said before, this is a space where, okay, I'm resetting the health back to the full health, but I could later on change it so I'm loading the health to whatever health I need to be. Right. So now my character and my base enemy have health. Now I do need to remove the health, right? We can get the point damage. We can get this and set health. We get the health. And this health will be minus the damage that I have, right? And we can connect it like this. if the health, we can connect it like that. If the health is less or equal, for sure it will be equal, but just in case, you can't be too sure. This is some kind of defensive programming. If your health is less or equal than 0, then I will apply this, right? And we can print the health, just so we know what we're dealing with. Like, we have the health, it's good and dandy, and let's press play. 90 health, 80 health, and we can keep doing some damage, and there it goes, right? There it is. It worked. But there's always a but. There's a better way to do this, and I'm going to show you right now. And it's using the same type of logic or train of thought that we have been using for the component. It will be very common for any type of character to receive damage, right? So we can do this in a way that our character will understand immediately, and we really won't be needing to use this event, because this means that, oh, my enemies can receive damage, but my character can't. Why? Because, well, we don't have that receive point damage event here. But I always want to use this, either this or any type of damage, right? So what I'm gonna do is, here in the character info, I'm going to go to the event graph, right? I need to get the information of the owner of this component, and the owner will be, well, this actor, right? This enemy. Or it could also be this first person character. You don't know. That's why it's just called an owner, and it's not, oh, I need to get the base enemy, right? So let's get that owner very easily. And I'm going to remove the tick so it's not bothering me. We can right click. We are inside the blueprint component. And let's get owner. So for a component, getting the owner, like it says here, we're getting the actor that owns this component. And this actor can be the character, can be a pawn, can be whatever, as long as it's an actor. So I'm gonna get the owner. This owner, because he's an actor, has the functionality of receiving damage. So if I type damage, you will see that I get information about the can be damage, and I get some informations about functions that I can run on top of it, apply damage, and also functions that exist inside it, especially the on take point damage, right? So here we have event point damage, right? So my character usually won't need the information of the point damage, but just in case, I'm gonna pass it to it, right? Because my weapon is doing that point damage, right? So I'm gonna do two things. One is just taking care of any type of damage. Get owner, I'm gonna type again damage, and I'm going to assign. Assigning is the same as binding, but assigning creates an event assigned to it. So if I take, bind the event on take any damage, this is the binding. If I assign it, right, I need to damage. I need to type damage. Assign on take any damage. As you see, it's the same, but it created the event that will run whenever this on take damage runs. So I just use assign, and that's it helps a little bit. So what is this doing? What's a binding, right? It feels like we just took a leap forward, and if you're not knowledgeable with the type of events, even dispatchers, and type of looping communication that Unreal has, this can be a little bit tricky, right? So you remember we created this event point damage, right? This is an event inside of the class that is using it, which is the normal way of doing stuff, using events and creating functionality, right? But what would happen if I need to do something whenever this event gets triggered? And a common use case would be when you receive damage, you want to update a HUD, like the health bar inside your user interface, right? I want it to happen only when I receive the damage, right? So we have a way of doing that, and it's through event dispatchers. We are hooking up an event that exists in another class, in this case, in the component class, in the owner class, excuse me. And because this actor already has this damage functionality, we can hook it up to this event. And now whenever we receive damage, should print hello. And we have received damage to itself. Now we should print two hellos, right? Yeah, that's pretty good. And this means that now I don't really, I could print the damage. I don't really need to add the functionality of the, where is it? Of this to my character info. And we can do the same, excuse me, I don't need to add this to my first person character. And because I'm receiving two hellos, it means that I'm colliding with itself. So yeah, it seems that the sword can do damage to the owner, which is not a good idea to have with any type of sword. So this revealed a little bug that I have. Okay, but let's finish this implementation before I fix that other bug. We have the any damage. I also want the bind. Well, let's type damage, and let's assign the point damage because that's the type of damage that my sword will be doing. And now I'm going to just remove it like this and see what's happening. It's also printing the damage that I'm doing in both cases. So I'm receiving both events. Now, because I don't really like my cables crossing, what I'm gonna do is disconnect this. You can break the link, or you can hold Alt and click, and this will break the link also. This is create event, and we will take on take any damage. We will choose this. And again here, create event. We will choose on take point damage. Now it's the same connection, but through these nodes. And now I can get rid of the base enemy of this. And I could add this information. Let me just delete this and put it here on the take point damage, or probably here on the take any damage event. It's easier to just manage everything on the take damage event, and then if you need the information of the point damage, then you can get it also. So here, on any damage, I'm going to set the health. And yeah, we can do it the same way, set health. Or we can also get a new function, do damage, and this will set the health. I'm just connecting it like this so I can have a value here, damage received. And the new health will be the current health minus the damage received. Now this should be correct. And why am I doing it like this? Because maybe I could equip armor and then I could add some logic, some formula to reduce the damage received. Or if I'm invincible, I could add a value here. Oh, if print, I promote this to a condition is invincible. So if it is not invincible, I can receive damage. But if this is not this is not the node that I okay, this is the one that I need. So if I'm not invincible, I can receive damage. If I am invincible, then I'm not taking any damage, right? I can do stuff like this. I can mess around with the values that I receive here. So that's why I'm using this other function to set the health. Set the health. Let's go back here, and now I can call do damage, and this is the damage that I will receive. Let's compile and save, and let's test that I am receiving damage. And I won't know if I'm receiving damage unless I print the value here. Yeah, because I remember that I deleted the connection in my base enemy. Yeah. Yeah, so now I'm receiving damage and it's printing multiple times because my main character is also receiving damage. But what about the death that I created here? Well, remember that we were using an event that already existed inside my component. Well, we can create those type of events through event dispatcher. So let's use them, right? First, I need to create a functionality for this character to die, right? So functions death. I will create a variable just in case, a Boolean one. Or yeah, I really don't need to actually. I can create another function called this character dead. This will be a pure function. It should return a Boolean. Is dead. Is the health less or equal than 0, then it's dead. This is how I could easily know if my character is dead or not, right? And inside the death functionality, I could add stuff to update a health bar, but right now I really don't know what to do with it. Maybe even destroy the owner, right? But I want this death to be used on other places. So I'm going to create an event dispatcher here. And usually these names that you will choose for event dispatchers is stuff that happens. So consider it kind of like triggers. So whenever something happens, you want to dispatch this event. So I'm gonna call it on death. And in order to trigger this on death dispatch, I need to call it here, and I'm just dragging and dropping call death. Just like this. Like this. And when am I calling this death state? Well, here on set health. Why on set health? Because if my health, remember that here we're clamping to a minimum of 0. Okay, so here, if my health is 0, you can do it like this. You can also set this value. If this is less or equal than 0, then I want to enter this death state. Right. So with this setup, we set the health. Whenever we receive damage, we eventually will reach 0. This will call death. Inside the death, this will call this event dispatcher call on death. And now, because we have done this setup, inside of every character or every actor that is using this component, we can click on the component and you will find that event here on death. And we can click it and it will get created. And now on death, we can connect it to the set collision enable, physics actor, and simulate physics. So let's press play, and we will need to hit it like 10 times. So yeah, I'm sorry about it. We will get there eventually. There it is. Now we can kill our enemies. Yeah, but we can also we are also damaging ourselves. So yeah, I'm gonna fix that bug. Let me just save everything. And let me save this this level. I'm going to put it maybe on enemy characters. Yeah, I could save it here because I'm just testing enemy tests. There it goes. Again, save everything. And now, yeah, let's fix that bug. So to fix the bug, I do need to enter the sword. And I don't remember where I put the sword. Weapons. Sword. Here it is. In actors to ignore. For sure, I will always want to ignore the actor that is holding it. Right? So how can we know which actor is holding it? Well, for sure you need a variable. This variable will be an actor. We need we can call it sword owner or yeah, sword owner sounds good. And now in actors to ignore, we have the actors hidden. We're gonna add the sword owner to this array. Always. We can also add unique. And we're adding it always because this actor's hidden gets reset eventually. Where is it? Here. Whenever this sword gets activated. Right? So yeah, let's add it. Should I add unique? Ah, it's good. The sword owner. Or yeah, now that I think about it, instead of doing it here because it's gonna mess a little bit of my arrangement of stuff here, I'm gonna add it here. Every time this gets cleared, I'm going to add the sword owner. Perfect. Now, how do we fill this value? Well, I'm going to create a function called picked up or pickup. Picked up, yeah, pickup, just like this. And this owner will be the actor that picked this up. Something like this. And let's remove that bracket. Pretty simple. Now we will go to my first person. Let's go where I create this. Here we're attaching it. And we will be able to just, we have the sword reference, pick up. The actor that picked this up is this one. And we could even add this part of the code inside the sword, so it immediately attaches. But I don't know if how I'm going to handle it. For sure, that's something that I will think about later. For now, I just wanted to have a way of knowing who's the actor that has picked up the sword. Yeah, and taking consideration that the sword owner is not a character, and it's not a first-person character. I'm doing it like this because I don't really need to know what kind of class this is. I just want to know that the actor that has it. Because if you specify it, you will need to load this class in order for the sword to work. And if you later on want to use this sword in another project, then you will need to migrate also this actor. And so keeping it as generic as possible is good. Now let's see in the character info. Let's again do the damage. Let's see if this is getting printed. So now it's not getting printed unless I hit an enemy. And I wasn't close enough. There I hit it. For sure, I should be able to hit it here. Yeah, maybe I could extend the actual range or change the animation. I will see whenever I have enemies attacking me. What would be a good distance for my sword to work with. Okay, so we can delete this because I know it's working, and we can save everything. Save all. We can close the sword. We can close the character info, and we will be dealing with the enemy because we will want to create some AI with it so it can attack me. And maybe just changing the way the enemy looks could be also a good idea. Let's begin by importing some assets that we will use as an enemy. I'm gonna go to the marketplace here, and you just need to search for these Paragon minions and add them to your project. In my case, if I search ARPG, here it is. So I just need to select it and add to the project. And well, it's installing it. I believe I need to download the version for 5.3. But after doing that, we will have the minions in our game. I'm doing this so it's a little bit more flashy looking, and it's not just the mannequin fighting around with the other mannequin. After being added to the project, here in Unreal, what we're going to do is, well, use it. We had this enemy, right? We're gonna create a new folder called could be sword enemy, melee enemy. Let's call it sword enemy. And from enemy, I'm going to right click on it and create child blueprint class. This will be the, instead of base enemy, sword enemy. And this sword enemy, I'm gonna put it in the correct folder. And I'm gonna open it. Here it is. The mesh I'm going to replace with the ones that we got from the package we just imported. Should be minion something. And I'm going to try to pick the one that has a sword. I believe buff white could be it. I mean, this is good enough. Looks a little bit robotic, so maybe it won't mix that well if we go full fantasy RPG. But I mean, it has a little bit of mold, and yeah, I mean, it can work. Okay, so I'm going to be using this asset. So let me put it a little bit upwards, maybe minus 60 and minus 60. And I'm going to decrease the capsule half height to something adequate. Could be 60 maybe. 62. You can check it even more precisely if you just go to left. And you see that, oh, my character will be floating, so maybe 60 is fine. Yeah, I'll just leave it like this, and if I see that there's a little bit of mesh overlap where my feet are going into the ground, then I will for sure change it. But for now, man, this is good enough. Let's go back to the perspective. Okay, so this will be the enemy that I will be using. It already has a sword inside of the mesh, so I will see how can I try to use the sword that currently I have. I mean, the logic that I already have, so I don't need to redo stuff. But what I want to do first is create all the behaviors. I mean, if I can see that it's attacking me, I already know that I can make stuff hurt me, right? Because I already did the sword. So that's what I'm going to be focusing on. We need an animation blueprint is all right. And I don't remember if these minions had an animation blueprint. It seems it don't have. At least this is it. No. Let me just put none here. Okay. Let me save and compile. And I will create an animation blueprint for this skeletal mesh. Let's go to, I want to open this, so I'm gonna click here. Just so I know where the mesh is. Also, meshes. Yeah, no, this is not what I want. Yeah, this is the one that I want. So from here, I can right click on it and I can create an animation blueprint. An animation blueprint that I'm gonna use inside my sword enemy. So I'm gonna move it to my sword enemy. Come on. Sword enemy. Move here. This will be my animation blueprint. Sword enemy. There it goes. Now I'm gonna connect it here. Now this is using the animation blueprint that I just created. And I'm going to double click it. And now it's time to create some animations. And they will be very similar to the ones that I did for other tutorials where I create characters. I mean, I just want this enemy to move around and to attack me, right? That's it. It's very similar to the animation blueprint used in this mesh, I believe. Yeah, we have the attacks. We are getting if we're in combat or not. And well, we deleted the part, the movement part, right? We kept it very simple. So I'm going to create that part for this enemy. Right. So we need to blend between this pose, which I can get here in the asset browser, all the animations that I can use for this enemy. And I already checked them out. It would be a good idea if you did also, in order to choose whatever animation you feel is the best. And I didn't want to animate everything in this tutorial because, as you saw, it can take a little bit of time that is can be used to implement more stuff, right? So there's an idle. We can use it. If we compile, now here's the idle. I mean, more than enough. And there's a jog forward, left, and right. There should be a jog. This is backwards, a backwards jog. Yeah, there should be a one going forward. Jog left. Well, there's a run forward, right? But we have this blend space. And let's open it to see what's happening inside of here. And this blend space, what it gives me is an asset that has two axes. You can rename this as you like. In this case, the vertical axis is speed and the horizontal one is direction. It means that we can position animations inside this little graph. And whenever we change the animation values, for example, I increase the speed or change the direction, well, we can check this value. But if you want to preview it, like it says here, hold Control to set the preview point. And this is the preview point. So if we have no direction and no speed, it stays in place. If we add some speed, it's running forward, still running forward. But if we add a little bit of direction, now you can see that it's jogging to the sides. This is done because we already have the animations for jog right, for example. We can right click and open the animation. Here it is, the animation for jogging right. And we also have the animation for running forward, which is this one, I believe, this one. And the blend space, just like its name says, well, is going to blend these animations. And I don't know why I created this when I just Control C. Yeah, this is the one that should be here. Okay, so here we have the run forward. Here we have the jog right. This is the run forward. This is the jog right. And this blend space blends the two animations. So now we have a running diagonally. So it's pretty cool stuff. We're gonna create a new one because I don't need all these type of animations. I mean, I would need to create a way of controlling the direction, and I mean, could be done later, but I really don't need it for what I am looking to do right now. So yeah, let's create an animation blend space. So let's go to the sword enemy. And it's important to know here in the animation blueprint who is the skeleton that we are using. And in this case, you can see the target skeleton there, just on top, like one upwards of my mouse. You have preview animation blueprint none and target skeleton. And it says is the white cam minion, meshes minion, skeleton, minion, skeleton. Why am I saying this? Because sometimes when assets when you have some assets here, you can right click and you can create stuff based on these assets. And I want to create something based on this skeleton, which I could find here. But in the case of the animation, especially in the blend space and most of animation assets, it's gonna ask you for a skeleton. And you will see that you won't find my buff white skeleton, because the buff white skeleton is using that minion skeleton that you can see in the target skeleton information, right? So animation, blend space, let's search for my minion skeleton, and it seems like this is it. Minions, white cam minions, yeah, this is it. Let's call it blend space. And this can be locomotion or running or idle run. I'm gonna call it locomotion. It's pretty standard. You will see a lot of templates that will use this name. Let's open it. And you will see that this is completely empty, right? We have both axes, but both of them are called none, right? So we do not have a use for the direction, like the horizontal axis. I only want to go forward or stay in the place. So in my case, I can leave the horizontal axis like this. We can later use it. And this one can be speed. And it could also be a speed percentage, and you will see why. Why? Because instead of just using 0 and 100, I'm gonna use 0 and 1. Now, you will see here speed percent, 0 and 1. I'm doing it this way in case later on we need to change the speed between the enemies. Well, I just need to know what's the percentage of the speed. Like, oh, you're either at full speed or at low speed, right? This is a way to do it. Some people prefer, depending on the situation, I will do it too. Like, I will put the actual speed here. Like, you can see what's the maximum speed by going to the character movement in any character that has a character movement component. And you will see in the walking part, I believe, the max walk speed, right? So you could get like, oh, 600. Then for sure, here, the maximum value will be 600. Yeah, but just to make it a lot easier for me it's just 0 and 1. This I'm gonna leave it at none. And I'm gonna use the, just so if later on I want to add some direction, I'm just gonna call it direction. It spells like this. This is Spanish, I believe. Right? Yeah, it was Spanish. There was a T here, right? So direction, I can go to the left or to the right. So the minimum value will be -1 and the maximum value will be 1. So this value in the middle is 0, right? So I need an idle. I'm gonna drag and drop my idle here, and you can drop it wherever you want. But if you want it to snap to this grid, and this grid we can change the divisions how we like here, but 4 is good enough for me. You can drag and drop this and press Shift for it to snap to the grid. That way you're avoiding yourself, you're avoiding changing the values here. Right. So I need the running forward, which should be, so we have a run forward and a sprint forward. I don't know what's the difference. So this is run forward and sprint forward. Let's see. This is running. This is sprinting. So yeah, I mean, it's running even faster. Okay, so I'm going to put it like this. I may be using both. So maybe if, oh, you are running forward, I'm going to use the 0.5%. And if you are sprinting, you can use the 1. You can handle it like this. You can also handle it like, oh, if I have a sprint, means it that eventually I'm going to go upwards my normal movement. So for sure, the speed percent will be 2. And now we have the sprint here, and the running will be the 100%, right? Right. So yeah, you can call it the speed percent, even though it's like kind of the percent, but should be 100 and 200. Let's just call it speed and be done with it. Okay, so now I have this blend space, and you in previous versions of the engine, you were able to create blend space in 1 dimension, which is what I'm doing right now. But I mean, there's not much difference. We can later on add another dimension if we need, so we have that adaptability for the future. Right, so we have this blend space. Let's go back to my animation. And because we only have those blend space, that's the only state we're going to use. Here's the blend space locomotion. I'm gonna connect it like this. We have a direction. I'm not gonna use this. We have the speed. I am going to use this. So we can either promote this to a variable or bind it to a pin. And we can get the try pound owner. And from here, try to get the speed. Well, get the component. Well, we would need to cast it to a character to get the speed. So yeah, let's just promote to a variable and be done with it. This is the speed, and I believe from here I could just bind it to property speed. This is the same as getting it like this and connecting it. And we need to fill this speed. So we will do it very similar to what we did before in the begin play. I'm gonna get the enemy. So try get bone owner, cast to base enemy. Because remember that my sword enemy here, parent class, is a base enemy. Oh, and it's moving around backwards because I haven't compiled this. And we're gonna promote this to a variable. We can fix this. You can leave the spaces. I'm just removing it because my programmer self doesn't really like spaces in my variable names. Now, if this is valid, we can ask for the speed, right? Get, can I get the speed directly? Get max speed. Okay, this is the, okay. So yeah, we do need to get the max speed because remember we are sending a value between 0 and 1. Well, unless we're sprinting, or there we will get a little bit more. So here we have the max speed, and now this speed will be the current speed of my, and I can get this information from the character movement. Get speed. Well, I would need to get velocity. Target this actor, although it would be better to ask the velocity for the character movement. What's the difference? I mean, this is probably gonna ask for it, so might as well get it directly. We will get the velocity, and we will do a length, vector length, because the velocity is the speed in every direction, and we have the X, Y, and Z direction, forward, side to side, up and down, well, forward and backward, right? So with this vector length divided by the max speed that my character movement can have, and that will be my speed. I'm connecting it like this, and we won't be able to actually see this when I press play, because nothing is making my character move, right? But we can check it inside my animation blueprint. We can go to Anim Preview, and let's not go to Edit Defaults, because if I go here, everything that I change in the defaults will stay. But if I edit the preview, then we can see what's happening here. So 1 must be the full speed, and 2 should be sprinting. And if I just move it around, we can see the animation blend super easy. That's pretty cool. Right. So I see that my speed is working, but this is not gonna work unless my sword enemy, which I believe I haven't added to my map. Let's do that right now. And let's save everything. I have too many things unsaved. Right. We need to add some movement to this character, and I'm gonna add it like super dirty. Here in the tick, I'm going to add input, add movement input. This is gonna talk directly with any movement component that you have added here. The character movement component is not the only one that you can add, just in case. So this movement component is looking for a word direction. I'm gonna tell it, where is this facing? X. Okay, so I'm gonna tell it X positive. And I can give it a value of 1. And every tick is gonna add this movement input. So it's simulating like the sword enemy is moving towards this direction. Right, so if I press play and I look for it, this should be able to move correctly. Now it's moving a lot, right? Well, it's because here in the sword enemy, the movement component is the exact same movement my base enemy, my base character, my first person character, has. So it should be a little bit slower, right? So the walk speed, I'm going to reduce it to maybe 400. And that's pretty much it. Let's play. Now it's a little bit slower, so I can't catch it, and if I just run, the enemy won't be able to catch me also. Right, so, and I'm gonna make it walk minus 1. And because I'm using, well, it's not looking to this direction. Okay, that's important to know. But because, and I'm just going to okay, you can rotate it, or there should be a setting for it to look towards the movement that it's doing. And that setting should be here in the character movement. Let's search for character movement rotation settings, orient rotation to movement. You won't want to use this if you are trying to target someone, and then you want to make this enemy strafe while looking forward. But for now, I mean, this is not a boss type of enemy, so I don't want to create like a super complicated logic. I just want to have an enemy that moves around. Okay, so now it's moving and rotating correctly. And you can also decrease this 0.5. And you will see that it will use the blend space for that movement, which is it's fine. It's good enough, right? Now, if you put 2 here, it's not going to make it run faster. Why? Because the limit right now is this one, 400, right? So yeah, you're not gonna be able to run the sprinting animation because of this. You would need to make some little changes. I'm not gonna do them because escapes what I want to do right now. But just to take in consideration, you will need to change the max walk speed, and also you would need to change this part of the logic. You will need a variable called the max speed. So whenever you are going at the top speed, well, this max speed doesn't change, because right now if you change that max walk speed, this max speed will also change. So you really can't escape the 0 to 1 type of animation, excuse me, type of value from here. So first you will need to define a value that will define the max speed of the enemy, probably here in the enemy or in a component. And then you should be able to mess around with the speed, with the max walk speed, because this can increase and this value won't increase. Right. So now, what do I need to do? Well, I have proof that my enemy can move around and can use the animations that I have given it. Now I need to add some AI. And for that, I really don't need the locomotion. Do I need this? I will need it for attacking. But for now, I want my enemy to come forwards. And do I need my character? I don't need it. Yeah, I'm gonna stay with the base enemy and the sword enemy. And for the AI, depending on how many enemies you are going to add at the same time, you can go 2 routes. Or well, now 3 routes with state trees. But you can use the actual AI system inside Unreal through behavior trees, which you can create very easily by right-clicking artificial intelligence, and you have behavior trees, blackboards, environment queries. Pretty simple, right? Or you can also just do the same functionality inside your enemy. And depending on how complex or simple you want your enemies to behave, is more than likely that you're going to do it in blueprints here, right? Because you will save a lot of performance by doing it here, because sometimes some behavior trees can take a long time to process, right? And especially if you have a lot of enemies, then for sure you're gonna get into some trouble with it, right? Which state trees kind of, was it a state trees? Yeah, it was a state tree. This kind of addresses the problem of wanting complex behavior in a lightweight manner, right? But experimental, yes. Well, it's not actually. It shouldn't be experimental anymore. Yeah, it isn't. Yeah, I knew it wasn't. So, I mean, right now, I don't want to complicate this too much. but I do want to increase the functionality and increase a little bit the complexity later on of my enemy, right? So I'm gonna use behavior trees, right? Because usually you won't get spammed with a lot of enemies. It would be unfair. And a lot of enemies, like I mean, like from hundreds or more, like maybe 40 enemies. Probably a normal machine could handle it, right? So I want this sword enemy to be controlled by an AI. For that, did we talk about player controllers? I believe we didn't. So the way the framework works is you have a character, this character, let's say, or in my case, this first player character, and that character is just an actor inside the level. But this actor is a little bit special because you can control it, and that's why it's called not just an actor, it's a pawn. So a pawn is an actor that can be controlled by something. Can be a player or can be AI. So this character is actually not a player, right? Not exactly, because a player can control multiple characters. What is a representation of the player in the game would be a little class called player controller. This one, player controller. Player controller is an actor responsible for controlling a pawn used by the player. So the player controller is the one that receives all the inputs, and then it sends it to a playable character or a playable pawn, right? And it knows where to send the input because that player controller possesses or controls a pawn. So you will see a little bit of possession, or for example here you will see detach as kind of unpossessing, because right now I'm a floating camera and I'm not controlling, I'm not attached to this character, right? And you can do that also through code if you want to have mechanics that allows you to change between characters, between gameplay. You can do it, right? So that's like how inputs are processed through the player controller. That player controller possesses a pawn, and that's how the pawn receives the information to move around. Right, so if I want an AI to control a pawn, the AI really don't need to send inputs. It can just send commands. Those commands could be, oh, I'm possessing this character. I'm telling you to move here or to follow this actor, right? Could be. So for that, we don't need a player controller. We need an AI controller, which I'm going to create in the enemy folder. Gonna right click. Gonna go to blueprint class, all classes, and here search for AI controller. And I'm gonna choose the first one. This is going to be called AI con for AI controller. And this will be the base enemy. Yeah, something like this is fine. And the base enemy, let's open it. We can leave it like this for now. But we do need to take in consideration that for this AI controller to control my character, my blueprint, character blueprint, we need to set it up. We need to go to class defaults, or was it class settings? Should be class defaults, and search for AI control. See that the end? Here it is. Spawn. AI controller class. AI controller. No, I want my AI controller base enemy. And this is getting also passed down to the blueprint sort enemy. So if I save and compile, well, this also gets updated. And I want to auto possess this enemy either if I place it in the world or if I spawn it through other means, right? We could have waves where I spawn enemies, so I want both spawn. Excuse me, place in world or spawn this, right? Let's save, compile, and now we have a controller that has been assigned, an AI controller that has been assigned to the base enemy. And why do I want to do this? Well, because in my AI controller, I can define a lot of stuff. Allow strafe, set control rotation from pound, etc. We can do a lot of stuff. And especially, we can add some component here. We can add a behavior tree. The behavior tree is the tree that we are going to use for the enemy that we are creating, right? So let's save, compile, and well, we do need to create the behavior tree and everything needed for our complex, or in our case, simple behavior to run. So let's do that right now. Okay, so let's create a behavior tree for our enemy. Sword enemy, let's go to the folder, gonna right click, artificial intelligence, behavior tree. Gonna call it behavior tree sword enemy. Usually the behavior trees are specific to one enemy, but yeah. Now, inside the behavior tree, usually, well, not usually, always, you will find the behaviors of the character. This is going to take the decisions on, oh, when should I move to this place? When should I attack? When should I just idle around, etc. But to take those decisions, it needs data, it needs information. And that information is gonna be held here in the artificial intelligence category, blackboard. And the blackboard, usually you will call it the same, but blackboard, baby, sword enemy. Inside the blackboard, we're gonna hold the information that our behavior tree is going to use. So let's open the behavior tree, and you will see that it has been linked automatically to my blackboard. If this didn't happen to you, you either didn't name it the same, like blackboard and BT and the same name, or well, maybe it were in another folder. So you can just fix it by entering the behavior tree and selecting the blackboard that you need. Right. So this is a behavior tree. The blackboard looks like this. We have keys where it's kind of like variables, are spaces where we can store some information that later on we're going to use inside the behavior tree. So let's create a super simple behavior, right? I'm going to create it first, and then I'm going to explain it little by little. Yeah. So here from the root, we need to select a composite. I'm going to choose the selector. The selector, as its name says, it's going to select something to run. That's the super quick and small explanation. Later on, I will go more into detail. Don't worry. And what the selector needs to select is tasks, or well, another. You can put other selectors inside this, right? But it needs to select a branch in that needs to be parented. I mean, remember this is a tree. Okay, so this is the root. Everything will be like branches to this root. So I want my character to move towards a place, especially to follow our sword or our first person character. So I need to select a task. From this task, I'm going to select move to. This move to task, as you see, doesn't have any children and can't have any children because that task is something that you need to do, and there's like nothing that happens like during or that, oh, depending on this you can have three children. No, task is like a leaf node inside of this behavior tree, and in our case this little task is going to move our enemy towards a direction or towards an actor. In my case, right now is pointing to an actor, a self actor. We can see here in the details panel the blackboard key. Here is the self actor. But we need more. Well, we need more keys for sure, but we need one to hold the value of my current player. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go to the blackboard, a new key, and I'm going to select an object. An object is everything inside Unreal Engine. Everything. Now, an object that can be placed in the level is what we call an actor. So that's what I need. I'm going to call this actor to follow. And here, in the key type, I'm going to open it, and the base class, I'm going to change it to act, just so I make it a little bit more easy for myself whenever I need to use this value. Right, so let's save it. And well, I do need to change it here to an actor because an actor has a location inside the map. An object doesn't. An object doesn't really need to exist inside the map in order for it to work. Right, so let's go back to the behavior tree. Let's click on the move to, and now we can select our new key, which is the actor to follow. We will save this. And if we wanted to run this right now, nothing will happen. Nothing is happening because one, in my AI controller, I haven't defined my tree, my behavior tree. So that's the first thing that I should do. Did it work? Oh, don't crash on me right now. Come on. There it is. Took a second, but there it is. So now we have defined it, but now we need to run it. So in the begin play, I'm going to run the behavior tree. And what is the asset? You can either put it here like this, or you can get this component, get the default behavior tree asset, and now you can connect this like this. And let me delete that tick because I don't really need it. Let's compile and save. Now we are running the behavior tree. Let's go play. And if I go to the behavior tree here, and you select one of the AI enemies, you will see that it is being run. And as you see, whenever this task finishes, this tree gets invalidated and gets evaluated again. Right now, this actor to follow is none. So I shouldn't be able to access here, right? Because this makes it so every frame I'm testing for this tree. And that's not something that I would like to do. Whenever something fails, I wanted to take another route, maybe an idle type of approach, right? So now, here in the selector, what I'm gonna do is going to add a new task. This is gonna be a wait. And it's going to wait 5 seconds. Just like this. So let's press play and see what happens. Right. And I will make it wait a little bit less so we can see what happens all around the board. And let's do, yeah, play. Play. Here is the back. Okay, so what is happening? It's evaluating we're going to select something, goes to the move to, the actor to follow is none. So this means that this cannot run. And if I just click here, right click on it and toggle a breakpoint, we can see here that from the selector, it went here. Let's go back into, and now it runs the wait behavior, which is successful because waiting should always be successful most of the times, like 99.99% of the times. Waiting is something that you can always do. And because this succeeds, well, it gets run the time it needs to run, and when it finishes, all the tree finishes. Okay, so this works because 1, I'm using a selector, and 2, this wasn't working. Right. So what do I mean by this? A part of the selector node, we also have as a composite the sequence. And the sequence is very unique because it lets you append tasks. So you can do multiple tasks. In the case of the selector, you can only do one as long as it's successful. So let's make it so this is successful. Let's fill this actor to follow information so my enemies can find my character. So I'm going to go here, run behavior tree. Let's get the blackboard. And from the blackboard, I'm going to set the value as an object because my actor to follow, well, is an object. What will be my new value? Well, let's get my player character, and I'm doing it super quick and dirty so we can see that it can work, but we will later on will get the character correctly through maybe an area of sight, or maybe through just a trigger or something like that. So let's not worry too much about it. And so we are setting up the blackboard that is being used by this AI controller, which, because we have run this behavior tree comes with its blackboard, and this blackboard has this actor to follow, so I do need to copy this name. Let's copy this, and in the AI controller base enemy, I need to send the name, so I'm going to either promote it to a variable, or we can just make a literal name. And we just put the name here, actor to follow. So now we have where do we want to store the information and the information we want to store. And this runs in the begin plate. So let's save and compile. And if I press play, now it's running the move to. And if I choose resume, it's still going to the wait. So this is still failing. And that's why I'm going for the wait here, right? This is failing because the node move to uses the navigation system inside Unreal. And you need a little bit of setup for that navigation system. We need to go to the map. We need to go here to add a new thing in our project, in our level, excuse me. And let's go to volumes. Let's go to nav mesh bounce volume, and let's just put it here. Now you will see a volume that seems that nothing's happening, but it is. If we go to show and we go to navigation and it's the letter P for the hotkey, we will see that there's this green area. This is an area where you have defined that AI can move around. So they know, because they don't have eyes, right? They know this way which areas are walkable and which ones are not. So I'm going to increase the size of this volume. and increase a little bit of the height. So now everything is covered inside this volume. If you leave something not covered, for example here, this means that if the AI tries to reach this part, it won't be able to. It will return an error message. Right. So now that we have that in place, I'm going to press P so we can get rid of that debug mesh, or well, nav mesh preview. And now let's press play. And you will see that they are following me. Pretty good, right? And if we press play here, we will see that now, because this has the value that we want to follow, and also the nav mesh that we want to follow, this is succeeding, and the wait is no longer getting executed. And that's what a selector does. Whenever one of the children inside a selector is successful, then it stops running everything that is also here. I mean, if the wait was first, and it's very important the order where you put these nodes, you will see that here now it has a 1 and this one has a 2. This means, and I'm going to press Alt P so it starts from here. This means that it will also always wait, and because this succeeds, this is never going to play our move to, and in our tests, you will see that, oh, they are waiting. If you want to make more actions, I mean, do a sequence of actions, well, you can use the sequence, because the sequence will run until one of the children is not successful. That's the correct term, or fails. This means that if I test it, my behavior tree should run the wait, and then it should move to the actor to follow, right? That's Alt P. Now it's always waiting, and then it moves to the location, which, because they already found me, it's super quick. But yeah, it waits. Now I'm going to increase this to 2 seconds. Alt P. It waits 2 seconds and then it moves to my location. Right, so that's the main difference between these composite nodes. The other one, simple parallel, you can run a tasks while doing stuff here, like in parallel. You most likely are going to use both of these. Okay, so again, sequence runs until one fails, selector runs until one succeeds. Yeah, so if I move this around and I remove, can I put this to none? No. I remove the mesh, the nav mesh. This means that this will fail, right? And because it's a sequence, then the wait also no longer runs, because this runs until one of the children fails. Yeah, so that's the big difference, and that's how we're going to be building. Oh, let me. Can I add my? There it goes. That's how we're going to be building our behaviors. And in the case of this behavior, what I'm going to do is, usually it goes like this. You want to select one behavior. A behavior will have multiple tasks, so here you will create a sequence. And in this case, the sequence is moving towards the actor. But I want to know if this actor has been filled, because maybe it isn't, right? We can connect this like this for now. Or we can create a sequence also, because maybe we can change the animation later on. Something like this. very common pattern that you will see whenever you are using AI controller, AI behavior trees. Right. So here, if we remove this set value object, then this fails, and now my weighting is being used as a fail-safe routine. Right. So yeah, pretty useful. Pretty useful. This sequence, I'm going to rename it as follow character. This is just idle. And this is how you can define the different routines that you may have. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Now we want to attack. And we want to attack if we are near the character, right? Makes sense. So there are a lot of ways that we can do this. One is either create a new, let's call it sequence, or new routine that is called attack enemy. Or the simpler one would be here, whenever you move to the character and you are near the character, we create another task to attack. And that's the first approach I'm going to use. And then I'm going to create the other one, just so we can teach a little bit more about behavior trees and decorators, which is the only thing that I'm missing. Well, services also, right? Yeah, but let's not get too ahead of ourselves. So remember that we define a sequence like, oh, we can concatenate or append different tasks to it, and while they are true, yeah, we can do it. So let's do that. We just need an attack, and my enemy doesn't seem to have an attack right now. Let's go to the sword enemy. I don't think I need the AI controller anymore. Let's just close it. Let's go to the sword enemy, mesh, animation blueprint, because we need the animation for the attacks. And in the asset browser, I'm going to search for an attack, melee attack. Yeah, okay, this could be it, but I feel it's too fast. This could also be it. Isn't there a slow one? Melee hit, sprint, stun. Okay, so that's all I got. So let's... Okay, so I will have... Yeah, I will leave the attacks, and then I can mess around with the rate scale. Oh, here, the rate scale has already been messed with. We can make it a little bit more slower, or even more slower by putting 0.5. Yeah, 0.8 maybe a good place to start. Okay, perfect. I'm going to start with one attack. Later on, maybe I can add more. Right, so we do need a montage. The same way that we did our player attack, we are going to apply it here for the enemy. So from here, can I create an... Nope, I cannot create... Oh, create asset, create animation montage, current animation, no. Animation montage, here it is. Path to create the animation, I'm going to select my ARPG FPS folder and characters, sword enemy, and I'm going to call it animation montage sword enemy attack. And I'm gonna click OK. Now I have it. It seems that it doesn't have the animation that I was looking at, so I'm going to drag it and drop it in my animation montage, and there I have it. Pretty cool. Now, we have this attack. Let's use it. Let's go to our sword enemy, and I'm going to do the same logic as as my character. If you don't remember, we used an interface. And just so I'm not talking out of my bum, I'm pretty sure we did that. Yeah, send right hand attack. We can create one that is just say, oh, send attack. We can also, yeah, we can also use the same because this is a right hand attack, right? Is there a left hand attack? Oh, one left hand attack. Okay, yeah, let's reuse what we have, right? Could also be just send attack and we can randomize whatever. Yeah, but let's just reuse what we have. Let's go to class settings and let's go to implement interfaces. Right now, there's no interfaces implemented. Let's find our blueprint, combat. And now here in interfaces, send right hand attack, implement event, and there we have it. We can even copy and paste this, right? Yeah, and I think I will. Like, I mean, this is the exact same thing that I need. This is just a branch. Montage is playing. This is not the montage right now that I need to play. I will select this one and it should get replaced. Or can I? Okay, I can drag and drop on top of it. Animation montage, sword enemy. And here instead of main character. Because the other animation montage won't work because the skeleton is not the same. Here we need to send the skeletal mesh component, which we got, or we can get from here. Get mesh. Oops. Here it goes. And let's leave it like that for now. Now, if we send a right hand attack, well, we should be able to send a right hand attack. But we need to know where we can send it. And we can send it. And let me just delete this and delete this. And let's go to the sword enemy. One of the places where we can send it is in the sword enemy. Here we can get the mesh. And let's just, in the begin play, let's delay for 4 seconds. This is just a test. If you want like to see, you don't really need to add this part. I'm just gonna test it real quick. We can delay 4 seconds. Let's just, yeah, 3 seconds so we can see it very easily. From the mesh, I get the animation blueprint, which is through the anim instance, and we send the right hand attack. Oh, and I forgot that. Okay, we're using a montage here. The montage, where's my montage? The montage is using the default slot. So I do need to add here in the animation graph, locomotion, default slot. Save, compile. Now we should be able to see something. Let's play. Okay, let me just delete this and remove the delay to 1 second. 1 second's more than enough, I think. Okay, now you saw it. Perfect. And because of this, we know that we can send an attack animation. And if we don't want our player to move around when this is attacking, we can enter the melee attack. And here we can enable the root motion. Let's save this. Let's see if that. Okay, see, yeah, that works. The root motion will extract the animation inside the root bone. If we see the bones here, you will see that the root bone here is not moving around for nothing. So that's why enabling the root motion in that animation, well, in this animation, works as a stopping point for my enemy, which is cool. You can still rotate the character, but yeah, it's cool. Right, so we can close that now. And we need to call this part, as I was saying before, descend right hand attack. Now, because I'm using a character, well, I'm using a base enemy, but this base enemy is a character, and the character already comes with a mesh, I only need to know which character is doing the attack. And the way I'm going to create this, first I'm going to delete, is through a task, just so I can show you how to create tasks. Because I want to send an attack animation after I finish this task. This task finishes whenever my sword enemy has an acceptable radius of 5, which later on we can edit, because maybe it's too little. Maybe I need to increase the radius. But after this, I should have an attack task, which doesn't exist because it's super specific to the game that we're creating. So let's create a new task. This should be inside the enemy. Probably create a new folder. This will be tasks. Tasks. Inside of it will be BTT from behavior tree task. I could call it the same, send an attack. Attack actor. Right? Now, this behavior tree task, you will see it empty. But the way it works, it already has some predefined starting points and endpoints. Because whenever a task starts, it means that, oh, I came from here, we are selecting, you are the first thing that I select. This is a sequence, let's see if this happens. And now, well, I can add my behavior tree attack actor. And after you move to that place, I'm going to try to attack the actor. Now, when it enters here, I will have a function called execute. When it finishes, or it ends abruptly, when it ends abruptly, or usually you are ending it abruptly, it can receive an abort signal. And when it's constantly running, so between execute and when it finishes or when it gets aborted, it's going to run the tick. And we want the AI version of this. So receive execute AI. This is going to send me the controller that is running this task and the pawn that has that behavior tree running on top of it. So this is just sending me the AI controller that we created, and this is sending me the pawn, which should be the blueprint sword enemy. Right. We want to send an attack. We have the control pawn. We can cast it to a character. And if it is a character, we want to get the mesh, because this is something that comes with every character. And from the mesh, we need to get the animation blueprint, so we need to get the animation instance. This one. And from here, we can send the right hand attack. Just like this. Now, if this fails, we need to tell my attack that it fails. Otherwise, it will be stuck here running. And we can see it. Let me save everything and we can test it. Should attack me. It attacked me, right? But it's still running. We never told it to finish. So we need to cover both cases, when it finishes after attacking here and when it finishes after attacking here, right? So cast failed, okay? Then we will finish execute. We don't need to abort it, otherwise we will trigger the abort state. And nothing here happened like that should abort this action. Simply I want to tell it, oh, it finished, but it wasn't successful. In the other case, it finished, but it was successful. Why does this matter? Well, remember, when a sequence run and when a selector run, well, it all depends if the child was successful or if it fails. So that's why sending the correct success value of each task is very important. Right, so this should run correctly, right? So let's see what's happening now. Okay, seems like it does run correctly. But there's a little issue that this is not showing at first glance. This. The tree is being evaluated immediately. Like, oh, you finished the attack. Oh, you are already near the person. Let's send the attack again and again and again and again and again. This is not waiting for the animation to end in order to send or in order to evaluate the tree again, which is not something that I like to see. Why? Because what I really want to know, or well, what I really want my enemy to do is that whenever it attacks, it's a full commitment. You cannot change your mind. And if I added something to abort an attack, then for sure it could abort it midway. So yeah, it's not something that I want to do. So I want to create a little bit of delay, which can be as simple as just, oh, let's delay here. It will be 1 second or maybe 2 seconds of delay. Compile. And now my behavior tree gets here. It will attack me. It will wait 2 seconds and then it will run again. But if my animation is not 2 seconds, it looks a little bit weird, right? So we need the information of this animation. So in send right hand attack, I mean, with messages, you can actually get here, send right hand attack, and you can get outputs. And we can ask for a float, and this is the length of animation in seconds. Right? Let's compile, save, and things will change inside my animation blueprint. Wherever we use it, it will show a warning because right now because it was being used as an event, well, we cannot return a value with an event. That's why it's showing me a warning. So let me just delete it. Let me copy this with Ctrl C. And now we can double click this send right hand attack. And this will be the length of the animation that I can give. Now, the thing about this is that I cannot know which animation I'm using, right? Why? Because, well, I cannot run it because the play montage that I was using was a macro. And the play montage that now I'm able to use is a function. So it changes completely. So now we have an issue. An issue where, oh, I wanted to use this one in case I needed to change the starting point or something. And especially is going to be useful for my for my first person character that now also have the same problem. Let's search for it. Animation blueprint first person character. Now I have this problem, right? Which is not good actually. So I don't want to send that information, that extra information for my character for this one, because this one for sure will be able to abort some animations. The other enemy, I wouldn't care too much about it. So I'm not going to mix them. And this is a good example on having something that can be reused, but later on not adapting to the situation that you're going to use it for. So let's go back to the blueprint interface, and let's just Control C until we, there it goes, until we remove this parameter. Control C again. Okay, now we have it as before, right? Compile, yes. Well, I need to redo this part. Ah, come on, compile it. It's not like this. It's come on. Convert function to event. Compile. I think I messed it all up. Okay. I don't want to. Okay. Let's compile this. Now we should be able to get it. Implement event. Now we have it. Okay. Yeah. Every time you make a change here in the blueprint interface, make sure to compile. And before I forget, I'm going to add the function send enemy attack. Oh, come on. Something like this. Perfect. Better. That's better. Output length of animation in seconds, because the enemies do need it, so I can make a little bit of delay in my task. Let's save it. Now here there shouldn't be any problems because it's working as always. And in my sword enemy animation blueprint, let me remove this. Let me open the, let me copy and paste this. Let me open the send attack. If we do not have an animation montage playing, I want to use the function play montage. Come on. Play montage. Oh, montage play. Come on. Montage play. The target is itself. The montage I'm going to use is the sword enemy. Oh, this is the locomotion. This is the one that I want to use. It's the same one. Perfect. And we have this value. This value, if I remember correctly, should be the animation time. But there was a problem with it. Let me just print it, and what I just did is right click, toggle breakpoint. Well, let's compile everything, save everything, and let's press play. This will make it so the execution will stop immediately. Oh, nothing happened. Oh, I'm not I'm not calling it. I'm not calling the send attack enemy. I'm sorry about that. I'm calling the send right hand attack. Send attack. Send enemy attack. There we go. Length in seconds. And let's press play. Okay, so it stopped, right? Well, it's giving me. Why didn't it stop then? Oh, here I need to choose the actual and enemy that is using this. I guess it's not triggering. Great, another bug. Well, but it is showing me how much that animation has inside it. So this is kind of working. Kind of. And you will see why I'm saying that in a minute. It's working because, well, as you can see, it is working. But it's kind of working because I wanted to add more attacks and then randomize between the attacks, right? Which I should be able to change here. Montage, play with blending settings, play rate, play animation, montage is playing, is slot. Okay, so a montage. Where is my montage? Can hold multiple animations, and in my dream montage, I would have all or most of the attacks here. And let's save it. And now if we play it, when it attacks me, it's giving me the whole, well, the whole attack animation, right? Which are 2 animations. But we can cut it up in sections. We can create a new section by right-clicking on top here. And this could be the attack 02. And we can make it fit. And now in the montage sections, I have the default one and the attack 02. But I don't want them to be sequential. So we can click on here and remove the link. And now we have 2 completely separate sections in the same asset. We had the default one and we have the attack 2. And we can choose which section we want to use whenever we play a montage. Right? So if I just play, now it's going to play only the default section. But it's waiting for the whole duration of the montage. So it kind of worked, but if we do this type of approach, which to make another attack, it's as easy as going here and in the montage play, like we should be able to set montage, set next section. Could it be this? Set position. No. I mean, section. This is a track. Yeah. Can I jump to a section? Jump section. Can I do something like this? Section name. I remember it was attack 02. The montage is, well, the same montage. And let's see if now we are playing the second attack. I believe that's the second attack, so it is working. And if I change the names to something more simple, like, oh, this is 2, and now this is 1. Save it. Let's go to animation montage. We could here just, oh, what's the section name? Well, let me get a random integer. Where is it? Random bool float integer. And I need random integer in range, because the minimum is 1 and the maximum is 2. This should give me a number between 1 and 2 with I had 3 here, then it would give me actually more than these two numbers. And then let's convert it to a string. And the string can be converted into a name. And this would be a nice way of adding multiple attacks. Okay, you attack me like this. Now you use the second attack. This is the second attack again. Second attack again. First attack. Yeah, see? It's very easy to add multiple animations. But I do need to get the actual animation length, because this one is just giving me the whole montage duration, which is not exactly what I need. Here, return value type, montage length, duration. Can I get the duration? What's this duration? In seconds, duration, length. Wait. I mean, this is the same number, right? Yeah, it's the same. It's the same now. And well, I'm sad to say that there's actually no node that can give us the duration of the section. Here, I found in the forums, there is a way of getting it with C++. This is how you get it. But yeah, it's not, I mean, how is it called? Get section length. Section length. Yeah, it doesn't exist in only blueprints, right? So there are ways that you could possibly get it, but it's super cumbersome. For example, you have montage jump to section. Well, you can, let's montage, you can get the position, which is the number of seconds maybe that the animation is playing for. So you could jump to the section end and get the position. Then return to the start of the section, jump to section, and then you can return that position as a length of animation. But you would need to take in consideration that if you are playing a section, for example, this section that is in this part, the position is this one. So you would need to take into account all the positions that are the other animations. So yeah, there's a little bit of manual labor involved. The other way around it, I mean, could be to just type this length. Where is it? Sequence length 0.966667. Type it maybe in an array, depending on the number it says here, then that array can play it. Or you can just get the number of sections here. For example, let's just create a little variable, a local variable, because I only want this variable to affect this part. So let's local variable, this is called number of sections. For me right now, this is just 2. So where is it? And in preview, now I need to edit the default. This is, oh, excuse me. Let's go back to edit preview. Here it was my local variable. I didn't see it. Sections is 2. We can connect this here. And now we just make a compromise. This total value divided by the number of sections. And it's going to give us something very, very near the true value, unless one attack is super long compared to the other ones. which usually is not the case. You want, I mean, if it's a simple attack, you want all your attacks to be very similar to one another, at least in time. So let's remove this with F9 or just right click and toggle. Yeah, now we get some kind of approximation that it's good enough, right? It's good enough. I think it's good enough also. I think it's good enough. So that's how we're going to solve that problem. The other problem that exists is that my character is a little bit small. So we can go to the sword enemy, the viewport, and here select my blueprint, and let's scale it maybe by 0.3. And let me use the arrow to return the value and click here on the lock. So 0.3 actually is everywhere. And let's see if now it's a little bit more menacing. And more than menacing, I mean, I want to be able to hit it. Yeah, now it should be possible to hit it. Well, my sword should be able to do more damage. I really don't know if I'm hitting it or not. Yeah, I will need to check. I don't think I'm doing anything. But yeah, it's just a matter of testing. I mean, we can go to the sword. Let me just add a one hit KO. Weapon, sword base damage, 100. Let's compile, save, sword enemy. Let's save everything actually. So that should have been able to kill it. But for some reason, didn't do anything. Right? So I'm going to debug it a little bit. And to debug it, I'm going to use again my breakpoints. Right click, toggle breakpoint. Let's see if this is doing anything. Right, so now I don't even know if I'm hitting something or not. So let's go back to the sword. Let's change the draw debug for duration. Yeah, I mean, seems like a hit. And I am hitting it for sure. But it's not stopping, right? That's not good. What's happening now? Let's see. Here in the sword enemy event graph. Well, we can remove this. We should be able to stop the behavior whenever we die. So I want to go here to the character info, add event on death. On death is going to call the parent function, and I cannot call the parent function, it seems. So let me just copy. I will remove the debug, the toggle breakpoint. Now that we have the event here, which I was hoping that it was going to just play it because the other one was the parent, but seems it can't because I cannot call the parent function there. I'm going to create a sequence. And from here, in the AI controller, I'm going to tell it to stop the logic. And the way that I'm going to do that is by getting the controller first. Can I get the AI controller directly? Controller. No. Oh, I can. Get AI controller. The control actor is self. From here, I want to get the brain component, which is the one running the behavior tree, and here stop logic. The reason will be there, just like this. Yeah, let's save, compile, and now let's see if this works. I should be able to one-shot it. Boom. It stopped. Okay, so it didn't run the physics, and I believe it's because of the animations that we have here. So I'm gonna get the mesh again, and I'm going to, can I stop all animations? Animation stop. Does this work? I mean, it stops the animations, but let me check. Oh, I know what's happening. I know what's happening. Mesh. Let's open it. And let's search for the asset. And of course, this doesn't have a physics asset, which means that if I try to simulate the physics, it won't work. So we need to create one, right? Right click on it, and let me save everything. Right click on it, create, physics asset, create. Yeah, and create an assign, because that's what I need to do. Let's just create it. It will create this by default. If we press play or simulate, I mean, if it's not glitching too much, I'm gonna leave it as it is. I mean, not going to matter that much to me. We can remove it, save this one, close it, the sword. I leave it open just in case. This one, I'll close it. The interface, let's close it. Attack actor is doing what we need for it to do. And where is it? Sword enemy, this one. Let's play. And let's kill it. There it is. Now it's working. Now, it would be also a good idea to stop the animation before I do this, just so it's super clean. Because some animation may, especially if it's additive animation, could still be playing whenever we are simulating some parts of the body. Right. There it goes. It broke a little bit, but it's fine. Fine, right? Yeah, we can tweak that physics asset later on if needed. I mean, it's as easy as, oh, I'm going to select this, then simulate option, simulate selected, and see how everything is reacting to everything else. Like, oh, this is rotating too much. Okay, it's easy to fix. Here, select it, press F, and now Alt and left click lets you rotate it like this. This should be smaller. And the rotation, you can click on it. This is the constraint. You can click on it here or click on it here, also works. We can remove the limits or increase the limits. For example, maybe this swing, no, this is fine. This is too much. Something like this. Something like this. Yeah, now we can test it again. Simulate also simulate selected, and now it is constrained a lot more. Yeah, so yeah, it's a little bit of nitpicking if you want to fix it. For me, it's good enough. I mean, I'm gonna make it disappear eventually, not right now, but or maybe yeah, maybe just right now, like something like here, delay, maybe three seconds in the ground, and then destroy the actor. Now let's see. Oh, let me close this with the middle mouse button. Let's play. It's gonna hit you. 3 seconds. This disappears. Yeah, that's cool. That's better. And the sword, let me return it. Draw debug is fine. Sword base damage. Maybe 20 or 35. 35 should be better. I mean, I don't want to have like for it to be too hard to kill enemies. And now if I have a lot of enemies, whoops. You will see that I play around, everything is following me. Now I'm killing some dudes. Yeah, and it's working correctly. I only want to go here in the animation blueprint to get rid of this print string. And the number of sections should be used here. Yep. Now this should be working correctly. Again, this is the send enemy attack. We check if the montage is playing. We play the montage. We get an average of what the number of sections should be, how much of each of the number of sections should be there. I don't know if I can get the number of sections, can I? Montage. I don't think so. So set next sections, jump to sections, get position, play slow dynamic. No, I cannot get it. Yeah, so it's fine. I mean, we can change this number. It's not gonna kill us. So let's save everything. And now we have enemies. Enemies that are, well, kind of annoying, right? We want to spread these enemies all around the map, but they know exactly where I am. And they're gonna come looking for me for sure. So the next step would be for the enemies to have a type of patrol animation. So they only come to me when they are near me or when they see me. But yeah, we're gonna trick the player. It's like in an area because we're not gonna add stealth. We really don't care where the enemy is looking towards. Like, oh, you're near the enemy, it's gonna come towards you. So that's what we're gonna do next. We're going to create a way for our enemies to decide when to attack us. Because if we are, let's say, here, maybe I want this enemy and this enemy to attack me, but not these ones that are far away. And right now, if we go to our behavior tree, immediately is following my character. It won't matter if this enemy is super far or super close. The result is the same. The far away enemy will come to me. Right, so there are multiple ways of treating this problem or to address it. Right. Let me just take a screenshot of this. There it goes. And this is my screenshot, right? So in my screenshot, I have my player here. We have certain distances, we have a faraway enemy, and that's the, let's say, the issue of it, right? So one way to address it is by defining certain zones, certain areas where all the enemies will know that they can attack me. This is very useful if, let's say, we already had rooms. Something like this, maybe. And we can assign, oh, let's assign this area. This is area 1. This part will be area, and let's call it like this, area 2, and area 3, right? And we could create box triggers. So whenever my player enters this area, all the enemies that are inside it will receive the information that, okay, I can attack this player. And whenever they leave this area, oh, I'm gonna stop attacking this player. I'm gonna lose interest, right? This is one way to approach it. The let's say, like, the trade-off of using this approach is that you need to set it up. You need to set up the areas, and if later on your layout changes, then you need to update everything, right? So it could take a little while in order for get this up and running. The code would be super simple because, a player entered this area, everything inside of this area, I can try to get an overlap of all the actors that are inside this area, and if all the actors are of the enemy type, well, if the overlapped actor is of the enemy type, I can tell it, start attacking the enemy. And I can tell that to my enemies just by giving it this value, this actor to follow. Because if this is not connected, I mean, if this actor to follow key inside the blackboard is not filled up, then whenever it gets the selection, tries to run it, can't find it, it would fail. And because it fails, it goes, this child didn't succeed, so I'm gonna try the next one, which is the idol, and this will succeed for sure, right? Now, you can check also if this value is not filled or not by using something inside the behavior trees that is called, that are called decorators. You can right click decorator, and these are almost like if statements, but they can get a lot more complex than if statements because you can define your own. In this case, I could check, let's say, where was it? Blackboard. So if the cell factor is set, well, we can change it by clicking here, clicking on the actor to follow, and now it will check if the actor to follow is set, which means that the variable has been filled by something. If we set it up to none, then it will mean that, well, this value, this Blackboard value, is not set, and then it will not enter the tasks inside this sequence. All right, so this is a way of checking, of adding multiple checks, and as you can see in the decorator, you can create a cooldown, which already exists. Whenever this gets executed, it will lock it for a number of seconds, which right now is 5. Yeah, so we can add a lot of conditions here, right? And I'm gonna leave this here because, I mean, it's very useful, because if, before moving, I want to change my weapons. Let's say I put some task here, like, let's change the weapon to a ranged weapon if we are in range, or a melee weapon if I'm in a melee type of range, right? Let's say we do that, and changing the weapon will succeed most of the times, right? But then I come to this node and realize that, the actor to follow is not set, right? Yeah, so this would be an issue if this decorator wasn't here. But my graph is super simple, so yeah, I don't really need to worry that much with this. Right, so this is a solution. It's not what I'm gonna do because I will need to inform the other developers that this is how you need to set up. Sometimes this makes it so the developers are less inclined to experiment because, oh, I would like to try a new layout, but I would need to change all the spawn points and all the areas inside my level. So in this case, it really doesn't adapt to the type of development that we are doing and to the type of game which right now I have not created any type of level, right? I mean, this could be created later on, maybe for some optimization purposes, because it really is super straightforward in term of performance, right? So this would be a good approach later on. But now, because I don't even have rooms, let me just, can I delete this? Can I use this to delete? No. Oh, this is the eraser. Let me just delete these zones. Right. So that is one approach. The other one is for every enemy, we could add some sphere collision inside of the blueprint. So every enemy will have something like this. And whenever my player collides with it, well, that enemy is aware and probably it will be a lot bigger, right? Whenever my player collides with it, it's going to attack it. So yeah, probably maybe the range will be something like this. And you will see an evident problem with this approach. Right, something like this. Yeah, but it will work very easily. Oh, this player entered this area. I now know that my player wants to engage with the enemy, or well, the enemy needs to attack the player. And it should be fairly easy to create. Here's my enemy, my sword enemy. We can just add a sphere collision. This sphere, I can increase the radius to maybe 600. And whenever it collides with something, well, I'm gonna make it overlap everything, overlap all dynamic, maybe just overlap pawn. And here at event, begin overlap, whenever it begins here, we can immediately send the information of the actor that has collided. And if it's, I should check if it's my main player, then send that information to the blackboard. So my enemy, so my hero tree can continue. Right. The thing about this, now you can see the actual radius. You could call it site radius. But yeah, a big issue with this is, let's look at this, at this case scenario. There is a wall here, but you have entered that collision component, so now they will go and attack you, and they know the way to get you. You really haven't even seen them, but now they are attacking, which is very, very complicated. Why? Because you need to check every time this player enters. But, well, and it's like not that complicated to do this part, because let's say my player entered this zone. What I would need to do is, oh, I want to do a line trace, or maybe a capsule trace would be better, and check from this point to my player and see if there is something in between that could block the eyesight of this, which is very simple to do. Here is a wall, so I know that this has been blocked, so we could tell it, oh, it is in your area, but you haven't seen it yet, so don't attack it. Yeah, but if I remain in the area and then arrive here, well, let's say that my player did something like this, but it didn't, it was still in the bounds of my, whoops, this is not it. It was still in the bounds of my area. Well, this component only gets the event of begin overlap and then the end overlap. So then I would need to create some kind of list of, oh, these are the actors that have begin overlap. Then for each actor, check if they're inside, and then if they leave the area of this sphere, then you can continue and stop checking if we are looking or looking directly at it, or if it's in the line of sight, right? So yeah, it's too much effort. It's really too much effort, and I have spent like 30 minutes, I believe, talking about the possible ways that we can do it, but it's something that can help you on the long run. So that's why I'm taking the time, and probably we're already like 6 hours into the tutorial. So if you have stick long enough, then might as well give you more information that is very useful for this type of development. So I'm deleting the sphere component. Right, so as a good news, the AI controller has a way of checking perception. And it would be just a matter of opening, and let's just use Ctrl P and type AI controller. And here we can add the perception, and there's a component for perception. Yeah, but this is like too much power for what I want to use, because this perception not only adds the sight perception, there's a dominant sense, you can add damage sense, hearing, prediction, sight, team, touch. So I would only need sight, but yeah, it's a system that will take more resources, and I'm only using it for something super simple. So that's why I'm not going to use it. Also, if you are using this, you get the on perception updated. This perception updated will only just tell you the actors that have changed. Like, oh, you have this actor, I have seen it, or I have lost sight of it. So you still would need to create a list of the actors that are inside of this perception, right? So I really don't need it. I only want to check my line of sight with my main character, which is this one, right? Well, whatever spawns here. So what I'm gonna do, finally, right? What I'm gonna do is not use these components, these sphere components. Oops. And why? Because also sphere components are usually used for things that are mostly static. I believe I have already talked about it, but you will get better results if these spheres collisions were static. And I need to delete, and I didn't want to delete my beautiful wall. Right, so what am I going to do? Well, the first thing is every enemy will always know who is the main character. So they will have access to the location, they will have access to everything that the player knows, right? In this case, AI is super cheating because it always knows where you are. But we're gonna hinder it a little. We're gonna create a task inside the behavior tree where we are going to check the distance between my enemy and my player. And when it's inside of my desired distance, maybe could be 300. We'll test it, right? 600, whatever. Whenever it is inside this distance, I'm going to do the line trace between the enemy and the player and see if there is any collisions between it. And if there are none, well, the line sight is okay. And we can proceed to attack it. And that's what I'm gonna do. It's super simple. And the behavior tree will take care of itself. Right, so we're going to implement this now. I won't close this. We are back on the engine, and in the engine, and let me close this AI controller. I know that I added and deleted a component. I don't need the sword either, I only need this. And I'm going to create that continuous tasks. Well, that continuous task that will run and will check if the player is close enough or not, right? So yes, let's first start by creating that running task, and you will see, I mean, it will get a little bit performance intensive, but we will handle it in a certain way. Yeah, so I want to know if my character is close enough to my main character. That's what I want to do. So here for now, gonna right click, and what we're going to do is run a service. So let's create a new service. Services lets you run functionality continuously. So let's call this behavior tree service check distance. Or we could call it check if we can attack, or check if it's in range. Check if player is in range. Yes. And this, let's connect it here. This is going to be a service that will run whenever we know who the player is, right? So if we want to know who the player is, then we should first check this, and then we can run the service, so we can add the service here. Now, if this fails, well, you will see how we will confirm that the player is in range. There we go. Right, so first, let's do this check. Right, so we know that the player has been set. So we do have access to the player, right? This service is going to start running whenever this follow character gets this condition fulfilled. So if there is an actor to follow, well, now we can we can check if that player is in range, right? And whenever this service, or well, whenever this tree gets evaluated, this actor to follow is set, this service starts. So here in functions, we can receive deactivation whenever this follow character finishes, and then, oh, this is successful or not successful, means that this service will also finish. So we can receive that deactivation also. This search start, here it says task search enters branch of tree. Pretty self-explanatory. And the tick is something that will continue to run. So here inside the tick, we can run that line trace, that checking of the distance, right? So yeah, whenever we receive an activation, we're gonna start here. We want to know who the main character is. That main character is set up in the actor to follow. This blackboard exists on the AI controller. So what we're going to do is here, if the controller is valid, I'm just checking it should always be valid, but I don't want to get an error here if it isn't. So if it is valid, I want to get the blackboard, and from here I want to get the value as an object, because, well, if you remember correctly, the value that I want to search is the actor to follow, and it is an actor, which is an object. Okay, so we can type here, and can you get value and get the key? Okay, let's not complicate this more than we need. So make literal name, and let's call it the same, actor to follow. Just like this. Now, if you don't want to type every time this actor to follow, you could create variables. This variable could be a blackboard key. And if it is a blackboard key, we can get it, and we should be able to get the name. Or even better, we can get the value as an actor, which is actually a lot better. Yeah. So this is the way that we have been doing stuff. We can delete this. This is a blackboard key again. I think I went too fast there. Blackboard key selector. We're gonna call it actor. Player actor. That's a better name. We want to check a player actor, which will be a blackboard key, and we're going to get it as an actor. And we just need to open the eye, save and compile. And now let's go back to the behavior tree, and you will see that the service now has this default category, which we can change later on, but it lets us select the player actor, and it lets us select the key that we want to use. In this case, the actor to follow, which is this one, which is now sent directly to the service. Now, decorators, services, and tasks have this ability of creating blackboard key selectors and making them public, so you can set up the whatever value that you would like, right? So here we are sending it the actor to follow. Let's save it. Let's go back to the service, and now instead of just checking if this owner controller is valid, I'm gonna check if this actor is valid. And if it is, then I want to check the 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 distance between this actor and the pawn that is controlling this behavior tree and this service. So it's very easy. We can get this reference, type distance, and there's already a get distance too. Could be horizontal distance if you need that, but I will get this distance just in case we add some verticality, or well, if Mao adds some verticality to the level, then it should take in account this. So this is one actor, this is the other actor, called the control pawn. And if this distance, here's the branch, and I'm typing if because it's, well, because I'm a programmer and I'm used to just typing if instead of branch, and because it's a lot shorter. Right, so if this distance is less or equal than a distance that I need to determine, which I will promote to a variable, and this will be range value. Again, I'm gonna make it public so I can change it in the behavior tree. If this distance is less than the current range, let's call it attack range. Or could it be activation range, side range? Let's call it side range. If it is less than this range, which right now is 0, I'll just put a default value maybe of 300. If it is less, then I can proceed to attack the player, right? Well, kind of right. Why? Well, because I need to check. Where is my? Oh, that's the recordings. Here is my little drawing. Because here I would be in the 300 range, but I haven't checked the line of sight. So that's what I need to check now. So to check the line of sight, I'm gonna draw a capsule. I mean, could be a capsule collision. I guess I could cover all my bases with a capsule collision. Yeah, let's do it. Trace. Capsule. Capsule trace by channel should be a lot easy to manage, because a wall will probably block my visibility, so the trace channel will be a lot easy to test, right? Now, I need a start position and an end position. Well, I already have it. Is this one, which I'm going to copy and paste, so I don't need to arrange too much of the nodes. This will be get location, get actor location. This is start. My end is the actual, or well, my end should be the player actor actually, because this is the main character. My start should be my control pawn. So let's just get it. Get actor location. And I'm going to try to, yeah, this is fine. Right, so it starts at my actor location, it ends at my main character. The radius and the half height, I'm going to determine it by using my current control pawn. Now here I could cast to a character and from here get the capsule component, and from the capsule component, I can get the half height, the scaled one, because right now I believe I'm multiplying by 1.2 the half height. I mean, the overall size of the actor. So let's get the scale capsule radius and the half height. Right, so radius is the first one that it's asking me for. So get scale capsule radius. Let's connect it like this. Oh, I missed. The half height, I'm going to get it without the hemispheres. So get scale, get scale capsule half height without hemisphere. What are the hemispheres? Well, here in the base enemy, you can see, well, this part in the middle, and these are the hemispheres, the tips. And I'm not going to consider that because it could be near either a roof or usually to a floor. So if I consider the hemisphere, then probably I will collide with the floor or with any little thing that is inside the map. So I only need the middle part. And I'm sorry because it a notification sound that I thought that I had muted sounded. So I'm sorry if you thought it was notification for you. Right, so let's continue. Get capsule half height without hemisphere. This is what I'm going to connect to the half height. And I'm going to make a little bit of space because, okay, so this cast to a character, in my case, will always succeed because my enemies are characters. So I'm just going to right click and convert to a pure cast. And I'm going to have faith that it will always succeed. Right, so here we have it. Half height, visibility, we can just draw for duration, which is this duration, this draw time, just to know if this is working or not. Right, so we have this capsule trace, and I'm not using the multi trace because I only want to know the first hit. If it happens, then something is blocking it, and I don't really need much information from that point onwards. Now we just need to use the information to our advantage, right? So this information, very useful. Here we have all the, let's just break, no, let's not break it. Let's just break it. We have all the information about the out hit that we really don't need. We just need to know if it has blocked something or not, which is just this one. True if there was a hit, false if otherwise. So here, we, how should I put it? We need to save the value if it has hit something or not, right? So we can make a variable out of this. Now, why am I not creating it? Because this variable is a variable that I should use here in the behavior tree. And if it's data that my sword enemy needs to use, it's something that I need to store in the blackboard. Now, let's do that. Let's create the key for this. So let's create a new key. This will be a Boolean key. And it will be called player in range. Or is player in range more like a question, right? Is player in range? True, it is. False, it isn't. It will start with the false value. Well, it will start not set up. That's it. and being false means that it's not set up. So yeah, this is good. Let's go back to the behavior tree. And now I need to send this is player in range in order for it to be changed. So let's double click on it. Let's create a new Blackboard key, which, oh, good, pretty automatic. So yeah, Blackboard key, I'm just going to make sure that it is the same variable. And this is the result, the Boolean result. Again, I'm gonna make it public. I'm gonna get it. And I'm gonna set the value as a Boolean. Set Blackboard value as a Boolean. Just like this. Save, compile. Good. Now let's take in consideration that right now we are inside the receive activation AI event. So this is only triggering once. And this is something that should get triggered every time. Every time my actor is set, like this will be valid. Then I want to check this. So using the activation AI is not really the way that we should handle this. We're going to use the tick event and receive tick AI, and we're just going to disconnect this, break this link, right click, break this link. We're going to select everything. We can just type Control A. Well, excuse me. Yeah, Control A and Control click these two and move everything here. And yeah, we can be pretty much done with this. Now, why did I create the activation AI? It's because it's something that you already relate to, because whenever something enters, like with a task, it's like an execute. But in the case of the activation, I don't really need to send a value like, oh, it's false or it's true, right? Now, with this service, what I'm gonna do is set it up. Click here. The Boolean result is the is player in range. And now I need to check I need to check if the player is in range. So I'm going to create another selection here. Another selector. I'm going to put my Blackboard here. This is an idle sequence that will, well, an idle, yeah, I mean, it's a sequence that will run the wait, and I want to run this whenever the actor to follow is not set. And this will be, I'm going to call it enemy behavior. I'm going to change my check if player is in range to this selector. And this sequence will only run, I will put the decorator here, Blackboard, will only run if my actor to, no, if my is player in range is set. So it means that it's true. If I wanted to check if it's false, then it's not set, right? So if my player in range is set, then let's do it. Let's just check if we're in range and be done with it, right? Now, what happens if my player is not in range? Well, what I will do is create a new sequence, and I will ask it to patrol. This sequence will be called patrol. this will be called follow an attack. And well, it's going to be a little bit over, I mean, what's the term? Tacit? Like, you understand that here is follow an attack, the main character, this is patrol around the place, right? So yeah. This is the follow an attack, this is the patrol that for now I'm going to put wait. So let's check it. We're going to press play. No one is doing anything. Now, why is this happening? Well, let's check the blackboard. Right now, my check if the player is in range is not setting up my is player in range. And you will see here the values that you're getting. Also, if you press, no, it's not the tilde key. It's the, was it the question mark? What was it? Oh, here it is. The apostrophe key here. The apostrophe, I mean, if I'm not pronouncing it right, this is the apostrophe that I'm talking about. The symbol is like this one. We can click on it. We will look towards the enemy that you want to check. Like, for example, this one. Press the apostrophe key. And you will see information about the AI controller. You will know that I'm looking. Okay, it didn't actually matter. Come on. Where I looked towards. Oh no, it did matter. Yeah. Let me just get a screenshot of this. Right, that's better. You will see the information here. One is you're making sure that there is a controller. The pawn name is this one, and you can see controller, pawn name. You can see if there is a blackboard assets, which there is an asset, a blackboard sword enemy. You will see the values inside that blackboard, so you know exactly what's happening here. And also, you know there is a navigation data, so it will move around. Sometimes if your actor is not moving around, you will see here, oh, nav data, it's none, and it means that you forgot to add the navigation mesh bounds. The nav mesh. You will see that the behavior tree is running. This is the name of the tree. The name of the active task, so it is waiting, and the actual tree that is running. So selector, it's entering the enemy behavior because the main character value is filled, and it's entering the patrol sequence, and inside the patrol sequence is just waiting. Right, so we have that information, which means that something inside this service is not working correctly. And let's check it. This is who was it? AI controller base enemy C5, and this is sword enemy C7. So this one is AI controller base enemy C0. Yeah, let's just base enemy 0. So we have the player actor, and it's not, the distance is not being fulfilled. We know that the distance will be fulfilled because we are, whenever we got closer, we should see this line, well, sphere traces that I created, right? Well, there are capsule traces actually, right? So I'm inside the the actual the actual range, and just so it's easier for me to debug. Oops, I did not mean to delete the floor. I'm going to delete all the characters, well, all the enemies except one. Right, so what's happening here? Let's go back to my service. Now it's inside, and there is, well, the capsule trace is working. Ah, now I know what's happening. It's setting up the value, right? If it is, and it's very simple to get actually. If it is true, means that there was a hit. But because there wasn't a hit, this is false. But my bool result is actually if the player is in range. So this should be false if something is blocking it, and true if nothing is blocking it. So I just need to invert the condition. So I'm just going to call it is in range, and I'm going to flip this with this not boolean, like this. Yeah, this was a little bit of an oversight for my part. Right. So now let's test it. And now, well, I also wanted to talk about this little feature that is the debug actor debug menu. Yeah. So okay, so I will explain what happened in a little bit, but now we know that it worked, and now it's working, and now we know that the range is super small. So maybe 800 could be better. Yeah. So right now it should attack me, but it waits for something. So let's see what's happening. So you will see that we are stumbling into a lot of little issues, and it's on purpose because I want to show you the things that could happen to you whenever you start using behavior trees, right? So right now, even though my character sees me, it's not doing anything. Why? Well, because it is still patrolling. If I put here, oh, come on, right? I'm gonna put it here. It's patrolling because I'm not in range. Playing in range is false. Now I'm going to move forwards, and now I'm in range. Because it was still doing this task, it couldn't proceed to the next one. But there is a way to abort whatever I'm doing, depending on the condition. And we already have a decorator that checks a condition, and it's this one, right? So 800, I believe it's too little. Let's try with 1000. And here, if you click on any type of decorator, you will see that you can abort. We need to specify when do we would want this to happen, or to maybe happen, is whenever we notify the observer. It's either on result change or on value. By default, we only need the result, so that's what I'm going to use. And we need to define what can this condition can abort. Here, The first one is self. This will mean that if I'm moving towards an actor and it stops being in range, then we can stop moving towards this actor. Right now, let's remove this. If I go to test it, right now I'm in range, but as soon as those traces stop, it will mean that I'm not longer in range, but it's still following me. Yeah, so now with this, we can abort it. We can choose self, and everything that's in as a child of this sequence will get aborted. Now, it's not going to work because while I was testing this, I found a little bug that I introduced in the service. So let's open the service. This is correct, but the thing that I did not consider was this part of the condition. The get distance, whenever you leave the side range, is not going to return this functionality. And whenever you leave the side range, I want this value of the blackboard to be false because it is not in range. So let's copy and paste this. And we can move everything a little bit back and paste our set blackboard value. And it will be set to false because if you're out of range, you are not in range. Yeah, pretty self-explanatory. Yeah, so with this, we can save, compile. This has been set up to abort self. Here is my enemy. My enemy saw me, finished waiting, went to chase me, and then when I'm out of its range, then it's back again to the patrolling. I'm gonna press the apostrophe key, and you can see behavior 3 patrol sequence. Yeah. Now, what happens if I want to change this? Let's say I'm patrolling for 15 seconds. If right now I try to interrupt its patrol, where is it? It's still waiting, right? So I don't want that. Why? Because here, this service is already checking every 0.5 seconds or 0. And between 0.9, we can change this. And I believe I changed this when I was testing stuff. By default, is 0.5 and 0.1. So it's not evaluating this every tick. And it's doing a little random deviation, so not all enemies are checking the range at the same time. So it's really not that performance intensive as it seems. So I don't really need this frequency. 0.7 and 0.2 in the random deviations should be more than enough. But when this changes, I want for the patrol to be immediately aborted. So here I'm gonna click on my condition and I'm going to click on lower priority. This means that whatever is after this, like this patrol and this idle, can be aborted if the value changes from false to true. Now, if we were patrolling as a main type of behavior, we would be able to put it here. This will mean that this part will never enter. And because this can only abort self or abort self or lower priority, this won't be able to abort this patrol. And this is alright because whatever is more important should be more to the left. You will see that the numbers change here. 4 and now it's 8. Yeah, so with this, if I get near my enemy, as soon as it is in range, it's going to attack me. But now we have forgotten that it needs to abort itself also. So You can put both. I don't know why I opened this animation blueprint. I believe I don't need it, but just in case, I'm gonna leave it there. This observer abort should be both, and now it will work. It will work correctly. Now this range should be probably 150. Should be nice. There it goes. Let's check it with a wall. Shouldn't be able to see me. There it is. If it is green, means that it collided with something. Here, it was cool. This will let you pick around without it seeing you. Like, yeah, you can pick at it, but if you expose yourself completely, yeah, that's pretty good, right? And now it lost my my location. Yeah, it stopped seeing me. So yeah, it stops on its tracks. Yeah, so that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Now we have our enemy working where it can actually check if we're in range and, well, see if we can, if it can attack us. Now, it would be a good idea to do the patrol. But before that, what I wanted to add is a new behavior here, because I saw something that I didn't really like, which is this thing. Oh, it's following me, it's following me. Now you don't see me, it stops. What I'm gonna do is that whenever it loses my sight, it's going to go to the last known location that it had of my player. And after that, if it reaches that location, it's going to patrol, right? So to enter patrol, first it's going to go to the last location known of my character. And how would I determine that? Well, if it's data that I need to use inside my behavior tree, is something that I need to use. Well, it's something that I need to store inside my Blackboard. So let's go to the Blackboard. Blackboard, I need a new key. This is a vector. Last known player location. There we go. Last known player location. This player location, I'm gonna save the Blackboard. And this is something that I already know inside my service, so might as well set it inside it. We have the distance. If we do not know the distance, then well, what should we do? Yeah, I mean, if it's inside the distance, let's do that part first. Here I'm letting it know if it's true or false. If this is true, should I save it here? Yeah, and I'm fumbling a little bit because this wasn't a feature that I was planning to add. Something that occurred to me that should be useful to add. So here, whenever you don't hit anything, so again, we're using this. Whenever you don't hit anything, because if you don't hit anything, this is false, then I want this. I'm using positive logic. It's so much easier to understand that if I just connect this here and then in false, I will do something. It's like, no, it's easier to understand if when something is true, then you will do it. So whenever we don't hit something, I'm gonna save that last player location. Let's get it, make it public, set value as vector. And this will be my player location, which I should be able to get from the player actor get player location. So I'm only saving the value whenever I know that it is in range, and whenever I know that my my capsule is not hitting any wall or something, right? So I have line of sight and it is in range. So let's save, compile, and now we should be able to have this location. If we press play and see our enemy and press apostrophe, we should be able to see the value changing. Right now, last known player location is invalid. So let's get a little bit near it. Still invalid. It has not been set. Oh, and it's still invalid. Oh, okay. I'm not setting it yet because in the behavior tree, I have not set the correct key. And this is something that will happen a lot of time. It's still happening to me sometimes. And it's one of the first things that I check is, oh, I created a functionality that is using information from the Blackboard. Make sure that your keys has been set up correctly here. Let's save. Display. Now let's see that enemy again. Press the apostrophe key. Right now it's invalid. It's still invalid. It's going to see me. It's going to be set up and it will get updated. It lost my the line of sight, but now it should go to the location. The last location that it has. Right? So what I'm gonna do is use that last known location in the patrol. Now in the patrol, I do need to do another sequence. Why? Because first I want to go to this last known player location, but only if it exists, if it is valid. So let's add a decorator. Where is it? Blackboard. This will be not self-actor, but last known player location. If the last known player location is set, then I will move to that last known player location. And last known player location. Perfect. After that, because this is a sequence, it's going to go here. Now, what happens if this fails? Well, this is not going to move to the location and it's not going to patrol either, because here I want to move between locations, but it's not going to do it. Now, what should I do, right? Well, we can always force a success. This means that this, even though it will not enter, because if the last known player location is not set, is not going to move inside here, it's still going to report as a success, just so the sequence can continue running. Because remember, if a sequence, whenever the first child fails, then the other ones don't run. In this case, I always want this to be successful. No matter that I don't have the last known player location, and no matter if this doesn't get run. Now let's save. And let's see what's happening now. It's not seeing me. Now it sees me. It's not seeing me, but now it's running to the last known player location and it's managing to find me. But whenever it runs to the last player location and I'm not around it, well, stays there and it should patrol there. I get near it again and this happens all over again. It's gonna run there. Yeah, it's just good fun, right? Yeah, so that's cool. That's a cool mechanic. Now I would just need to add the patrol part of the mechanic. And yeah, something that I wanted to mention before adding that is the way you arrange these nodes. I mean, you can arrange them however you want. You can also right click on an empty space and the last value is an auto arrange, and if you click it, it's going to try to auto arrange it to the best of its abilities. Yeah, sometimes I don't really like that, and now I need to do something like this. Is it deleting stuff? Yes, it's deleting stuff, so I'm not going to do that. Yeah. Okay. Now you see what happens when you auto arrange. I don't really like it that much, but sometimes when the graph is simple, it can actually, you can get decent results. For this, I've seen people that just arrange it like a staircase, just so it's a little bit more easy to read and you don't need to zoom out that much, right? And yeah, let's do the patrolling. For the patrol, again, you need a location where my enemy can go. And this location, I mean, we're only going to use it if we lost sight of the player. We could reuse it, but maybe it can prove useful later. So yeah, I'm going to create a new key. Vector, this is going to be patrol location. Pretty good. Then I'm gonna move this here. Then I'm going to yeah, I'm going to create a task that will set this patrol location. So I need a new task. Let's use the normal BT task. And I should be putting this stuff inside my enemy. Actually, yeah. This task will be called search or set patrol location, find patrol location. Find location to patrol. That's a better name. Override, let's execute AI. From here, I do need the variable, the selector, the blackboard key selector, patrol location. I'm gonna get it, set value as a vector. And after that, I'm going to finish execute success. Now I just need to fill this value. And we can we? Find random, or was it random? Get random location in navigable radius. This is the one that I was looking for. The origin, like the start of the radius of the kind of a sphere or circle that we're going to imaginarily draw. The origin is the center, so it will be the control bound. Get actor location. The radius will be a patrolling radius, so this should be a variable. And this should be exposed, and this should be also public. Save and compile. By default, it will be maybe something like 500 centimeters. Now that should get it automatically. If it doesn't, let me just compile. Yeah, it's getting it automatically. Otherwise, we should get the controller. And can I get the navigation data? I believe you can get it, but it's already getting it from the behavior tree. So yeah, let's not worry about it. If we need a filter class, we can add it here, but we can leave it this by default. Random location, this is the location that I will use. Now, there is a true or false value. Represents if the call was successful. So I do need to check this. Why? Because sometimes an enemy can fall through parts of the map that maybe doesn't have enough mesh, or maybe they are trapped. And in that case, I don't want to run this patrol. It's like, oh, you're stuck, shit happens. So here, I'm just gonna check. If this is true, let's set up the blackboard value. If this is false, then I will finish the execute as a failure. Yeah. Something like this. So now this is the, let's dock it. This is what we're going to do whenever we do this task. Let's save and compile. Let's go back to the behavior tree. And in the patrol, what I'm going to do is use this task, find location to patrol. This is going to set up this patrol location, which I already created here. And now we are going to move to that location. Move to which location? Patrol location. And then we're going to wait maybe 5 seconds with a random deviation of 3 seconds. Just so if we have more than one enemy, you will not be able to see that they are waiting the same time. That's why the random deviation is super cool and super useful for trying to create like player-like behaviors. Right, so this will be the way that this is going to be run. I'm gonna organize it like this so I don't need to zoom out that much. And as long as these numbers are okay, just take in consideration if you put it too much to the left, it's going to change the number and this is going to run first. So that's the only thing you need to check whenever you're organizing it like this, is the numbers, the order. The order is super important. Right, so now we have a patrol. We should be able to play. And the enemy is going to patrol around. Going to wait. And let me put the apostrophe so we can know what it's doing. It has a patrol location. Right now it's waiting, remaining 1 second, 0 seconds. It moves around. Now if it sees me, it's going to stop patrolling and it's going to follow me. If it stops seeing me, then again, it's going to enter immediately that patrol. And probably you should wait a little bit before, I mean, oh, you lost my sight. I'm gonna move to the last known location. I'm gonna wait a little bit here. Not 5 seconds, 5 seconds too much, maybe 3. And the random deviation of 1. So now if you move to this location, you're gonna wait a little bit, and then you're going to start patrolling. Here we could also add an animation if we had it, like an animation where it's looking to the sides, just to show that the enemy, oh, I lost sight of this player. Now I'm trying to look if I can find it. I couldn't. I'm gonna patrol again. Yeah, that's pretty good, and that will be our patrol functionality. I'm gonna enter the service here, and I'm going to remove the draw debug type because I know that it's working correctly. Save, compile. I can close it now. Attack actor, I can close it. This find location to patrol, I can also close it. And the behavior tree, I believe that, yeah, I believe that I can also close it. Or let's just keep it up for now. Yeah, because I need to make our enemy do some damage to me. Yeah, that's what I need to do next, because it can't hit me. I mean, it can seem as if it's going to hit me, but not doing anything. Yeah, so I need to fix that. Yeah, but at least the patrol is working very cool, right? Very correctly, very with its times. And now if I add more characters, and I did want to point out one little issue. Like the big issue with this approach is exactly what happened now. When there are multiple enemies in a zone, there will be ones that are not doing anything until they patrol near you and then attack you. Like, we do not have a way of this enemy telling this other enemy, hey, I'm going to attack the main guy. Like, it's not alerting. I mean, it's an issue that we could solve, but I'm not gonna do it. It should be easy. It should be as easy as, well, no, it's not that easy. Inside the behavior tree, before attacking, you could create a task that creates a radius, and every enemy inside the radius will get the direction to attack, or yeah, some kind of logic like that. But you will need to create a new blackboard key that forces the enemy to attack. Yeah, like forces, oh, this enemy, this blackboard key, boolean key is true, then I will ignore the range and I will go immediately attack that player. Yeah. Yeah, so that's the only drawback. As a player, you may probably won't be able to see it, because I'm getting towards the enemies, and immediately they are going to follow me. Yeah, and they're patrolling also, so yeah. It's something that the player could exploit, possibly, because if they realize that, let's move backwards a little bit. You can tease the enemies, like only aggro some enemies, right? But still, could be a little game mechanic. Whenever there are a lot of them, the added challenge is that you never know when or where they're going to patrol to. So maybe going forward can actually aggro 1 or 2 or 3 or maybe more. So that's also why I'm not trying to fix that that little issue that this implementation can bring to the behavior of my enemies. Let's make it so the enemies can make some damage to me. Because right now, if they attack me, no damage is being done. Right? So we need to go to the sword enemy and, well, the animation blueprint sword enemy, open the animation montage, and we do need to create either these notifications, right? Like we did last time. So let's, yeah. Here we have a little bit of an issue. Why? Because if we do it the same way as before, here in the animation blueprint, I'm gonna put the montage near it. We are using this send enemy attack to play this montage, right? And doing it like this makes it so I'm not able to receive those notifications with this little macro. I mean, we already talked about it before, right? And probably I don't want to change my logic of handling the weapon activation because it's super intuitive, right? Here, let's right click here, notifies. Come on, notify stays, montage, notify window, and we can increase it to maybe here. I don't remember how I called the 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 notify windows. Let me check. Running notify sword enemy attack. Is it this? This one is weapon activation. That's what I call it. Yeah. So let's go here again. Weapon activation. Right now the name is really not that important, but I just want to keep it a little bit consistent. Montage window. Come on. Weapon activation. I pressed Ctrl C instead of Ctrl B. So it should last, yeah, maybe till here. And that's good enough. Gonna close my animation montage. There it goes. Right, so I still want those notifications inside my animation blueprint, so I can tell my weapon inside the enemy that we still haven't added yet to activate, right? So what we can do is a little bit of, how would I call it? Workaround. Yeah, so here we have the, no, this wasn't it. The send enemy attack. We're checking if the montage is playing, and instead of playing the montage here, I'm going to create a custom event here, which is custom event. Let's call it play montage macro, play attack montage with a macro, which macro is this thing. I mean, you can create macros like this one. This already comes with the engine. And here I already did the check-in. I'm just going to play the montage. And from here, I really don't need this part, but I do need the jump to the section, right? I do need that. So let's first going to disconnect that with Alt here, play montage. Oh, montage. Need to compile. Montage. Where's my custom play attack montage with macro? After this, let's get the length of the montage. Montage. We can. Where is it? And here we can get the current active montage. Here it is, get current active montage. And from here, we can get the length, get play length or get sequence length. This one should work. I believe so. And between the number of sections. And we can... This should work, actually. Although it would be better. Let me just copy and paste. Oops, no. Didn't want to cut it. Copy and paste it outside. Because here I can define the starting section, so I don't really need to jump. And I will need to make this number of sections well, a normal variable, right? Create variable. Here in local variables, I'm going to delete inside the enemy. Now we can compile, and now we can use the number of sections here, which was, after compiling, we need to change the value to 2. Right. And this is divided by the number of sections. I don't really need the montage to jump. There we go. We play the attack montage. This is going to play the attack montage. It should be immediately. And if it's immediately, this is going to get the current active montage and gonna get the length. Yeah, because I cannot make one, right? Yeah, I didn't think so. Yeah, so we should have it like this. I'm just going to test that I'm getting a value here by adding a print string and just connecting it like this. This is something that I'm going to delete. Let's compile, let's save, and let's play the game. I want to only for one of them to attack me. Okay, so I don't know why. Well, for sure, I really don't know if this is getting triggered. Let me see. This is not it. This is not it. This is not it. This is it. Can I make a breakpoint here? Here it is. This value, it is returning the current montage, so it is working. Okay, so yeah, that's one of my doubts that I wasn't too sure about it. That if I play the montage outside, if immediately I get this get current active montage. Otherwise, I would need to make a reference to the asset, and I didn't want to do that. Right, so now we had it working as as always, as like the last time. And with this, I can do the same as before. Here on notify begin, was it weapon activation? No. Activate object functionality, was it? Don't remember. Let me open the other animation blueprint. Yeah, so we get the current weapon and we activate the object functionality. Yeah, that's how I did it before. We can close this. For now, I won't close the behavior tree. Where is my sword enemy? Yeah, so we have the activate and the deactivation. And if it ends or gets interrupted, I will do this, right? So this doesn't have a target. So if I save and compile, it's gonna show me an error. And I need to define what's the weapon that it's gonna get that activation. In this case, well, the sword enemy in the blueprint already comes with a weapon, right? And maybe the weapon, I want to just have this part do like the damage, but probably you will want all of the weapon to do the damage. Right, so the way I'm going to add a weapon to the enemies, because, well, it's not gonna change actually, is here in the mesh, going to add a new sword. And I know this is not a sword, but it's kind of, right? Or what did I call it? Oh, it was, excuse me, child actor. I'm getting mixed up with another system that I created to add weapons. Right, so we have a child actor. This is going to be the weapon. This child actor is going to be a sword because I want to reuse the thing that I created. Now this sword has some stuff that we can change, and right now this weapon is here, right? Now I want to get rid of the sword itself, right? So a good thing that I would like to do is, well, create a base type uh, of parent class that will be like the sword, the base sword, or the base melee weapon. Probably that will be a better idea. Let's search for it. Let's open the sword and let's see what's inside of it. And what I need is this sticking part, right? So what I want to do is gonna get the sword, right click on it, create a child blueprint. This will be um, the player sword. I'm going to search for this skeletal mesh, just so I have it here. And in my base sword, I'm going to remove it. So in the viewport is completely blank. Let's save, compile. And now I'm going to open the blueprint player sword. And inside of the player sword, I'm going to get the skeletal mesh and I'm going to add like it was before. So we have a sword that doesn't have a sword and the player sword that does have the skeletal mesh of the sword. Now let's go back to the player because the player now needs to use this player sword. What did I call it? First person character, was it? No, this is not it. Main character? Blueprint, this is the one that I need. And now here I'm going to spawn the player sword. And you will see that I'm taking a different approach because, well, the enemy is not gonna change weapons. The sword enemy will stay as the sword enemy, even though that it's not a sword, right? It is what it is. But in, I mean, I could just call it melee enemy. Would be a lot better, but yeah. This is the asset that I found that I liked. I already had the name for the sword enemy. I mean, it already has a sword. And now this sword is completely blank. Right. Now, because this weapon is a child of this mesh, and if it isn't right now, like, say it's like this, you just need to drag and drop on top of the mesh so it's attached. Right, so now I need this child blueprint component to attach to a socket. And the one that I want, I forgot the name. So let me just click on the character. Let's just double click and let's go to the skeleton and you will see all the attach points that it already has. Like there's melee impact, health bar, pelvis, no. Where's the hand? Hand R is the one that I'm looking. Weapon R. This is the bone that probably will be very useful to me. Yeah, pretty cool. The gun barrel will more than likely, well, I don't know. Well, this is an enemy that doesn't use a gun barrel, so maybe that's why it's there. So yeah, let's use the weapon R as an attach point. Let's go back to the sword enemy. Click on the weapon, which is the child actor component. Go here to parent socket and search for weapon R. Now, when we see that it has moved here, we just need to reset the locations with this arrow. And now we have it. Pretty cool. Now here, child actor template default should do tracing for damage. Should do tracing for... No, this is not what I need. What I need to... here it is. Weapon. Draw debug type. This is what I wanted to see for the duration, just so I know that this is working correctly, or maybe I need to tweak. Oh, right. I forgot to add this part. Yeah. Let's double click on the animation blueprint because this is completely empty, and in the sword enemy we already have added this weapon. Yeah. So here we can get the base enemy, and we will need to cast it to my sword enemy in order to get the weapon, right? But it would be very common for my enemy to have this child actor. So what I'm gonna do with this base enemy, I can get component of class, no? Get components, get component. Here, get component by class or get components by class. I'm gonna do component because I'm only working with enemies that have one weapon, right? So now here as actor component, I'm going to search only child actor components. Now with child actor components, inside of them, there is the blueprint class that gets created. So here I'm going to get, okay, so we can get the class, but we don't really need the class. We want the object, the child actor. This is the actor that we spawned and own. This is the one that I want. This is the weapon. Or more than likely, this is the weapon. If you add another child actor component inside these enemies, then you can get a little bit of, oh, sometimes I get the weapon, sometimes I get something else. But here, with the child actor, because I know it's the weapon, there's no other child actor component, we should be able to activate the weapon and deactivate it. Oh man, what happened here? It's taking a little bit to load. Let me just pause the recording. Okay, finally loaded. I thought it was going to crash, like I did something that Unreal didn't like. So let's see if the tracing happens. Yeah, it does, and it is colliding with me, and it's doing damage to itself, and that's a bummer. This means that here in the sword, this is not being respected, the sword owner. And that's something that I was avoiding of like, trying to avoid changing this part of the code. And when I'm thinking here as a sword owner, well, this is being set up when you pick it up, right? Pick up, here's the sword owner, and I'm not doing that stuff here. So I need to do that stuff. And I will probably need to do it on the begin play. So let's get the weapon. Let's get the actor, the child actor inside of it. Does it know it's a weapon? It doesn't. So let's cast it to the blueprint sword. And now let's call the pickup, and the actor that picked this up is self. Just like that. I mean, this is one way to do it. If you don't want to do this in every actor that wants to use this sword, I mean, we could try to, inside the sword on the begin play, check who's the owner. And I will test it. I mean, it will be something like this, like get owner, but it's not. This get owner is for replication, so it's actually not the owner. Yeah, but it's fine. I mean, we're doing it once or twice, or well, the number of enemies, you just need to don't forget this. That's it. Right. And yeah, I know I have told you that. Yeah, you can copy and paste this. I mean, personally, I really don't like this. So let's do it the other way. Let's go to the sword in the begin play. Remember, we can't use the owner because this is not a component. This is an actor. Well, for actors, we get the parent. And it's this one. Get parent actor. If this actor was created by a child actor component, returns the actor that owns the child actor component. That's exactly what I need. So we get the parent actor. Let me delete this part. Get the parent actor. Is it if it is valid, because it could be not valid. Like, for example, whenever we spawn a sword out in the open for it to be picked up, well, which is something that that we can't do right now, like picking up a sword. But later on, maybe we could do it. But let's add the check just in case. So here is valid. And if it is valid, means that it's being used as an actor inside the child actor component. So now we can immediately sort owner. We can do it like this. We probably would want to use the functionality because maybe we need to do something else, not just this setup, but maybe, I don't know, adding a buff, a sword buff, or something like this. I don't know, but it's a good idea to make use of the functionality that you have already have created. So now let's save, compile, let's test the enemies. And here the enemies shouldn't be able to do damage to themselves, but they will be they will be able to do damage to their peers. Yeah, at least it's not damaging itself in confusion, but it's doing damage to the other enemies, and yeah, that shouldn't happen. So let's fix the enemies doing damage to the other enemies. I mean, you could leave it in if you like it. I'll just show you how you could fix it. And before doing that, let me just delete a lot of stuff here. Just save it just in case. Excuse me, not delete, close. I can close this, I can close the first person, although I will need it in a bit, so I'm not gonna close this. First person character, I do not need it. Player sword, do not need it. Sword also, do not need it. Behavior tree, I think I'm done with it, so I'm gonna close it. Okay, the sword enemy. Let's go to the child actor component, weapon, child actor template, weapon, and let's change the draw debug type to none, because I know it's working, and the sword damage to 10. Otherwise, they will kill me in 3 hits. Save, compile. Perfect. Oh, probably I'm gonna need the sword now that I realize something. Right, so we need to know if this character is a enemy or is a friendly unit, right? So we need to add that. Here we have character info, so it's the best place where we could do it. So here in the character info, clicking it, make it so I was inside the enemy. I'm gonna right click it and edit character info. Max health, health, I need a new variable. This will be team, and there is already an enumerator called team attitude. This will be team. Let's compile. If we open the details, here in team, we have friendly, neutral, hostile. By default, everyone will be neutral, right? And an enumerator is a type of variable that you will see that you have different options here in this dropdown. Okay, so an enumerator only holds a value between 0 and 255. So this is actually 0, this is 1, this is 2. But because it's an enum, then we can assign a name to these numbers. Right, so we have 0 friendly, 1 neutral, 2 hostile. This is very useful for states that cannot be mixed. Let's say you cannot be friendly and neutral at the same time, or neutral and hostile at the same time. You can only be one of these type of values, right? If you had maybe, a debuff, an electric debuff, and a fire debuff, I mean, they are not exclusive between each other. Like, you could have both, so an enumerator for that wouldn't work that well. Okay, so team, neutral, perfect. I'm gonna open my first person character info. This should be friendly, makes sense. Base enemy, character info, this should be hostile. Compile and save. Now, the damage is being done in the sword, I believe. I think so. But it's being processed in the character info that we already have open. Right. So we have the do damage, and we have a damage causer here. I don't want to cause damage if the damage causer is on my same team, because here I could compare both teams. So here, damage causer should be an actor. And, excuse me, the damage causer is the actor that did the damage, which would be the weapon, and the instigated by would be the controller of the pawn that the damage causer is being used in. Which means that instigator will be the player controller or the AI controller of the enemy or player that did the damage, right? So I could get the controller, get the controlled pawn, from here, get component by class. For sure, there will be only one character info. And from this character info, I could get the team. Get team. And if this team is a different team than my current team, then for sure, let's do the damage. And I'm going to connect it like this, so it's a little bit easier to organize. And I need to add a branch here, which I did with the B for branch key. I just hold it and click, left click, and you can create it super fast. So yeah, now we have created this this little bit of logic to know if the damage should be or should not be processed. Now we have a little issue. that every time we do damage, we need to know who instigated it, right? So now, well, we need to go to the thing that did the damage, which is the weapon. So let's go to the weapon. Blueprint, sword, and here we should be able to, here, apply point damage. Our event instigator is completely empty. This is the controller that was responsible for causing damage, and I didn't add it whenever we created the weapon because we didn't have a reference to the sword owner in that case, and we didn't really need it. But now we do. Now we can get the actor that owns the sword, and also we can get its controller. Get controller. Okay, so we have the get AI controller if it's an AI, and get instigator controller returns the instigator controller for this actor, or null pointer if there is none. There will be an instigator because we have forced our enemies to use an AI controller, and well, my player will definitely have a controller. So now we can check it. Just so everything is tested, I will add a string here to print the instigated by controller object reference, to print the name if there is any. Right, so I'm going to press F9 to activate the debug. I only want one to hit me, so it's a little bit easier for me. Okay, it hit me. It was instigated by the AI controller base enemy, which is true. Now, if I step into the next node, well, step to the next node, this is the one that I was looking for, F10. F10 goes here. My team is friendly. Their team is also friendly. Instigated by the AI base enemy, which we should be able to find the instigator sword enemy, weapon, and yeah, BPC, character info, health, max health, team, hostile. Okay, so let me press F10 again. Probably I will get the updated values of this. Friendly. But if they are different, it is doing the damage, so they are different. Okay, so sometimes you can get these weird values through debugging, but I mean, it is working, and this is true, means that they are different, even though here it says friendly and here it also says friendly. I mean, especially when you're getting values inside components, inside actors, you could get a little bit of weirdness here. But if I press stop and I print the actual team, let's see if it's now throwing me the right value. Otherwise, I will just take it as a bug and be done with it. This print hostile. This enumerator says friendly. Yeah, it's a little bug, but it's printing the true value, which is hostile. Yeah, it's a little bug on the engine, but at least the logic is working correctly because I should be able to do damage to the enemies and they should be able to do damage to me. So I should be able to kill it in 3 hits, and if they surround me, they shouldn't be able to do damage to their friends. And it's true, otherwise one of them will already be dead. Yeah, what I didn't test actually in my sword enemy was if the length was alright for the damage. for duration. I mean, if it was covering all the weapon, that's something that I didn't test. Yeah, it's a little bit small. It's a little bit small. What I'm gonna do is, can I move this here? Okay, I cannot. I will probably need to create a sword for the enemy and then mess around with the values, which is something that I will do super quick right now. Let's go to weapon. No, this is not my folder. A RPG, FPS, weapons, sword, child blueprint. This will be a sword, enemy sword. I'm going to go to the sword tip and base locations. This is a tip. I'm going to put it. I'm just gonna eyeball it actually. It's like, oh, maybe here. Compile, save. And now we should be able to see a little bit more of a hitbox. Yeah, I believe it's better. It's better, and it should be doing some damage to me. If I go to the ARPG first person character, I should be able to know with the character info at event on death. Hello, and I will put a debug string there. This guy should be able to hit me like 3 times and I will be dead. 2 times. Okay, why am I not dead? Now I don't know if it's truly doing damage to me or not. So here, do damage is going to print my new health. Is it printing messages? I've been noticing that I'm not getting. Let's search the output log here. And it's super weird that a lot of my messages has not been are not being printed. Let me see. Output log. Yeah, see? I don't know why these are not okay. Okay, it was working. I forgot. I decreased the damage of these enemies. Yeah, I forgot. And let me see if somewhere I removed my messages, which I don't think I did. But there should be a lot of printed messages. Okay, so it seems that somewhere my screen messages got disabled. I don't know if I pressed a hotkey or what, or maybe I did it in another project and it jumped to this one. But if you're not seeing the print strings in the screen, but you're seeing them in the output log, like I was, like here, what you can do is enable all screen messages. And now if we press play, we should be able to get the print strings that we have been missing. There it is. Yeah, now we have it. Now I can remove this print string here because I know that the damage is working. I can remove this. I don't know what I'm gonna do in the death yet, but let's save. Save the sword enemy. Do I need it? I think I don't. Yeah, I don't think I need a sword enemy. The base enemy, I can close it. The animation blueprint, for sure, I can close it. Let me check if there's a print string here now that I have enabled my messages again. Okay, there isn't, so let's close it. And yeah, now the enemy can hit me, and it could kill me. I don't know. Again, I don't know what I'm gonna do with that yet, but something to think about. Now I need to address two things. What happens when I die, and what happens when the enemy hits me? Like, how do I know how much do I have left of life, right? Yeah, so those are the two things that I need to address. I believe dying is a little bit easier to address. I mean, the way that I'm gonna do it. So whenever I die, we already handled the death, right? What I want to do is, here's my ARPG first person character. This event was created by clicking here, right clicking on it, add event, and on death, right? So whenever you die, I want to show a screen that you die, and if you want to retry, or if you want to quit the game, or quit to the menu, or something like that, we can later on know or see what's going to happen with that. And to do that, I need a widget, an UI to show my player. So what I'm gonna do is create it. Let's go to the content drawer. Let's go. Probably it would be a good idea to create a folder for my player in order for me to put everything there. And if you want to keep everything clean, what I just remember is here this. Oh, this is for a test that I did. This check if player is in range. You want to put that in the enemy. Move here. Let me see if I can delete this. Okay, should be able. I was testing stuff with that. Yeah, this is correct. Let me just right click on the characters and then fix up the redirectors. Right. So I will create a folder called player. New folder, player. Probably I could put the inputs inside my player. Yeah, let's do that. It makes sense to me. And inside the player, I'm going to create the UI that the player will need to use whenever it dies. Right. There are a lot of ways of organizing where and when or how should you save your stuff. You could have a folder called UI and be done with it. Put all the UI inside of it. But I like to group my assets to whatever they are related to. So if it's a UI that the player will use, I will put it inside the folder that the player will have. So here I could create a folder UI, and now let's create a UI. Where is it? User interface, widget blueprint. This is a user widget blueprint. This will be a widget blueprint dev screen. This is what will be shown whenever the player dies. So let's open it. If you have never seen a widget blueprint, well, welcome to widget blueprints and the vast world of UMG, which is Unreal Motion Graphics, is the thing that drives most of the UI inside Unreal. Right, so here we have two things, the designer and a graph. Inside the graph, you can add the logic for your buttons and everything. Inside the designer, you can design the actual screen, which is the thing that we're going to do now. We need a panel. A panel will be the thing that will group or that will hold everything inside of our UI. In this case, the canvas panel will be like a virtual screen. This is the representation of your normal screen or your computer screen. And you can resize it to different sizes. Well, you can see that the default sizes, and also it supports vertical, right? But I just want a normal, not that big of a screen. Why? Because all the components inside of it will adapt every time your screen size changes. So yeah, if you manage to create a UI here, and when it scales, it staying in the correct place, then you don't really need to make more than one screen, right? Here I want some text, so I'm gonna drag and drop some text. Whenever you drag and drop an element, you will see, well, that element, and also a anchor point. This anchor point is very important because whenever your screen resizes, that anchor point will decide how your element will react. So for example, if my screen decreases in size, you will see that my element is changing. But if it goes too far, then my element is now outside of that, well, of this screen size. Now, if it's going to be a text that says, I don't know, you died, just like this, and maybe I will leave everything in programmer font and programmer type of colors. So later on, it's super easy to see what needs to be changed. Right, so it says you died. You will see that because this increase of text, my element now is not fitting with the thing it's inside of it. So I'm gonna click on size to content. So it gets resized automatically. Now I can mess around with the size. And I want it to be in the middle and a little bit upwards. So I'm gonna change the anchor. Now whenever you change the anchor, only the anchor will change. But if, as you see here, if you hold shift, you can update the alignment to match. And if you hold control, you can update the position to match. So I'm going to hold shift and control. I'm holding it right now. And I'm going to click on this one. Now it's exactly on the middle. I want it to be a little bit upwards. So, oh, I'm changing the size, excuse me. I need to change the Y position to a negative value. Here, like minus 180. Perfect. Now, if we resize, you will see that this screen, well, this element, excuse me, and these elements are called widgets. So better get used to that term. When this widget gets an update that the window that the screen is being resized, it also moves and tries to accommodate to always be in the middle. And you will see that it even scales down a little bit until it can't. Right? So now you could create a widget that works for a normal PC game, and I know that it will work for a mobile game. That's pretty cool. Now, we need some buttons. We want, okay, I died. What can I do? Well, you need to retry, and you need also to quit or to return to the main menu, right? So this is a button. I'm going to put this button. I mean, you could move it as you like. Right now, just want to create the button and the text on it. So here the text, I need to drag and drop on top of the button so it's attached to it. Now if I move the button, the text moves with it. The text will be maybe 50 in size. And now the button, I will size it to the content. Cool. This text block, if I need more padding, like, oh, I want more space upwards and downwards, then, well, we can change this to 4 and also to 4. So now we have a little bit more padding. Okay, so the text will be retry level, and the other one will be quit, right? And for now, I'm going to delete this button. Why? Because it's a lot easier to get this button, right click, and duplicate. And now we have another button. And where's the other button? Oh, here it is. And you can zoom in and out with the scroll wheel. Now this retry level, this will be actually just quit the game. That's it. Okay, but now you see that this retry level and this quit, it's a little bit different. One is a bigger button, and I mean, in terms of presentation, it's not that clean. Why? Also because I'm like trying to see which is the actual Y position of my button. But in this case, what I can do is create panels. I don't need a canvas panel because I already have one. But again, the panels hold widgets, which are these elements. So I want a panel to hold these two buttons so they can align pretty easily, right? So I'm gonna click on this button, left click. Now I'm gonna right click, and I'm gonna wrap it with a horizontal box. Okay, so seems like nothing happened, right? So I'm going to click on the horizontal box. I'm going to remove the size to content, and now I'm going to move it around. So now we have this type of panel, and you can find the horizontal box inside of my panel category. Where is it? Here it is. So this horizontal box can hold widgets in a horizontal way. So if I click on my button here and drag and drop it with the left mouse click and drag it on top of my horizontal box, now my quit button is going to be inside my horizontal box, which is cool and all, but I mean, I want this button to be to the left side, right? Or, well, even better, if it can fill this part, so both of the buttons have the same size, would be even better. So what I can do is select my button, and now instead of auto, I'm gonna click fill. And now we have this like so. This other button also I'm going to click fill, so now the space is divided equally between the items, well, the widgets that are inside this horizontal box. And just so you know, there's also a vertical box that you can use. Okay, so now I have these buttons. It's just a matter of changing my horizontal box. I'm going to anchor it to the middle again, Shift Control. I'm holding it. So now these buttons are in the middle. I'm going to change the position to 100. And I want some space between these elements. Well, you either select both of these and add some padding, like maybe 10, and also 10. You either do that, gonna press Ctrl C, or you can use a primitive called spacer. Let's just drag and drop it to the horizontal box. You won't be able to see it. Here it is, the spacer. And the size in X should be a little bit big. 30 should be good. And now I'm going to reorder the elements. There we go. Now we have a button, a spacer, and another button. Because this spacer is in auto, it's going to get the actual size in the horizontal dimension. It's going to fill it vertically, and it's going to try to position it just by using this size. If I put fill here, then it's dividing the current space that the component, that the horizontal box widget component has, right? So this is the total amount of space that it has. It tries to divide it between 3 elements. But now I only will be using auto for the spacer because that's the only thing that I need. Perfect. You have created your first, or well, maybe just a death screen, right? I want to show it. Let's go to the first person character. And here, well, what I'm gonna do is create a widget, because remember that the interface that that we created was using widgets. These are widgets, the texts are widgets, the buttons are widgets. Well, this screen that we created is also a widget. It's a user widget. So we can use that widget to, well, construct it. This is the dev screen. And I'm going to make it appear on the screen. Add to viewport. Let's save, compile, and now when I die, which hopefully will be very easy for me to die if I'm surrounded by these enemies. Okay, I died, and there we have it. That's pretty cool. And yeah, we can see that the AI is not perfect because it's not avoiding one or the other. But come on, it's good enough for the time we had. Whenever this appears, I want to be able to click the button. So here, I'm going to get the controller. I'm going to cast the controller to the player controller. I'm going to set the input mode to UI only, and I'm going to focus a widget. Which widget? Well, the one that we created, but specifically, and I need to be very specific with this, I want to focus the button. So these buttons, I'm gonna give them names. This will be button retry. This is going to be button. Let's find it better like this. Button quit. Okay, so we have button oops, button retry, and button quit. Save, compile. Let's go to the first person ARPG character. From here, I'm going to get the button try. Now, why is it not letting me get it? Well, it's not a variable yet. So button is variable, yes. And button is variable, yes. Compile, save. Let's go here again. Get widget. Oh, no. This is the widget that was created. Get button. Here it is. Retry. This is the one that I want to focus. So here it is. Now, you can skip this part, but this will make it a little bit more easier if you want to click on buttons, or well, to interact with buttons whenever you're using a keyboard. So now whenever I die, which I should probably create a hotkey for me to die very easily. Okay, you die. The input mode was changed, so now I cannot control my character. I can only choose between retry level or quit, which right now they don't do anything. And because I choose to focus this retry level, I should be able to press enter, and you will see that there is a change in the button. It's like you clicked it, And if I press the right key, now the quit should be able to be selected, but it's not letting me. And could be because of this spacer, but I don't think so. Yeah, but thankfully we are not dealing too much with the keyboard inputs because, oh man, having your UI work with the keyboard and also with the mouse and also with a controller, with a gamepad, it's a little bit tough. Yeah, so I'm gonna leave it like this. I'm gonna go to the death screen, the retry level. I'm going to click on the button. Oh, and you can right click also here. Oh no, you cannot right click also here. Okay, click on the button, go to the details panel and unclicked. Click on that plus, and here the retry level should be very simple. We are going to open the level that we are in right now. So open level, and we're going to ask in which level are we in right now. So get level name. Get current level name, and this is the level that you are going to open, right? Compile, save. This is so whenever you die in a map, you're going to open the same map, and uh, reopening the map means that all the progress inside the map has been lost. Just take that in consideration. We can do a stream when to save progress and like do another type of respawn system, but right now I just want to do a easy and simple implementation. This is more than enough. So let them kill me. Oh, I didn't disable some. Oh man, seems I forgot. Right, retry level. It will open the level again, and you will see that by opening the level again, hopefully this didn't crash. I don't know why. Oh, okay, it hasn't crashed because I can see the FPS on top. Because we restarted the level, the input mode is still in UI. So in the ARPG first person, what I'm gonna do is whenever we begin play, after we refill the health, we will change the input mode. So again, get the controller, cast it to the player controller, and from here, let's set input mode game only. Just like that. Now I'm also going to add the quit because I know that this worked. I'm also going to add the quit button, and quitting is super easy. Unclicked, click plus, and you just put quit game. Quit preference, quit. That's it. Save, compile. Let's press play. Oh, I can see my weapon. Yeah, that's not good. And I need to remove those, the bug. Right, so retry level now gives me back my input mode, and quitting the game should stop my execution. Quit. There it is. Right, so it is working. My death screen, I mean, looks a little bit, looks very ugly actually, but it will do the job. Right, so let's not forget, or let me not forget, to change the draw debug type inside my enemies. Enemy. Oh. Okay, super confusing. One is sword enemy and the other is enemy sword. And I'm having a lot of second thoughts here. Insert enemy probably will be a melee enemy. Yeah. Oh, I will need to rename everything. Oh, come on. I'll leave it like this. It's not going to kill me that much to have it. Weapon. This will be none. Otherwise, I'm gonna get a lot of bloody bug. And I can close it. Yeah, so now we have it working. They can do damage to me and they can kill me. With that, well, I need a health bar immediately, so I know how much health do I have, right? So we're gonna treat it pretty much the same. Let's go to my folder, player, UI. This one will be called, right click, user interface, widget blueprint, user widget. Again, this is a widget blueprint, and this will be my HUD, because the heads up display will show information about my player. And one of the most important information for my player is the health. So widget blueprint HUD, let's open it. And I'm just going to add a canvas panel and a health bar. Now this health bar, I want it to be connected with the component, with this component, the blueprint character info, and updated by the changes inside that component, right? So we will need to make a connection between the HUD and the first person character, right? Now, how will we do this? And I will try to make it in a modular way. Hopefully it's not too confusing, but you will see eventually the benefits of me doing it this way. So what do I need to do first? Because maybe this is not the only place where I will be using a health bar, I will create a widget only for the health bar. So I'm going to right click, user interface, widget blueprint, again, a user widget. This will be a widget blueprint. Oh, excuse me. Just a widget. It is both. These three assets are widget blueprints, but this one, because it's going to be a modular piece using other widget blueprints, I'm just going to call it W widget. And this will be a health bar. Inside of this health bar, I really don't need a canvas panel. What I want is a progress bar. So I'm going to drag and drop one. This progress bar, in here I can set up the percentage and I can set up the color, which, because this is a health bar, style, was it here? Background image, tint? Yeah, no, it's not that one. Is the fill image. Okay, but you can change the style. Here is the fill color and opacity. Just going to change it to red. You don't really need this specific type of red. Like, I mean, you could just put 0 here. Now we have red. Right. So we have this health bar. Let's compile, let's save everything. Okay, pretty cool. I want to use this health bar inside my HUD. I will be able to find them in user created. And now we will be able to see, oh, W health bar. Pretty cool. I want it to be in the middle, but bottom. So here, this is the one that I want. Control Shift. Now it's here. I want to increase the size. Something like this. 600 maybe. And I want to increase the position, well, decrease it. So it's a little bit around minus 120. There we have my health bar. Yeah, pretty cool, right? But I need to update this health bar every time my health changes. So we're gonna save and we're going to compile. Right. To update this health bar, you will see that I have lost the ability to change the percent. Why? Because this is a health bar. Inside the health bar, I have the progress bar, and here I do have the ability to change the percent. So I need to get that ability back. I'm gonna go to the graph and I'm going to create a function. This will be set new health. This set new health will receive a health and will also receive the max health. Max health. Why? Because, well, if we set the progress bar, and I'm gonna make it a variable so we can use it, compile it. Now in variables you have the progress bar. Let's get it. Let's set, and you will see that the set percent, it's a percent. It's a percentage. So I need the health bar divided by the max health. Just like this. Save and compile. With this, from here, we should have not access directly, but access through the functionality inside the graph. Right. So we have the health bar that is inside the HUD. The HUD has not been created yet because if I press play, I cannot see it. So we need to add it. Where should you add it? Right. So the thing that is most closed, not closed, but close. The thing that is closer to my health is this ARPG first person character, right? But okay, we can create it like this. We have created the death screen here, right? I mean, and yes, of course it's valid to create it here. I just want to mention that Unreal has its own class where it recommends you to create this type of HUD class or HUD widget. And yeah, let's use it so you can get comfortable with using the whole framework of Unreal. We're going to go to my player folder. Here, let's right click, blueprint class. We will search for HUD. And you will see that there is a HUD class. Let's click on it. Let's select. Let's call it blueprint player HUD. Let's save it. Let's use it. Let's go to the framework. Let's go to the game mode. And here, you remember we set up our default pawn class. Well, we can set up our HUD class. HUD blueprint player HUD. Let's save and compile. We can close the game mode now. Now, whenever our player gets created, and it will be this ARPG first person character, the HUD class also gets created and assigned on the player controller. Right, so let's use that HUD class. Let's go again to my player folder and open the blueprint player HUD. Inside this player HUD, I'm going to delete the tick and the actor overlap. Here I'm going to create my HUD that I'm going to be using all the game because, well, you're going to be using it all the game. Begin play. We're going to create a widget. This will be my HUD widget. And I'm going to create a variable for it. This will be my HUD widget reference. Why do I need a variable to it? Well, later on, we want to change things inside of it, so it's a good idea to have a reference to it. I'm gonna get it and I'm going to add it to the viewport. Just like that, save, compile, we will press play, and now we have our hat. And you will see that it gets resized. Oops. Should get resized correctly. It's pretty cool. Pretty cool stuff. Right, so we have it here. We need to now link between the health bar that is inside the hat to the changes inside my ARPG first person character. So that's the thing that I'm going to do right now. We need to know when my health changes. So I'm going to go to my blueprint component character info, and I'm going to create another dispatch. A new dispatcher. This will be on health change. Just like that. When is the health changing? Well, here in the set health is the best place to know when or what did the health change to, right? So here, I will do it before triggering the death because this is happening before. The health change not only will give me, well, I can call it like this, but I need to add, click on the health change on the event dispatcher. I want to add information to send to the other place. So let's save and compile because I didn't have all the information here. And I'm gonna pin it again so I can see. Right. Here on health change, we can add some parameters. I want, come on, the current health which is a float, and I want the max health because this is information that my health bar needs. Right, so with this, let's compile because we have added new parameters. Let's call the, oh, did it too fast. Call the health change. Let's connect it like this. The health, I'm gonna get it from here. And the max health, gonna get it also from here. The pins are crossing, so I will replace this like so. Yep. Now we have this. Now whenever we set the health, well, I'm calling a event dispatcher call on set health. Let's save, compile. And now what I want to do is bind this hat, or well, this health bar to whenever the character info changed its health. And I'm going to do that in the player hat. I need to make that connection. So in this blueprint, the blueprint player hat, not the actual widget blueprint hat, here in the blueprint player hat, I want to get the player. This hat should know who the player is because we can get the, can we get the player pawn? I mean, we could get the player pawn from here, but it's, it will get like, that's like a global function that we can get. So here is when it pays off to know how the framework works, and I'm gonna show you why. And I'm not sure if I said player framework. It's gameplay framework, excuse me. And we should have this little schematic, this little diagram. It's not an schematic, come on. This is a diagram. And you will see that the HUD is inside the player controller. the player controller possesses a pawn, and everything, and this player controller joins the game. So because the hat is inside the player controller, well, this is a hat, parent class hat. We can get the player controller, and this is the one that I need. Get owning player controller. From the player controller, I can get this pawn because the player controller controls pawns, possesses pawns. So get controlled pawn. Now I know that my pawn will have the character info. So, well, let's get component. Oh, get component of get components by class. Why can I get? Yeah. Get component by class. This is the one that I need. Get component by class. I will search for my blueprint component, character info. And here, inside of this character info, here we have the changing of health, on health change, this dispatcher. This is the one that I'm looking for. So let's get it. Let's assign it. Let's bind it. Whenever you have a dispatcher, you want to bind it with something. So let's search for bind. And here we have it. Bind to on death and bind event to on health change. Right, so this is the first part of the puzzle. We have the event that we want to look towards. We want to be super aware of when this triggers, right? But we need an event that will handle that, right? And that event is in the health bar, this set new health. And I made sure that the functionality, well, that the signature of this function is the same. What do I mean by signature? Is that it has a name and the inputs have the same value types of the variables. The names really don't need to match actually. But here we have a function that has two floats as an input. It's cool. And it's very cool because in my blueprint component character info, we have a dispatcher that has two variables which are floats. This means that in my player hat, what I can do is, well, get the reference of the hat, get the health bar, I cannot get the health bar. How is it called? Hat. Oh, I have not made it into a variable. That's my bad. Let's click it for it to be a variable. Save and compile. Come here again. Get health bar. Now we get it. And here, we should be able to set the new health, right? Now, this is calling the functionality. And if I put here, oh, the health is 22 and the max health is 100, it's going to use these values. But I don't want this. I want to bind to an event here. So what I'm gonna do is from this health bar, I'm going to create an event. This event, I'm going to connect it here. And now I can choose, and let me just delete this set new health. Now I can choose the function inside my health bar, which is set new health. Now I have binded one functionality, well, one dispatcher that was in our component class to a event, or well, to a function that existed inside my health bar. With this setup, what I have done is that now, whenever, and I should save everything, okay, everything's saved. When I press play, you will see that my health bar has been filled. That's pretty cool, right? It has been filled, and without this connection, it's just staying at the default value. It has been filled because, well, remember, and save and compile, remember that in my ARPG first person, we are refilling the health here. So this is making it, so, oh, we refill the health, then we are setting the health, and this triggers the column health change. Now also, because we did that connection, if this enemy hits me, well, it's going to update my health bar. And it's super easy if inside my health bar, I add some numbers here and I decide to show the actual health that I have. Something like this, for example, text, you cannot add text directly, but we can add an overlay. Let's progress bar, right click on it, wrap it with an overlay. The progress bar should fill the entirety of the overlay. Now I'm going to add some text. This text will stay in the middle of everything. And right now it's like it's trying to fill the whole screen, but we can move it just so it looks more like a health bar. This text block will actually be wrapped with the horizontal box, and this is things that we have done before. Just don't panic. The new thing is the overlay. The overlay is like a panel, but lets you put a lot of widgets on top of each other. In this case, I have put the text on top of the progress bar. If you want it to be the other way around, like you need to change the order here, and now whatever is on the bottom is on top. Yeah. Text block. I need another text block. Control D. You can duplicate it very easily. Control D again. This text block will be just an slash. This text block will be a number. This will be a variable. This is text health. This other text block will be, where is it? Another number. It is a variable. Its name is max health, right? And we have this. Pretty cool. We need to change the text, right? Well, we have a way. Here we are changing the percent, but we could also get the text health, set text. This is the one that I need. This is the one that I will also copy and paste. And the new text will be the health. Because this is a function, you don't always need to connect the inputs like this. You can get them. Get health. And this is the same value as this one. Now, I don't want any decimal properties or text in my, well, text. So here, fractional digit 0. Just in case, right? Just so it's a little bit more easy to see. Set text. I'll do the same thing to text. Max health must be connected here. And the max health, I do need to get it like this. Get max health. This is the one that I need. Connect it. And now compile, play, and we have 100, 100. This will hit me and it will change the number, so I know exactly how much health do I have? Now, sometimes you want this, you want the numbers, you want to be very, very specific with your health. Sometimes you don't. I mean, that's understandable. So what I can do is create a variable in my graph. Variable. This will be called show health. Come on. Health numbers or text number. Save it, compile. And in my event graph on the pre-construct, I'm going to get this horizontal box. And in this horizontal box, I'm gonna convert it into a variable. This will be horizontal box text numbers or numbers text, whatever makes sense to you. And if you select the horizontal box and you go to visibility, and you just hide it, you won't be able to see the numbers. Let's play. Now you cannot see the numbers, right? I can see them in my editor, but not in the game. And that's cool. So let me return it to what it was. Here in the graph, if this is false, so if this is not, if I do not want to show the health text number, so I do not want to show the health text numbers, what I'm gonna do is get the horizontal box, set visibility, and I'm going to choose collapse. Because if it's only hidden, it's still taking up space inside. Like, in order for Unreal to draw this, you need a space, right? You need to determine the space, so it does a first pass to determine how much space each widget needs. That's the first pass. The second pass will draw it, right? If you choose hidden, that space is still being used. If you just collapse it, then it no longer is taken in account whenever Unreal wants to know how much space you want. And you will see that now it disappeared. Yeah? Well, it's because we changed it in the pre-construct. We collapsed it. Now let's change this variable value to true. Let's go to the designer, and now we can see it again. Yeah, so depending if you want them or not, you can activate them or not. Compile. Oh, and it's even better actually. Yeah. This is even better. Let me show health. Yeah, show health. Compile. Let's put this as a public variable. Save and compile. Now we can go to the HUD. We can click on my health bar. And here in the default part, we will see the variable, like always, like we have done in a lot of blueprints before this one. And if we change this, we will see that the values will change. Well, it changed once, but if we compile again, it will appear again. So compile. Oh, I didn't want to size to content. It's this one. Compile, and there we have it. Yeah. And why is this? Do I need to compile again for it to work? Well, here, if it's false, then I will need to add the what was it? What is it by default? Is not hit testable self only. Yeah, because if it's visible, you can Unreal will take it as if it had the ability to be clicked on, and I don't want that. So not hit testable is perfect. Save, compile, and now in the HUD, clicking and unclicking it should be able to show it and not show it. And I don't want it actually. now that I think about it, but well, it served as a lesson for today. So let me just close the player HUD, close the health bar, close the widget blueprint HUD. Do I need the sword? I don't think I need the sword. Let me close it. Character info, yeah, let's close it. I will stay with the player for now. And these are my enemy, well, my enemy tests, right? Yeah, and I think that's what I wanted to add in terms of information that I wanted to show the player. With the enemy finally finished, what we're gonna do is add the projectile. We have the sword, we have the other hand that is not doing anything. And also, we have a camera that is looking a little bit, I mean, for sure your your arms are not there, right? That's like looking through your stomach, which I don't know why I decided for it to be looking like that. Here, if I just use animation asset and choose my idle, I mean, kind of makes sense, but the pose is not that good. So because I need to create, oh, and let me just return that to normal. Because I need to create the animations for it, let me save this, open it, change the current animation, the attack animation a little bit. Where is it? Where's my main character? This is my main character animation map. Let's open the main character animations. I believe my bookmark was 1. Here we have it. Let's double click to enter the animation. Let's click on the control rig so we have access to this. And okay, we can either change the location of the hands, which could prove a little bit difficult. Let's see, because I need to change it here, and I'm gonna for sure use the grid. And now I need to go to the next key. Oh, I didn't key it. Oh, yeah. Okay, so here a little bit downwards, and here it's basically 10 centimeters downwards. And key everything. Enter here, and I didn't key this one, so again, and enter there. Perfect. Let's go back. Let's open the sword animation, and the sword animation starts in another place. Well, it's starting 10 centimeters upwards, and I'll do the same for this. And this is going to end. It shouldn't. Well, there it is. We need to change the location of this one. This one, this location. -10, enter. This is done, so my idle matches again with my character. Now if I press play, my hands should be a little bit downwards. I mean, it is looking correctly, kind of. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's looking good from this side. So what I'm gonna do is just grab my first person mesh, move it a little bit downwards. So 20 units downwards because I'm with the snapping rule. come on. Sequence, let's just close it. Yeah, I believe there, maybe too much. Maybe 10. Yeah. That's cool. That's cool. Yeah, I'll leave it like this. Also, I wanted to get rid of that shadow of my character. Otherwise, I will need to here in this mesh. I will need to add my where is my money? SKM money. Let's use the simple one. Let's orient it to where it should be looking, and let's try to make it fit the position. Okay, it's not fitting correctly, so let's just copy this location. I'm doing shift right click because that's copy. Shift right click, and in the mesh, shift left click. That didn't work at all. Of course it didn't. So we will need to just type of eyeball it. The animation blueprint, I'm gonna use the same animation blueprint because it should, well, it is the same skeleton. Yeah, so it's going to work. And oh, that fits perfect actually. Well, yeah, that's cool. Okay, so that's cool and all, but I only added the mesh because the mesh will give me the whole come on. What's the name? The whole shadow. There it is. So with the whole shadow, I will be able to have the silhouette that I need. Yeah, but I just realized that it works until it doesn't, because this one follows the camera, and yeah, I would need to create code so whenever I'm looking down the camera, my hands always match with my other hands. And yeah, that's for sure escapes this tutorial. So I'm just going to remove it very easily. And I'm going to, here in the event graph, I'm gonna get the weapon. Just for reference, gonna get the weapon, gonna get the mesh, get skeletal mesh, and I'm gonna set shadow, set cast shadow, no, false. And now my sword doesn't cast shadows, and it's not a floating sword. Yeah, and that's a thing that was getting on my nerves. And we fixed the animation, we fixed the camera. Now we can create an animation for the ranged attack. Let's start by opening our inside of our character folder, main character. Let's open the main level sequence. Here, let's go inside. Well, we can either go to the sword attack, but what I want to do is duplicate this combat idle, right? Now, right clicking, duplicate shot will make it so it's going to ask me where do I want to save this. Well, here it is. Instead of sword attack, I'm gonna click so it's using this name. It's going to be ranged magic attack. Now this has been duplicated here. I can move it to another shot track, or I can use the same one if I want. Whatever floats your boat. In this case, I'm going to double click the range, so I'm inside the animation, and here I'm going to click on my level, press 1, so my camera is where it should be, and I'm gonna click on the mannequin body, yes, but on the control rig specifically. And here I'm going to create the animation for the other attack, right? I could use some pointers for my sword attack, like for example, clicking here and here, and see what are the frames that I used, just so it's nearly similar. So I used 3 frames for the wind up, for the anticipation of the action. That's the correct term. Then until the frame 15 for the action. Maybe it could be less because I mean here I will only be moving the arm. And then the rest to get back into place, right? So let's do something similar. Let's double click here. I'm starting with this 3 frames that it's going to move. So I'll put an enter here. We'll see if I use 15. But at the end, I'm gonna put enter again because it needs to return to this position. Right. So the anticipation will be something like moving. Okay, so I cannot see that well the movement. So I'm going to remove this snapping. Now I should be able to get something more smooth. Maybe something like this, like it's going near the camera. Oh, and I didn't key it, so I'm going to key it here, and then okay. So let's try it in the 15 frame. Enter. Now we have the frame. Now I'll press play and see what's happening. Okay, so it's like it's immediately firing, instead of what I wanted to do was a little wind up and throw it immediately, and that didn't do the trick. So let's see it from this angle. Okay, so maybe I could create this motion a little bit slower. Then I can hold this here a little bit. Let me copy the frame. Can I copy the frame? Select it, Control C, move it here, Control V. Okay, I can copy the frame. Yeah, so that's working, kind of. Okay, but here the motion is too stiff, right? So I'm going to enter the curves. And I'm going to select, should be only the locations. Here, I want this to be a curve. Can I make it a curve very easily by Smart Auto? No? Okay, now that's not what I need. That's not what I need. Auto, no, none of these are going to help me. That's even worse. Yeah, so here, let me just mess around a little bit with the tangents. to get this. Okay, so it is feeling better. I still think that the movement is too soon. Maybe I can drag it to the 8th frame. I like this a lot better. A lot better. I like it. Right, so that's the location in X. And usually when you're seeing the curves, having flat curves really makes for abrupt motion, or sometimes not that normal of a motion. So you want to smooth your curves a little bit. Let's see how that looks. And in this case, this part, I really like that part actually. Right? Yeah, looks cool. This one, this curve, it's a little bit weird. Maybe I can put it like this. Right? So something that it's not that I'm not liking that much is here it ends. Would this be Y or C? I believe could be C. No, it's not C. Yeah, C. Yeah. The movement in Y, I'm not liking that much because it should move a little bit more forward, I believe. Either more forward or more backwards. Maybe there. Yeah, I'm liking this a lot more. I mean, I'm not really an animator. I have followed some tutorials, read about, well, studied, I must say, the 12 principles of animation. So that's why, anticipation, following action. And right now I should really, really do something with the hand because the follow through of this action is really weird. What do I mean by follow through? Whenever, okay, you are retracting your hand and then you move it forward, this movement will make it so my hand should rotate forward. Okay, so what I will do is, I believe I already have keys for rotation. Yeah, there are already keys for rotation that I'm not using. So here, my hand, okay, my hand needs to return to this position, but from in this point, I'm going to rotate it. It's gonna look a little bit weird. Okay, because like this is the position where the flame should go towards to. But let's search. Did I add? Well, I add both of, well, the 3 of these, right? So what I'm gonna do is pin the 3 of them. Gonna select these keys, and I'm going to move them forward. Maybe here. And I was holding shift, so the value remains the same. So now we see like the action because of inertia. Now when my movement of the arm ends, the inertia is still moving my hand, my wrist forward. So that's the follow through of the action. right? And it's still looking weird because, I mean, this movement could also have some follow through, right? So again, I will do the same thing. I will move a little bit. Now, the follow through, if you exaggerate it too much, it will mean like your character has maybe some very skinny arms or not that much force that can resist the movement. So if you want to make it super animated, you can add a lot of this type of follow through action. And I hope that I'm actually using the correct term. Otherwise, it's one of the 12 principles of animations, but this is one of them. Let me check. Okay, so I found the 12 principles of, well, this is just a blog that talks about it, but it has this cool GIF. And this is what I was talking about. Follow through and overlapping action, the loose parts of the movement of the body continue to move even after the character stops, right? If I was animating some kind of robot, then, well, I could make the animation super stiff because, well, it's a mechanical thing, right? So, okay, what was I was doing? Oh, I was adding a little bit of movement here. I'm gonna press enter and I'm going to move these frames with shift a little, maybe there. Let's see. Okay, now this is happening because my rotation, I got rid of the normal rotation. So let me Control C again. Okay, now maybe in 3, gonna rotate it a little bit forward. Yeah, that's good. Here, these curves again are too flat. So let's fix a little bit of that motion. And again here, and again here. Come on. It's good. It's better. Yeah. Now let's see. Yeah, now it's feeling a little bit better. And you can exaggerate what I did, but I just wanted to show you that, yep, you can really animate here. Yeah. So before saving this animation, remember that we duplicated the sequence. So we need to come here. And where was it? On top. Click on the mannequin body and create another link animation sequence. Because, you know, if I right now save this, it will save it for the other animation that I use as a duplication. That I use to duplicate this file, right? So if I press save right now, it's going to override my sword attack. I don't want that, so let's create a new linked animation sequence. So let's go back to ARPG FPS, characters, main character, animations, and let's call it animation. Was I using I'll rename it if I'm not using the A at the start. Animation, this is the main character, and the action is ranged magic attack. Just like this. Let's do it. Export. I'm gonna leave it as it is. Export animation. There we have it. Now we have the ranged magic attack. And we also have the sword attack, which this is sword attack or the idle attack or the idle pose. Oh, come on. Name. idle. It's okay. Ranged, sword attack. Okay. Yeah, so if you like your animation and the animation may be final, you can create a bake animation sequence. This does not, I believe this doesn't get rid of the linked animation sequence, but it lets you have an asset that will not get updated every time you made an update to this sequence or to this animation. So it can be very helpful in order for not to mess things up whenever you know that animation is completely ready, right? But I really like to tweak stuff. So sometimes I create a super quick animation, then I just as a placeholder, right? Especially to know the timing of stuff. After I use it, I update it, polish it, polish it, polish it. When I really like it, okay, finally I can make an animation sequence, and that I can share very easily if I want it, right? So yeah. Yep, that's it for my animation. What I just need to do is test it. So let me save everything. Range my attack, save, and we can get rid of this level sequence. Let's go to our first person character, our ARPG first person character. Let's click on the mesh. Let's open the animation blueprint. Here it is. Here we have it. We have the event send right hand attack, and we need the left hand attack. So, well, let's add it. In the interfaces, I believe we created it before, send left hand attack, implement event, and I'm just going to copy and paste this logic. Now, I really don't need to activate object functionality just yet, but we will see what we do with this. For now, I will just copy and paste it, and then we can change it. What do I need here? I need the animation montage, so let's create one. Now, if you want to, you could probably have the other animation inside of this one, but because we're gonna mix and match, I really don't recommend it. So you either duplicate this or create a new one. And creating a new one is also good. So let me save that idle pose, range attack magic, and I create an animation montage from this. I can. This will be the animation main character ranged magic attack. Let's open it. We have this. The default slot, that's not what we're going to use. We had a right arm default group one. So we were going to create a new one, but not actually here. Where was it? Well, we have it here. If you don't have this, again, window should be in animation. Where is it? Montage section? No, anime slot manager. This is the one that I'm using. Anime slot manager. Inside of it, I'm going to create another slot called left arm. Perfect. And now I can change this slot to the new one that I just created. And let's save. I believe just by closing and opening the ranged magic attack montage, I will get the animation back again. Right, so if we compare, we have these two actions, right? And they are very different because here I'm enabling the weapon here. But in the case of the main character, ranged magic attack, I don't really need to activate the weapon. I only want to tell the character when to fire the projectile. So I believe sometime here at 15, I want to create a notify, and it will not be a notify state. It will be just a simple notify. You can use montage notify, or you can create your own one. In my case, because I don't want to to do something like super different, I'm gonna use montage notify. But just take in consideration that if you decide to create a notify, let's say this is my start, or better yet, spawn projectile here, and you save it. Now in your animation blueprint, you will have access to that notify, spawn projectile, and here you have it, event notify spawn projectile. I'm gonna delete that, and I'm going to delete this notify, and I'm going to create the other one because we were working with montage notifies and with montage notify window. So montage notify, and I will give it a name. This could be spawn projectile. Let's save it. Now if you search that spawn projectile, well, let me save and compile. Okay, you shouldn't be able to have this, right? Because I do not have the weapon enabled. You still have it because I created, let's change the name, spawn magic. Save. I will search for spawn magic. Yeah, doesn't exist because it's a notify that only exists in that montage. Right, so it's really, the name doesn't matter that much when you're using this type of add notify, montage notify. Now you will see that the notify that I created is still there. We should probably get rid of it. So let's go to window, animation notifies, gonna spawn projectile, right click on it, delete it. Because all the animations blueprints have access to these notifies. So if you do create them, be sure to reuse them. Yeah, right. I can save attack. Yeah, I do have access to this animation notify. But yeah, it's another way of using the animation blueprint. You can do whatever you like. Right, so here I'm going to replace this for ranged. And here also, I'm going to replace it for ranged magic. Let's save everything. And now we need to go to the anim graph, because this anim graph, it's only processing the right arm slot. So I do need to add the slot. Let's search for left arm. Okay, so let's just add the slot default, and we should be able to change the left arm slot here. Yep, compile. And now we will see what's happening. So I will press tab. If I left click, nothing is happening. Well, I definitely forgot that this animation blueprint works when I send the left hand attack, and I'm not sending the left hand attack. So let's fix that. Here is my ARPG first person character. This should be toggle combat. This is okay. Right hand attack, left hand attack. This on death, let's move it a little bit downwards because I'm going to copy and paste this code. So if I'm not in combat by clicking the left hand attack, now I'm in combat. Here I'm going to send left hand attack. There we go. Now it should be working. Save and compile. Was it an error? No, it's okay. Play. Draw your weapon or sword or whatever. Yeah. So now this is happening. Why is this happening? Do my animation? It's weird. This is the... Okay, so let me open this range attack and drag and drop my sword attack here. Okay, so something is jumping here. Yeah, my hands, it seems that are starting in a lower place. And my idle, where's my idle? Come on, man. Okay, character idle. I'm gonna put it in the side. This is the idle. This is my animation. This is the idle. Okay, so I seem to have copy and paste bad values. So my animation is kind of wrong. We need to fix it. So let's fix that. Let's open the main scene. Let's press 1. Now that's weird because it's using the same location here. I'm pretty sure it's using the same location. If I click on this hand IK, what's the position? Details, no, it's not going to tell me. I will need to select it here. Seems that this is not going to give me the position. So location, C10. Let's go back to the sword. And the position of this should also be 10. Something. 10. 1040. And here it starts at 1040. Okay, so now something weird has happened with my animation that I'm going to save. Why? I'm going to drag and drop the range attack again. Yeah, and it's still jumping to the other location. Okay, so what I can do to make sure, and I can copy and paste some values here, especially the starting position of stuff, right? Let's get it. Let's go to this part, and IK. I'm just going to select this key, Control C. Yeah, just in case, I'm going to make it a little bit staggered, so I know that no animation is like blended like this. I mean, it's not overlapping any other animation. Right, so here I'm going to select this key and I'm going to paste it. Control B is the same. Control S, let's save everything. This should update the current animation. and let's open the link animation sequence. It's so weird. Let me check what's happening. I have no clue what happened. So as a recommendation, copy the idle. Don't copy the attack. Like duplicate this. Yeah, duplicate this one, and then base your animation on that one. What I'm gonna do with this animation is, well, what can I do? I going to select the position, gonna using the snapping, gonna just elevate it 10 positions, 10 centimeters, and enter here, and again enter here, and enter here, and oh, okay, let's Control C, Control C, Control C, and again Control C. Yeah, not all those frames are position changes, now that I remember correctly. One is this one. This is another one, I believe. Yeah, both of these are C position changes. Enter, enter. Oh, I'm gonna end up creating also keys for the rotation. Okay, so yeah, I don't want to do that with all the enters that I'm doing. Yeah, so what I'm gonna do is just turn on the auto key. So whenever I do this change, it's only adding the key for the location change in the z-axis. Otherwise, I'm going to create a lot of keys that I don't need, and then if I later on want to change some rotation that is not keyed, like always, then I'm gonna get myself in troubles. For example, here is only rotation, and this should be where this ends, and I'm going to do the same with this. Just put it like that, save it, save selected. And I don't think that in my animation exporting I added something that could have modified like the position, but okay, let's check it. This is the idle, gonna play it, nothing there. Now it's looking normal, and this is the other attack. Yeah, manual fix. I mean, I really don't know what happened. Okay, so now we can save everything. We can attack with this, and we can also attack with that one. Oh, and something happened there because I was messing around with my. Oh, this is the sword attack. This is the range magic attack. I really don't need this idle. I really don't need the sword attack, and I don't need that to get duplicated. Right. So Control S. Let's press play. Now we can attack. Right. So what will happen if I attack with my sword and immediately do my range attack? Well, I'm canceling the sword attack, and also the same. If I'm doing my range attack and I start attacking with my sword, I'm canceling the animation on the other part of the body. This happens because, well, my character, my animation blueprint, is playing a montage, and this montage is covering all the bones. So the question is, what to do next? Now you can decide. You can either decide that this behavior is what you like. You can attack. Then, well, you can also attack with the other hand, but if you would like, you can cancel your attack. Right? That is something completely valid. You can also decide that, well, I should be able to attack with both, right? And I'm gonna show you how, and then I'm gonna use gonna do what I want to do for this game. That is the third approach. That is, whenever you attack with one hand, you shouldn't be able to attack with the other until the other one finishes, because it makes it so the player needs to think a little bit before just spamming spells like, oh, you won't be able to cancel this animation, which is not that long, right? But having the ability to cancel animations could make it so after casting the spell, whenever my hand is returning, I could immediately do an attack, right? And I don't want that exactly, but what I do want to show you is here in the animation blueprint how to play both attacks at the same time. And it has to do with the way we are controlling this anim graph. So here in the animation blueprint, in the anim graph, we have this super small graph, right? And we are using these blend poses by Bull. Pretty cool. And we have these two slots. What we want to create is a layered animation, where one part of an animation can be played by, well, the right arm, the other by the left arm, and so on and so forth. So what I'm gonna do is get this, which is the main like idle pose of my animation, get this, and I want to save it. So here, save cached pose. This will be my, we could call it locomotion or saved locomotion, because maybe later on, if I'm running, I can add some animations for the arms running in front of my camera, right? But this is the basis of everything. So as the basis, I want to use it. I can get it by just typing the name, and it will pop up as use cached pose, save locomotion. Until here, everything is the same. But the magic of doing this is that, well, this pin can only be used in one place, as you can see. But by saving it, this pin can also be used in one place, but I can duplicate this. And now it's connected like this. Now, you will say to me, why would I want this connected like this? Well, because I want to make a blend between this pose, the right arm, and the left arm. So I'm going to use a node, which should be blend. And I believe it was this one, layer blend per bone. Yeah, it's this one. Again, I'm going to just drag and drop from one of these two pins. This will be the layer blend per bone. And you have a pose and a blend poses. The base pose, well, is this one. So let me just get it like this. This is the base pose. The first blend pose will be the right arm, and I can add a pin. So this is the left arm, and I'm going to connect it like so. This will mean that now I have 3 poses, and in one of the poses, in one of the poses that I have saved, everything that has the slot right arm will play on top of this saved pose. And in this case, only every animation, or well, any animation montage that has been marked with the left arm, which we have already done here, will play on top this animation. So we have actually 3 animations here. One that doesn't receive any type of animation from the animation montages that I have created, one that receives an animation from the right arm slot, and the other one for the left arm. And now we need to blend them. When I click here in the layer blend per bone, I can do the layer setup here. So let's open it. We have the index 0, which is this blend pose 0, and the index 1, which is this blend pose 1. 0 for me is right. So I'm going to open this index. Here in branch filter, we need branch filter. Let's add a new one. This index is the bone name that I need. And in my case, because I pressed in character and bones and then all hierarchy, otherwise you may not see anything here. So again, this is character, bones, all hierarchy. I can click on my right arm, which should be this one. And maybe from the clavicle R downwards, I want this right arm animation. So clavicle R, can I copy the name? No, I cannot copy the name. So, oh, I can copy the name. Let's right click, copy, layer blend pose, click on it again, bone name, let's paste it here. Now this first blend pose is going to take the animation from the clavicle onwards. Now let's save it and let's do it again for the second one. This is the index 0, index 1, which is the left arm, and here index, again, I'm going to paste it and I'm going to rename it to L. Let's save, compile, and let's see what's happening now. If we press play, I can attack with my left hand, but if I press it at the same time, oh, it's still canceling my other animation. Well, I wasn't expecting that. Okay, so I took a look around what I was missing, and it was a very simple mistake, simple overdo. Right, so we have this here where the animation is still canceling, even though we have created these saved poses. We have assigned right arm, left arm. Here in the layer blend per bone, this should be clavicle R. I believe this was at 0. I was just testing stuff. And this also clavicle L. This also can be 0. Let's not worry too much about that. Okay. So we just changed this part. What I forgot to change was here in the animation montage, in order for it to accept both montages, the right arm montage and the left arm montage, they need to be part, not only have different slots, but also different slot groups. So here, this is the left side, the left attack. Here in the montage group, I'm gonna click on here, montage, and instead of just choosing the slot, I'm gonna go to the slot manager, which was already here, and I'm going to add a new group. This new group will be the left side group. Gonna click on my left arm. We can click the set slot to the left side, and just so it's a little bit cleaner, gonna add a group for the right side. And here, right arm, right click on it. I'm going to set the slot right arm group to the right side. So we have left side, left arm, right side, right arm. Now let's save it. Now let's go and test our game. And now we should be able to press both buttons at the same time. And now we can get the animation to play without one canceling each other. Right, again, this could be the way you want to deal with this issue. But what I want you to do is more simple, and I can leave this because I'm going to add here in the event graph not only the check if the montage ranged magic attack is working, but also if the other montage, the sword attack, also is playing. This is just a quick check. I know that if eventually I create another weapon and I create another animation montage, then I will need to do this again. I mean, copy and paste stuff, something like that. Add an and that's pretty much how I would check it, because it's super simple, super quick. But again, if later on you need to have more animations, what I would definitely do, and maybe if we do live stream and keep adding stuff to this little game, what I would do is either have a boolean that checks if we're attacking, or just check if there's a montage playing. I mean, a montage in the on top of our character, right? But in this case, like, super easy. This animation montage will check for both of the animations that I'm using as an attack. That way, if I have this animation, even though I click the other attack, the other animation montage is not playing. Yeah, so that's how I'm going to keep it, because I don't want my player to do too many animations. And yeah, I mean, now it feels a little bit clunky. So yeah, because here I should be able to attack. I mean, if I spam, it's good enough. It's good enough. We can polish this stuff later or in a live stream. Right, so we have this working. That's pretty good. Although I'm not gonna lie, it felt better just leaving it to however you would like. So yeah, I'm gonna leave it. It really felt better. I mean, if maybe your character is a super elite type of magic swordsman that can attack and also throw spells. Yeah, for now, I mean, that feels better than the last solution. So again, I had a plan. This other thing felt better. Gonna keep whatever feels good enough for this game. And the next thing that we need to do is create a projectile that we can use for our player. Let's save everything. And we need to create a projectile that we can spawn, right? So let's create that projectile. This projectile, maybe I want to reuse it for maybe traps, maybe towers. So it's going to go into weapons. This is a new folder. This is going to be a projectile. Inside of it, it's going to be a blueprint class. It's an actor. Blueprint projectile. Let's save it. Let's double click it. And there we have our blueprint. The first thing that I want to add here is a collision component. I'm just going to type sphere collision. This is the one that I need. And I mean, the radius, I don't know if it's enough or not. For now, I'm gonna just leave it there. This sphere, I'm gonna make it the default scene root. So this will be the new root. Just like this. I just drag and drop on top of that. Great, so now I'm going to add a new component, projectile movement. This comes with the engine. This component will be in charge of the movement of this, well, projectile. So let's save it, compile. And I don't want the artists in our team to modify this projectile, so I'm going to create a child blueprint class. This will be the magic projectile. My projectile will be the base projectile, just so they know they shouldn't mess around with it. Let's save everything, right click on the folder, fix up redirectors just because I changed the name. And inside the magic projectile, what I'm going to add is an static mesh. An sphere static mesh. This sphere, if I just add it here, and instead of pressing play, I just want to simulate this, we can see that it falls. And we got something here, some error. Okay, I have an error because I'm simulating and I'm not playing, and this bind event is not happening. So probably, just so I don't get this error, I'm just going to validate this. Because when you simulate, you're actually not creating your player. Compile and save. We can close the player hat. Okay, what happened now? Player hat. Bind on health event, event graph. Access none, trying to read the property, get bound, and get components of class. Okay, so here, so it seems that the player controller exists. Makes sense because I'm simulating and I'm like a floating thing. But the pound is the one that doesn't exist. So again, is valid. And connect the control pound. Now we shouldn't get that pesky error. Yeah, now it's fine. Right, so you see that the projectile is falling. And well, you also see that this sphere, which is, well, should be, I cannot see. Well, it should be 100 by 100. So I'm going to put 0.2 in the scale. Maybe it was too little. Let's see in the level. Yeah, I think it's fine. Maybe 0.3, so it's very noticeable. This means that this range will be maybe 30. And now I should be able to see a little bit better. So this is falling, right? And I'm going to close the hat. This projectile is falling. Let's go back to the base projectile, because in this projectile movement component, which I can also edit in the magic projectile, but then if I create another child blueprint based on this base projectile, I will need to do the change again. So that's why I'm changing it in the base projectile. In this project movement component, I don't have any initial speed, so I want maybe 3000. I don't want to limit this projectile. Save, play, and now we have a projectile in a very easy manner to do, right? Now, this is magic, so it shouldn't be affected by gravity. Again, base projectile, I could leave it like this, go to the magic projectile that I don't want to be affected by gravity, and also this sphere, let's call it sphere collision. Save, compile. Again, go to the magic projectile, click on the projectile movement, and here I can change the projectile gravity scale. I'm gonna put 0. Save and compile. Let's go back to the level. And now my projectile doesn't have gravity. This projectile, I don't want for it to exist for the duration of my project. So I'm going to assign a lifespan. Now, if I put lifespan here, of course, it's not there. What I can do here in the event graph, in the begin play, I'm going to put set lifespan. And in lifespan, I'm going to promote the variable. And this will be called projectile lifespan. Right, I believe there, or do I have access to that variable? Let me see if I have access. You can see all the variables inside the actor if you click on the cog and you click on show inherited variables. Now you should be able to search something like, okay, there is an initial lifespan, but it doesn't seem, oh, I can. Okay, I don't need to do this then. I can delete this initial lifespan. Can I change it? Maybe to 10? Or maybe to 1, just to see if it's working correctly, or do I need to do something? 1 second, it gets deleted. It's working correctly. So we can change that initial lifespan, which I don't know why it didn't pop up here. Initial, oh, here it is actually, class defaults. And if I click show inherited variables, initial, oh, okay, so lifespan, yeah, here it is. The lifespan I typed was like this all together. Oh, whoops. So that's why, oh, no, I don't know why it didn't pop up before. Okay, but this is the magic projectile, so the lifespan will be 0. Oh, no. 1 is fine. In the base projectile, it seems that I already changed it. So let's change it back to 3 seconds, maybe would be good enough. Yes, 3 seconds. In 3 seconds, the projectile will stop existing. Sounds pretty cool. Now I want to do something when this projectile hits me. So this projectile, I can do projectile movement, and here on projectile stop. This will give me the impact result, which I can get it and break it. You will see that this is very similar to our collisions result. Here I only need the actor, and I want to apply damage to set actor. This is a point damage. If it was an explosion, maybe I could use a radial damage, but point damage, more than enough. Damage actor is this one. The base damage should be a variable. Projectile damage. And because a projectile, oh, and let me close this like this. Because a projectile is less risky than just coming to the face of the enemy and trying to hit it with a sword, I'm gonna make this do less damage. So projectile damage here, and I needed to compile in order to change this value. So I'm going to put maybe 15 damage. Hit from direction that the hit came from. Well, I can get the direction by either getting the location of the impact point, or even better, I can get the location of the actor hit. Get actor location, and I can get the actual location of this projectile. get actor location. And the hit from direction should be this unit, get unit direction from my current actor towards my other actor, and this will be the hit from direction. If this doesn't work, I mean, if you later on use it, because probably I will do something with it later on, but right now I really don't have a use for it. I'm just filling the information. If this doesn't work, I mean, if you get the opposite direction, then you can just invert the values and you can get the direction that you would like to have. Hit info is this one. Event instigator, well, is the controller that was responsible for causing the damage, so we know that we can get... Okay, so this is a little bit more weird, right? Because, okay, we need to get the parent, but the parent will be... how could I explain it? This will not be attached to anything, right? So I will need to pass who the parent is, who is the one that has created this blueprint. So I'm gonna do is create a variable called actor. Oh, come on, not called actor, but of the actor type, object reference, and this is going to be my how will I call it? Let's not call it owner. Let's call it, and we could call it spellcaster. And then whenever we create this base projectile, we can set this actor. But actually, there already exists a variable that works like this. How is it called? Well, event instigator is the controller that was responsible for causing the damage. Well, there should be something called instigator. And if we put get instigator, we get functionality regarding an instigator and the instigator controller. And there is an actor. This actor we can set instigator. So we really don't need to add a new variable. We can just ask, oh, let's get instigator controller. This is the event instigator. The damage causer is self. And the damage type, well, I'm not worried too much about that because, well, you can add, oh, fire damage, elemental damage, whatever you want. But in this case, it's not doing anything for me. So I will just leave it like this. So this is going to hit something. Now I only want to hit, well, let's go here, sphere collisions. Collisions. Overlap dynamic would be fine. But actually I wanted to overlap all, because if I hit a wall, well, I want that wall to be hit. Oh, and it is hitting the wall static. Is there an overlap all? Overlap all, yeah. Yeah, so this overlap all will mean that this object, I mean, object type world static, this is not true. Usually world static objects, you want them to stay in the location, in the current location. So I will put overlap all dynamic, because this is a object that is dynamic. It can move, it moves around, gets destroyed, can do all this stuff. So yeah, overlap all dynamic. That's what I want. Perfect. Save, compile. And I believe this is pretty much for our projectile. So let's use the projectile. We need to spawn it every time our animation does this part, like does the animation. And here I have set up this notify for it to work, right? And we can come here, animation blueprint, and here we could spawn it, right? Right now we are activating objects, so we might as well use the same functionality. Now, right now this gets the current weapon. In both cases, I'm going to double click it, and I'm going to rename this to get current right hand weapon, and double clicking it send me to the BP ARPG first person character, right? Just in case you got lost. Get current right hand weapon, right click on it, duplicate it, and after duplicating it, here get current left hand weapon, and let's remove the 0. And instead of sword reference, I need to make a reference to something, to another weapon. Now, there doesn't exist a weapon that actually spawns this projectile, so we might as well create it just in case we need it. So I'm going to create a new folder. This will be spell. Could it be spellbook or something? Yeah, let's call it spellbook. Maybe later on we will add a spellbook. I don't think so, right? But let's call it that. This will be a blueprint. This will be an actor. This will be called blueprint spell book. Let's save it. This spellbook will be used the main character. Excuse me. In the main character, the blueprint, the main character. Let's go to viewport, and I need to spawn it and connect it to my hand, because maybe we can get multiple spell books, and yeah, you get the story. So in order to connect it to my hand, let me see if there is an attach point like before. Socket, that's what I was trying to say. Clavicle R, no, I'm looking for the L. Hand L magic. Okay, so it seems that I did create it, or I at least changed the name. Because it's hand L magic, I'm going to move it. I press W, or you can press here. I'm going to move it a little bit outside of my hand range. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Let's save. And let's remember hand L magic. I'm not gonna remember, so let's copy the name. We can close this, we can close this. And in the blueprint of the main character, I'm going to go to the event graph, and I'm going to add the weapon the same way we added the first weapon, this one. So let's move everything to the top. Let's make some space here. Add another sequence pin. Hold Control so we can move the wire by drag and dropping it. And I'm going to spawn another actor. This is going to be, you guessed it, the spellbook. Now I'm going to connect this to my sequence. Let's move everything a little bit to the side. And in this sequence, this part of the sequence, I'm going to create this spellbook. Again, I need an spawn transform, but I really don't care for it. So let's split it. Now we will get, we'll attach it. Well, first, let's promote it to a variable spellbook reference. This is, I know what's a ref, so that's why, yeah, that's better. Okay, so now we need to do the same. Attach this spellbook. Attach to actor to component. I'm going to use this one, otherwise it's going to create a variable that I don't need. Attach actor to component is the first person mesh again, and the socket name, well, is the one that I copy paste before, the one that I copied. Now I'm pasting. Handle magic, again, snap to the target, rotation rule, snap to the target, keep relative, snap to target. Oh, excuse me, scale rule, do keep it relative. Perfect. Now we should do the same, pick up, and because I'm redoing like this stuff, probably I will have weapons that will be able to be picked up. Might as well go to my interfaces, interaction, and add a function called pick this, or pick this up. Just so I'm not colliding with the same name I'm using here. This gets a target, the thing that has been picked up, and also the actor that picked this up. So again, I need an input, an actor, this one, object reference, actor that picked this. Let's save, compile. We can close this. Here, pick this up is a message. I need to send it to the spellbook. And I want to send the actor that picked this up. Now I'm going to copy and paste this. Delete this function, pick this up, just like this, but instead of the spellbook, I'm going to replace it by the sword ref because I just made this change. Now, doing this makes it so I need to open my sword, blueprint sword, and this pick up. What I want to do is, well, we can reuse it because I'm already using it before and I don't want to change a lot of stuff. But we can get here in the interface, pick this up, implement event, and this will call pickup. Actor that pick this up, just like this, just so I don't need to worry about things that is happening. I know this is the only place I'm using this picked up, but yeah, that's what I'm gonna do here. Save. We can close this. Magic projectile, I believe. Yeah, we can close it. Base projectile, not yet. Animation montage. Yeah, we can close it. Animation blueprint, not yet. And this, let's save, compile. There's no shadow, so I don't need to worry. Okay, so now we have a blueprint that will work as a weapon, right? So let's open that weapon. Weapons, spellbook, double click it. This is open. This spellbook, I want to return it whenever these animations, well, the left hand attack activates an object functionality, but not from the right hand, from the left hand. Get current left hand weapon. If we double click this to see if something changed, we see that we are not returning a weapon, we're going to return the spellbook reference. Save, compile, and now whenever I attack, I'm getting the spellbook reference and I'm sending it activate object functionality. So here in the spellbook, I need to go to the event graph, and you can see we're starting to pick up the pace because this is everything. I mean, everything that we have done till this part, we have already did. So that's why I'm speeding up a little bit, right? So we do need the interface functionality, which we need to go to class settings. We need to interfaces, implemented interfaces, add. It's the BPI interaction. We can pick this up, implement event, what was I doing with the sword? I believe I'm just saving the value, right? Sword. Pick this up. Yeah, it's just setting up a value. And yeah, what I could do is just remember the instigator stuff. Set instigator. Yeah, it's an actor. So okay, this is a pound object reference. This is an actor. Yeah. Okay, so let's create a variable then. Spellbook owner actor, and I'm doing this instead of using the instigator because I don't want to limit only pawns to be able to use spellbooks. Weird, right? But yeah, that's what I'm doing. Save, compile, spellbook owner. Okay, this is good. Event picked up. We need activate object functionality, implement event, and deactivate. I really don't need it because it gets activated once and that's it. Right, so here, let's spawn an actor from class. We will create the blueprint. Where is my magic projectile? Spawn transform will be, well, get actor spawn transform. Well, get actor transform. Get actor transform. This is getting the location, the rotation, and also the scale. Sometimes you don't really need the scale, but I mean, I'm not gonna scale down this spellbook, so this will be fine. Collision override, always spawn, ignore collisions. Okay, so after we open this, we get the instigator, which is the pawn responsible for damage and other gameplay events, and an owner, which can be left empty, primarily used for replication. So I will leave this empty. I only need the instigator. The instigator, well, is the spellbook owner, which again, the spellbook owner is not a pawn, so I might as well cast it to a pawn. Convert to pure cast. I will try to remember that if this doesn't work, well, I should look. Well, okay, I'll again convert to impure cast, so I can have this node, something like this, right? So I'm sending the instigator to the magic projectile. Let's save, compile, and I would need to redo this if I really need all actors to be able to use spellbook, but it's not planned, so I'm just leaving it like this. Right, so I'm creating the projectile. This is being created on the location of this spellbook. This spellbook, in my event graph, where is it? I'm spawning it at 0, but later on, I'm snapping it to a component and attaching it to my hand. Which, well, the component is the body, the hand is the socket name. Right. So let's see what's happening now. Let's press, select viewport. There was, well, there's my normal attack. That was a projectile that was on a level. And now if I click here, well, you will see that it is going actually to the sky. This means that the rotation of my socket is not a good one. So if I go, let's go click on the first person mesh, double click on the skeleton of the, yes, the skeletal mesh, click here to get the skeleton. And in my, where is my weapon magic? Handle magic. You can see the rotation action. If you press W, you see that my hand, my X position is looking upwards. And here, if I do a preview animation and I preview the range magic attack, I don't need to play it. I just need to go to the 15 key and you will see where my rotation is going. That's what I'm going to change. I'm going to enable the grid again. And right now it's looking this way. I want it to look that way. So now if I press W, you will see that my magic is looking that way, and maybe I can make it a little bit up. Save. Now let's test it. There it goes. Now wherever I'm looking towards is doing something. Now it's not colliding with this floor, but let's see if it's colliding with a cube. Oh, and I press F to focus. F, and there we have it. I will put it in front of me so I don't need to look to the other way. And you will see that it's going past everything. That's not exactly what I want or need, especially because the projectile is not stopping, right? Here in the projectile movement, we have projectile stop, activated, deactivated, but this only works if your sphere collision is not overlapping, but is actually blocking all dynamic. So let's save, compile, we press play, and now you see that it blocks something, which is my own hand, right? I'm colliding with myself. Let's go to the base projectile again, and what we can do is avoid the instigator. So here in the begin play, when I get the sphere collision, ignore actor when moving, and the actor that I'm going to ignore is the instigator. Get instigator, this one. Should ignore? Yes. Save, compile, play. Now it is not ignoring the instigator, and you will see that it's not actually colliding with the wall. Why? Because, well, here in the base projectile, this sphere collision is a little bit big. So, well, I should probably open the magic projectile, because here I can actually see. So if you need like a collision very, very near to whatever it is, then you will see what's happening, right? But I'm just showing this so you can actually see how this behaves. I'm going to return to my, where's my magic? No, this is the spellbook, which I can close actually. Magic projectile sphere collision will be, I believe I put, no, 20. And this sphere, I'm going to remove the collision because I'm not needing it. And it's a good idea to remove collision of things that don't really need to collide with anything. Right. So, as I was saying, I showed you this so this could be applied. But actually, if you want this projectile to just go through stuff, then you are not able to use this type of logic. Just take this in consideration, that whenever maybe you're dealing with a projectile that has piercing damage, then yeah, you're not going to be able to use this type of projectile. Just take that in consideration. Yeah, if that was the case, then you cannot use the projectile stop. You will be reliant on the sphere collision, and here you will be able to have overlap, component begin overlap. You can do it there. You can also do some traces to know when you're going to hit something, which is what I would probably do. Traces are a lot more reliable than the sphere, than an sphere collision moving around. But I'm going to use this for my case because it's working. And whenever it does damage, I'm going to create a sequence here. And I'm going to destroy this atom. Just like this. So we will have this collides with something, gets destroyed. And that's pretty good. There we have it. Well, we almost had it. It's shooting towards the side. And that doesn't look that good. So let's go back to the skeleton. And let's see what's happening here. I'm just going to rotate it 10 to a side. Let's save. Let's play. Yeah, that's good enough. I mean, I don't want to create a crosshair for this. It should increase the difficulty and moving around. So we can delete this, delete the projectile, save everything. Do remember to save everything. Close. I don't need any of this, I believe. Yeah, not even. Yeah, I don't need anything. I just want to go to the enemy, well, to the characters and enemy tests, and see if this is doing some kind of damage. It is working. And now I have an issue, right? I can do damage to the enemy, but the enemy is not walking towards me. Yeah, and you can abuse that, so let's fix it all. I thought I was done, but it seems that it is part of the projectile functionality. And the way that I'm going to handle this issue, it's every time they receive damage, they're going to save a location to search, right? So they can search where did the damage come from, right? So I do need to open my enemy, and it should be the base enemy. Because the base enemy should have this information, character info, inside this component. Let's go to edit character info. We know when it receives damage, do damage, but it needs to let my base enemy know when it got the damage. So I'm going to create a new dispatcher on damage received. And the amount of damage received, I'll add it just in case I need it later on. So inputs, this will be a float. This will be called damage received. Now let's compile. We can get on damage received, call it, and connect it like this. There we go. And again, this is a function. Inside the function, we can get the input. So get damage received. Now, sometimes if you upgrade your engine and thing changes, yeah, if things change, you may get error because of these type of variables. But I'm not looking to update this project, so that's why I'm doing it this way. Perfect. Call on damage received. Let's save, and we can close the character info component. And now we should be able to have an event on damage received. Let's click on it. And here I'm going to notify my Blackboard that I have received some damage. Now I should tell it who did the damage. So that's something that I need to add in this component that I totally forgot about. Yeah. So event graph, do damage, don't take any damage event. Here we have the instigated by and the damage causer. We need to get the instigated by, and we need to get the control point, and then we will send the actual damage. Now, I need the information inside of how much damage did I receive, and also I need the information of this instigated by actor. So what I'm gonna do inside of this do damage, I'm going to create, click on the function do damage. I'm going to create an output, and this output will be called actual damage received, and this will also be a float. I'm going to remove this, and I'm going to connect it like this. Why am I doing it like this? Because if I have armor and I do damage, maybe I could reduce the damage received, and this actual damage received will be less, right? So actual damage received. Now this do damage can return a value. Let's go back to the event graph. Now this do damage, actual damage received. Now I can get call. Oh, and let me delete it. On damage received, I'm going to add a new parameter here. It's going to be an actor, you guessed it. And it's going to be called instigator. Let's call it, and compile. Don't forget to compile. This is the actual damage received, and the instigator is this one. Well, no, it's this one. Just like this. So whenever we receive damage, now this component can inform us how much damage did we receive and which was the pawn that instigated that damage. So let's go back to the base enemy. Let's compile and save. Now we have this on damage received, the damage that I received, and the instigator. I want to tell the Blackboard, inform it about the location, the actual location of my instigator. So I'm going to get the instigator, get actor location. I want to send it to the Blackboard. So, well, I need to get my controller, because inside the controller, there is the place where the Blackboard exists. But if I try to get the Blackboard, it's going to ask me for an AI. Now, I'm not really sure if this works, but if it doesn't, what you can do is get AI controller. The control actor will be self. And then from here, for sure, this will work. But I wanted to try this just to see if it's working correct. Right. So get the controller, get the Blackboard. And inside the Blackboard, I want to save this vector. So set value as vector. And here I connect it like this. The key name, I'm going to make one literal name. This will be how would we call it? Place to search. Oh, location to search. There it goes. Now you will ask me, oh, but we don't have that key. Well, we just need to create it, right? Let's search for my blackboard. Blackboard sort enemy. A new key. A vector. Locations to search. There, we have it. Now we need to open the behavior tree. Behavior tree. Sort enemy. And with the location to search, I want to, well, if you have a player in range, I want to attack it. I want to patrol if there's not a player in range, but what has more priority? Going to a location to search or patrol around? Well, it will make more sense to me if I go to a location to search, or because if it is set, it's because probably an actor attacked me. So what I'm gonna do is create another sequence, and I'm going to put it to the left side of my patrol because this is more important than this. This will be the search location. And what it needs to know is, well, if this location to search has been set. So let's right click and let's add a decorator, blackboard. Let's select our location to search. This location to search, if there is any, I want to cancel itself. If there is, if it is set while I'm patrolling, I want to cancel the patrol. So for sure, I only need the is set, and in flow control, observer at board. And yeah, you can hear that I have been recording for a long time. If observer at boards, we just need to change the value to lower priority. And that's it. Now, here, whenever I tell it to search a location, I immediately want to remove the location that I search. So I will see if there is a task that can let me set a blackboard value. Rotate, face, blackboard entry. I don't believe. Yeah, there isn't. So I need a task. New task will be from the normal. I will put it in enemy because, yeah, everyone should be able to use it. Blueprint task, set blackboard key, or maybe clear blackboard key. Here we have the task. And now in the search location, I'm going to clear the blackboard key. The blackboard key, let's open the task. Should be very simple. Execute AI. I want a variable, which will be a blackboard key. This will be, was it? Blackboard, or yeah, blackboard key to clear. And it will be as simple as, well, making it public, save, compile, and getting the blackboard key. I'm just going to set, well, I can just clear the value, clear blackboard value, just like that. And finish, execute, success. Save, compile. And here now we have the clear blackboard key. We will see the location to search. So we are clearing the location to search. Or, well, but if we clear it right now, we won't be able to move to that location. So yes, we should move to and let's use the location to search blackboard key. So we move to the location. When we arrive to the location, then we clear it, right? Yeah, the only issue that I could find with this is if the player is in range. Well, if the player is in range, is going to abort this. So yeah, but when it finishes and loses the site, it's still going to go to this old location. Although this location gets updated every time it receives damage. I will leave it like this. If I don't like how it works, then I will make sure to add this blackboard key to here. Like, oh, here. But I think it could work well just like this. Now let's see what's happening. Enemy test, play. I will use the projectile to make some damage. It's going to go towards me, but if it doesn't see me, it's gonna stay there, and then it's going to patrol. Yeah, and I should probably do a wait here. And it's going to wait between, what's the weight that I put here? Yeah, it's going to do the same weight, I believe. Or maybe this one. Yeah, this one. This weight. Let's copy and paste that. Just like that. Save. And now let's go to the gameplay. Okay, I hit it. It's going to that place, it's going to wait, and then it's going to patrol. Yeah, it patrolled. It didn't find me, even though it looked like it found me. Yeah, it was patrolling. Yeah, and what happens if I'm just... if I just hit it? Come on. If I hit it, it finds me. It's coming towards me. And then it lost me. Yeah, it's running towards the actual... the other location. Yeah, right? Yeah, there it saved my old location. There it saved my old location. So if they lose me, one of those, yeah, this one run to the other side. Yeah, it's not working as I expected. So let's clear the blackboard whenever I follow an attack. I really don't care the location to search. I just want to attack the player. Should I put it here? It enters, go towards it, attacks. When I do damage, the location to search. And it enters patrol. Yeah. I should probably, inside the patrol, also clear this location to search. I mean, this is something that I added at the last minute. That's why I'm solving it like this. Like, it's more like patching stuff on top, because I didn't actually thought about this case before I started recording. But yeah, we can leave it like this. I mean, it's not... this enemy is not going to behave any different than what it is right now. So yeah, we can leave it like this. Enemy tests. That's the last thing I wanted to do with the enemy, I believe. Oh, no. I wanted to also... yeah, let me stop the recording and start again.